My best friend Kelly once told me that good things and bad things happen in threes. I didn't believe it at first. Then 3 totally bad things happened to me and it changed my life forever. It all started on a day like any other day. I can't believe you got the skirt, Kelly screamed the moment she saw the new stuff in my room. You're so lucky, it's so gorgeous. Samantha is going to die with envy. I felt kind of embarrassed at Kelly's gushing. I mean, the skirt was pretty and kind of expensive, but it was just a skirt after all. Suddenly, my mom came into my room. Hope, honey, can you bring this over to Mr. Jenkins' apartment, please? Kelly turned her head away and rolled her eyes. I had to stop my giggles. Mr. Jenkins lived a few doors down from us and next door to Kelly's. His house smelled so bad. Now, please, Mom added. She left a basket full of freshly baked bread on my dresser. Mom is always baking. I guess she had nothing better to do all day since Dad made enough money to keep us comfortable. Kelly says that we're more than just comfortable, though. I wish I could go shopping anytime like you, Kelly moaned while she stretched on my bed. I wish I could have a bag like this and a skirt like this. I felt bad for Kelly sometimes, so I offered to give her my new stuff. I mean, I can always buy them again. Kelly took them quick enough. She walked with me to Mr. Jenkins's door. Good luck with Mr. Stinky, she whispered, as she went back to her own apartment. Mr. Jenkins opened the door quickly after hearing my knock. Although his face seemed pleased to see the bread basket, he was still gruff and grumpy. Your mom's making me eat too much, he complained. I told him not to worry. I'm sure Mom used all organic stuff and healthy things in her baking. A lot of health-conscious people are always asking her to make things for them. Where's your friend? The next-door neighbor of mine? Mr. Jenkins asked. That girl who always wrinkles her nose at me. I don't like her. I had to cover my mouth so he wouldn't see me smile. I could tell him that Kelly didn't like him either, but I still had to be polite. When I got back home, Dad was there. He looked stressed. Come to the kitchen, Hope, he said. I have something important to tell you. I sat in front of the table still smiling when my dad broke the most terrible news. He had lost his job. His company was closing and filing for bankruptcy. He wasn't even getting his last paycheck. Mom clutched her chest. My mouth gaped open. What are we going to do? My mom whispered with horror. Dad said that we'd have to live off of our savings for a while, but we had to cut down on a lot of things. That included a big chunk of my allowance. I'm very sorry, Hope, Dad said to me. I'm just glad that your school's paid up for the year. We'll worry about next year's tuition fee when we get there. But I wasn't worried about school at all. I just remembered that I had just given my newest clothes to Kelly, and now we couldn't afford to buy me anything. Samantha is going to be so smug, I thought. Samantha was our classmate, and she was always comparing my stuff to hers. When I told Kelly about what had happened to my dad, I was surprised at her reaction. They can't cut your allowance, she cried. That's so unfair. I tried to defend my dad. I mean, it wasn't his fault that his company was going under. They should be the ones to cut back, not you, Kelly said. They're the grown-ups. It's not your fault that your dad lost his job. Well, it's not my dad's fault either, I snapped back at her. Sometimes Kelly can be such a brat. We've been friends for a long time, but sometimes she acts so spoiled. Since I didn't have any extra money, I needed to find a job. Unfortunately, the only job for me was babysitting. Hey, I already take care of most of the kids in the building, Kelly said. Don't steal them from me, okay? I sighed. I wished that Kelly was willing to share some of her clients with me. I needed the money more than she did. One day, I was walking down the hallway to our door when Mr. Jenkins appeared. Do you need a job? He asked. I nodded, although I didn't know if he had any leads for me. I need somebody to clean up my apartment, he continued. Will you do it? I'll pay you. Mr. Jenkins' house smelled really bad, but I was desperate. My parents needed the money for food and household stuff. They didn't have extra to give me, so I agreed to Mr. Jenkins's plan. I was going to start the next day. My mom was thrilled. Even if we had so little money, she still made healthy sandwiches to share with Mr. Jenkins every day. If his house smelled bad from the outside, inside was 100 times worse. I had to cover my mouth to keep from gagging. It smelled like sour milk and old tuna. Sorry about the smell, he told me when he saw my face. But as you get older, you don't smell things as well anymore. That's why I need you to clean up. I've been getting complaints from the neighbors. I'm sure he was. If Kelly's mom was as outspoken as her daughter, she would have tried to get Mr. Jenkins evicted. I started with the kitchen, then the bedroom, then the bathrooms. At the end of the first day, I had almost 10 big trash bags full of junk. It was kind of disgusting, but there were interesting things too. You want this? Mr. Jenkins said while holding a small telescope. I'm too old to be bird watching anyway. The telescope was sticky with grime, but after I wiped it clean, it looked brand new. Wow, thanks, Mr. Jenkins, I said. And for the first time ever, he smiled at me and he handed me a transistor receiver with a remote control. He said that he used the gadget to listen to the different mating calls of birds. Mr. Jenkins even suggested that I go to the roof if I wanted a better look at them. I totally forgot all about that, however, when I got home. I found my parents in the kitchen again. My mom had tears running down her cheeks. What was worse was that my dad was teary-eyed too. "There are no jobs for me," he said with a dead voice. "I'm willing to take on any job, but nobody is hiring." Mom went to kneel in front of Dad and she cupped his face in her hands. "Don't lose hope," she said so tenderly. "We'll get through this." I never felt so scared in my life as I did that night. It wasn't about the money, though. It was remembering my parents looking so scared themselves. A few days later, I went to the roof, just as Mr. Jenkins suggested. It was so peaceful up there. I never really realized how big the sky was. It made me feel so small. And with that feeling, I realized that my problems were small as well. Anything was still possible. I just had to hope. I took out the telescope and the drone transistor radio. I tried to follow some birds around, and I had one more realization. Bird watching was terribly boring. So instead of looking up, I used the telescope to spy on the people on the street. To my surprise, I saw Kelly stepping out of our building. I made the transistor receiver follow her from above. "Hey, Samantha!" she shouted to the nicely dressed girl waiting for her at the corner. Samantha looked very happy to see her. They seemed like best friends. They even linked their arms together and started giggling at once. "Nice bag," Samantha said admiringly. "Thanks," Kelly replied. I looked closer at the bag on her shoulder and saw that it was the brand new designer bag that I gave her. "Where's Hope?" Samantha asked. Kelly started to laugh. "I don't know. I don't care," Kelly replied. "She's sunk so low. She's sad and pathetic now. She's practically a cleaning lady. I call her Miss Stinky because she's cleaning the house of our neighbor, old Mr. Stinky." Tears filled my eyes and I let go of the receiver remote control. I couldn't listen anymore. I felt so betrayed. I never thought that Kelly could ever talk about me like that. "It wasn't just my dad who lost something," I whispered. "It looks like I lost my best friend, too." I didn't think it was possible, but my day got even worse. After I lost sight of Kelly and Samantha, I saw someone else stepping out of our building. It was my mom. She was waving to someone in a car, and it stopped to pick her up. It was a flashy car, and my mom was smiling from ear to ear. She was also dressed up to the nines. The driver stepped out of the car and walked over to open her door. I didn't recognize him, though. He was very handsome. My mom was looking at him like he was a gift from the heavens. I started to feel cold all over. There was something going on here, but I wasn't sure what it was. So for the next 3 days, I went to the roof. Every day, Mom came out of our building. Every day, she got into the stranger's car. She seemed happier than I had ever seen her. Then I remembered what Kelly told me about the 3 bad things happening together. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. And now for the third, it seems like my mom was having an affair. How could she do this? How could she betray us? When she finally got home on the 3rd day, she was still smiling. A part of me was hoping that she was doing something else. Anything else other than cheating on my father. But she never said anything. I could see that she was trying to act all normal, but I caught her smiling behind my father's back. When Dad asked her what she did that day, she just answered that she spent the day baking. I wanted to scream that I knew her secret. The only baking she did that day was a cheater's pie. I wanted to confront her, but I just couldn't. Not yet anyway. It was hard to even get up in the morning. The next day was my last day cleaning for Mr. Jenkins. It was unrecognizable now. It smelled so much better, too, after all the essential oils and diffusers I used. Before I left, Mr. Jenkins handed me an envelope with cash as payment for my cleaning services. When I peeked inside, I gasped. It was more money than I expected. It was more money than my allowance. Mr. Jenkins? I asked him. "Are you sure you put the right amount in here?" "Why?" he growled. "Do you want some more?" "No," I quickly replied. I told him that it was more than what he owed me. I tried to give some of it back, but he wouldn't take it. "Just go and spend it on whatever you kids like to buy nowadays," he added. Then he practically shoved me out the door. Wow, I didn't think that Mr. Jenkins was rich enough to give this much money to anyone. Was my luck finally turning? The 3 bad things were done and over with. The envelope full of cash in my pocket was definitely a good thing. Should I expect 2 more good things to follow now? I was scared to hope after everything that had happened. But when I got home, my mom was impatiently waiting for me. "Hurry up, Hope," she said. "I have an announcement to make." My heart sank to my stomach. My mom looked fantastic and made up. She definitely looked like she was in love and having an affair. I braced myself to hear her announcement that she was leaving us. How was I going to take care of my dad all by myself? Mom practically pushed me down into a chair beside my dad. Then she dramatically made her announcement. "I got a job!" she cried. "What?" I cried. "What?" Dad repeated. My mom started talking really fast. She was so excited. She said that she got a call from a friend who owned a restaurant. They suddenly got an investor who wanted to expand their store and add a bake shop. That investor insisted that they get my mom to head the kitchen. Since they already loved her breads, it was a done deal. I get to do what I love to do and get paid for it, my mom cried out with happiness. How much money are we talking about here? My dad said breathlessly. Well, Mom said with a shy smile, it's not as big as your salary used to be, but it's close. My dad was so relieved and so happy that he picked up my mom right there in the middle of the kitchen and spun her around. Then they started dancing. They were acting like crazy people, but I have to admit I was so happy I wanted to dance along with them. The next day, my mom baked a special batch of bread and told me to bring some to Mr. Jenkins again. I was happy to do it for her. I haven't said thank you to you, she said softly. What for? I asked. Well, you never complained when we cut your allowance, Mom said. You never complained about having to work and to clean up Mr. Jenkins's apartment. Thank you for being such a good sport about all of this. She gave me a big hug. I don't think a lot of kids would have reacted the way you did, she added. I couldn't help but remember Kelly. She thought that my parents were just being unfair to me. She was wrong. We were all doing the best we could. When I walked to Mr. Jenkins's place, I took a big sniff from the breadbasket. It smelled like victory and hope. I was surprised when Mr. Jenkins asked me to join him for tea. Your mom's bread will make the tea bearable, he said with a gruff laugh. I sat in front of him and took a bite from a bread roll. I'm sure that your mom's bakery will be a success, he said suddenly. I nodded. Then I gasped. How did he know about it? Mr. Jenkins laughed at the look on my face. Then I saw a twinkle in his eyes. Didn't they say who the new investor was? He asked me. It turned out that Mr. Jenkins himself was investing in the bakery. He was the brains behind it all. He was so touched that my mom was thoughtful enough to give him free food, whether we had money or not. He knew that he had to help people who were kind like that. I also did it for you, you know, he added. You're a pretty good kid. I thought you were going to turn down my job offer to clean my house, but you faced it like a responsible adult. Mr. Jenkins kept on talking, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't know that he was a millionaire and that he even owned the whole building that we lived in. I thought he was just a grumpy old man, but it turns out that he used to be a very successful businessman before he retired. I'm thinking of hiring a person to manage all my apartment blocks, he told me. Is your dad still available? I think he's a good choice. I could only nod as Mr. Jenkins made plans to talk to my dad that day. That's 3 things, I said under my breath. What did you say? Asked the old man. 3 things, I said again. 3 good things are happening right now after the 3 bad things that happened before. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. Third, then I stopped talking. There wasn't a third thing. My mom wasn't having an affair. What's the third thing? Mr. Jenkins asked. There's none, I replied. I can think of one, he said. Then he told me about Kelly. The real reason why he never liked Kelly was because he overheard her talking about me. Apparently, Kelly only wanted to be my friend because she liked all the free stuff she got from me. Your friendship with that girl was the first bad thing that happened to you, he said. She was a bad friend. I don't hear her talking about you anymore. Now she just goes on and on about this new girl, Samantha. I thought hearing about Kelly and Samantha would hurt me, but oddly enough, it didn't. I guess going through everything these past few months made me realize that there were more important things in life. My mom was right, I said softly. I thought of all the new directions we were taking. Our lives were about to change, and I was excited to meet them head on, even if there are a lot of bad things that may come our way. I'm looking forward to finding a better friend someday. There's always hope for me. There's always hope for all of us.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for this small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match. And guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends, until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh shoot, I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha, she didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my god, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine, we can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brother started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush, don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not! It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them. Especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition is getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands, and that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't, I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today? Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl?
I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too?
Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you gonna do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people.
Yeah, I do think that.
Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but...
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her.
Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are gonna hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No. I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt.
Yes, I think I feel the same way.
Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back.
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm gonna pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here? Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine, I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it.
Hi, my name is Farah, and I'm from Egypt. Please like and subscribe. I was born in the wealthiest household in our town, and I was raised by my single mom, who I absolutely adored. Mom had an untreatable eye condition, and even with her special glasses, she could only see partly. But that wasn't Mom's biggest problem. Her biggest weakness was that she had a heart of gold, and she trusted everyone blindly. Like once when I was 6, I'd just come back from school when I found a woman in a wheelchair weeping in our garden, and Mom was crying too.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, this poor woman. She lost her house in a fire, and she can't even work because her leg got burned. Go get my checkbook, honey. I looked over at the woman as she quickly pulled down her skirt, and I instantly felt suspicious. I leapt forward and pulled her skirt back.
Her skin isn't burnt, Mom. That's Play-Doh. She's just making a fool out of you.
The woman suddenly leapt up from the wheelchair and ran at the speed of light. Growing up, I started noticing that many people tried to fool Mom because everyone in town knew about her eyesight and her soft heart. Well, they weren't getting away with it. Not on my watch. Life was going good. Till one day in 9th grade, I was running outside my house when suddenly I bumped straight into a woman and she fell down. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. But she just pushed me aside and started walking to my house. Hey, why are you going to my house? I already said I'm sorry. There's no need to create a scene. But she just started banging on the door loudly and pushed the servant aside to let herself in. I was about to yell at her when suddenly Mom appeared in the hallway and the woman ran to her shouting, "Oh, my dear cousin, it's been so long since I've seen you." Cousin? Jamel? Is that really you? Wow, we haven't met in a decade. Yes, it's me. Oh, cousin, I've suffered so much since we last met. My husband divorced me, and I have no money. I've just recently moved here to look for work. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Jamel. I can hire you as a cleaner and a cook if you want. And you must not waste money on rent. There's a small cottage in the backyard that's empty. Oh my God, What was Mom doing? Oh, I wouldn't dream of being a burden on you. Yes, that's right, you shouldn't. But since you're insisting and I really care about you, I'll shift immediately to look after your home. Once the woman left, I tried reasoning with Mom, but she insisted that she had to help her cousin. And before I knew it, she was moving in with her things. It turned out that she also had a daughter my age named Samar. Mom invited the two for dinner on their first day, and Samar just avoided making eye contact, and she wouldn't utter a word. My poor baby, she's just been through so much. Her dad left without even saying goodbye to her, and she's really taken it to heart. She did look quite sad, and I felt sorry for her. I tried talking to her a few times, but she'd always run off like a scared rabbit. Jamel Auntie started working at our house, and I had to admit, she was an excellent cook. She was really bossy and took over all the chores, but Mom didn't seem to mind. For some reason, she even seemed to enjoy Jamel Auntie's company, so I stayed quiet. A few days before the end of summer vacation, I was reading one of my new course books when I caught Samar staring at me, and Jamel Auntie suddenly spoke. Oh, Farah, how lucky you are. I've always wanted to send Samar to a really good school, but it's never been possible. Things got so bad last year that I just took her out. Samar isn't enrolled in school? Why didn't you say so before? I'll have her admitted to Farah's school first thing tomorrow. Oh, you've already done so much for us. Yes, Mom. I'm sure Samar can go to a good public school with Jamal Auntie's salary. But since you think of Samar like your own daughter, of course I can't say no. Ugh, this woman. I knew that she was just taking advantage of Mom, but I felt like a brat saying Mom shouldn't send Samar to my school, so I let it go. Maybe it would be good for her. All the way to school, Samar was silent, and I was sure she must be nervous. But when we entered the classroom, suddenly she tossed her bag onto a table, flipped her hair back, and climbed onto a chair. Hey guys, you must all be wondering who the new pretty girl is, right? I'm Samar, and I can't wait to be friends with y'all. I stared at her in shock. What just happened to the scared, shy girl at home? I decided to confront her during recess, and I found her in the cafeteria sitting right next to frickin' Marwa. Marwa was the meanest girl in class and my biggest racing rival. And now she seemed to be Samar's best friend. I walked up to Samar, grabbed her arm, and dragged her off to a corner. Would you mind explaining your sudden transformation? Why have you been acting like a mouse at home all this time? Because I love acting, and I was playing the role of a sad, poor little girl. Fooled you, didn't I? You seem mental to me. And just stay away from Marwa. She's not a nice person. She's my biggest enemy. But she's not my enemy. And with that, she just turned around and left. I was still in shock. Who was this girl? Later that day during sports class, I was out on the racing track practicing for a big game when suddenly I slipped over some marbles and came crashing to the ground. That's when I spotted Marwa and her gang laughing their heads off. You're so pathetic, Marwa. Trying to get me out of the race so I can't beat you? Wow, you're such a genius. And yeah, all I care about is winning. I don't care how I do it. I felt so mad that I picked up a football lying nearby and threw it straight at her face. Suddenly, all the kids on the ground got divided into two teams, mine and Marwa's, and we started throwing balls at each other. And it made me so mad to see Samar attacking me the most enthusiastically. Such a snake! We were all called to the principal's office and got detention for a week. But when we got home and Mom asked Samar how her first day was, she just went back to her fake personality and only smiled and nodded silently. Oh my God! Stop doing that, you psycho! Go on, tell Mom how you're already friends with a bully. And Mom, she speaks just fine too. This is all acting. Samar's lips started to shake and she burst into tears. Farah, maybe you think my daughter isn't good enough to go to your school, but you don't have to treat her this way. She's been through a lot. Cut it out, Jamal Auntie. You must know the truth about her too. That's enough, Farah. I didn't raise you to be a bully. Look at the poor child. She's so upset. But Mom, not another word. Just go to your room, please. I stormed off, feeling furious. Did Mom have to be so blind? Having those two in my life was becoming almost unbearable. It was bad enough having Samar in my class, and at home, Jamal Auntie had started acting like she owned the place. Once I was sleeping late on the weekend, and suddenly someone pulled my bedsheet from under me, making me land on the floor. It was Jamal Auntie and Samar. What do you think you're doing? I have a load of laundry, and I can't wait for your highness any longer. Have you forgotten that you work here? Yeah, I do what I like. But one day, she went too far. Mom and I had gone out, and when we got back home, we found her shouting at my old nanny. Go away now. Shoo! I know you've just come begging for money. It doesn't grow on trees, you know. You poor people are like blood-sucking mosquitoes. I felt furious, and for once, Mom got really mad too. Jamel, she's Farah's old nanny, and she's always welcome here. You cannot turn away my guests and talk to them that way. I'm the mistress of this house, not you. And suddenly, Jamal Auntie fell down to the ground and started wailing loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. I'm the one who cooks for you. I clean your sticky toilets. I sweep, I mop, I wash your dirty undies. And you're talking to me this way? A poor widow who slaves all day long for you, your own cousin. I was sure Mom would kick her out now. But instead, Mom looked scared and she started apologizing to Aunt until she calmed down. Once she left, I turned to Mom angrily. Mom, are you crazy? Tell her to leave. Why are you putting up with this toxic woman? Farah, she's my cousin, and she is a poor widow. I can't just throw her out. And she's a really good worker, too. But she's ruling over our lives, Mom. So she's a little bossy and controlling. It's okay. I'll talk to her nicely when she's less upset. Unbelievable! I was still in a bad mood the next day, and I decided to blow off some steam by running. But when I got to the playground, suddenly a football hit me in the head out of nowhere. Ow! Someone held out a hand to me, and I looked up to see a boy. I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. When he saw that I was having trouble getting up, he suddenly swept me up in his arms. What do you think you're doing? Put me down. I was just trying to help you. I didn't ask for it. He put me down and I pushed him aside and walked away. What a weirdo. But after that day, I seemed to notice him everywhere, and he always seemed to be watching me. One day, I was putting my things in the locker when I caught him peeping at me from behind the wall. I got so annoyed that I went up to him and grabbed him by the collar. What do you want, weirdo? I've had enough of your stares. But just then, Marwa appeared with Samar out of nowhere and pushed me aside. How dare you touch my cousin? Marwa, it's okay. It isn't her fault. Cousin? He's your cousin? Yeah, he's Marwa's cousin and my close friend. Your friend? Since when? Now it makes sense why he's a creep. He's related to you, Marwa. Saying that, I walked off. I found out that his name was Ahmed, and he had recently joined our school as a senior. Now that I knew he was Marwa's cousin, I had all the more reason to avoid him completely. A few days later, our sports coach told us about a citywide running competition, and the winner had a chance to join the national team. Of course, I signed up immediately, and Marwa wasn't far behind, but I wasn't worried about her, just even more determined to win. I started preparing for it, and every time I was out on the track practicing, Ahmed would be watching me from behind the bleachers and cheering me on. Yeah, go Farah, go! You're the fastest! He didn't even seem to be bothered by the death glares Marwa and Samar gave him, but he still made me so angry that I wanted to punch him in the face. Why was this crazy guy cheering for me? We weren't even friends. One day, I completed my track in just 3 minutes, which was a record. The coach patted my back while Marwa looked defeated, Samar looked mad, and Ahmed just looked happy. He congratulated me, and I just couldn't stay mad at him anymore. We became friends, and I really liked his company. We hung out often after school, and I could talk to him for hours. He proved me wrong. He wasn't like his cousin at all. One day after watching a movie with Ahmed, I came home and walked into my room to find Samar there trying on my dresses. How dare you touch my clothes without even asking me? This home and everything in it is as much mine as it is yours. No, it's not. Your mom is a maid here and you're the maid's daughter. Yet somehow your mom is completely under my mom's thumb. I wouldn't be surprised if one day you two end up cooking and cleaning for us. I know you two are evil snakes, and I will never let you take over my home. How can you stop us? You don't have anyone on your side. No, not even Ahmed. You think he's actually interested in you, Farah? Oh, I see the way you look at him, and you're just jealous that he doesn't even notice you. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and locked the door. I had to find a way to get rid of these two really soon, but I pushed all thoughts of them out of my head to focus on the competition, which was just 2 days away. On the day of the race, I was warming up at the venue when suddenly Ahmed came running to me, looking worried and breathless.
Farah, does Samar live at your house?
Yeah, she does. Why?
I just heard Samar telling Marwa that after you left, your moms had a big fight, and Samar's mom threw chili powder in your mom's eyes.
What? Without a second thought, I ran as fast as I could and went home. I was going to kill this woman. But when I got there, I saw through the window that Mom was peacefully watching TV. She seemed to be perfectly fine. Oh my God, Ahmed had lied to me to make me miss the competition? With angry tears flowing down my face, I went back to the venue, and the minute I spotted Ahmed, I slapped him hard in the face. So, all this time, you just pretended to be my friend so you could fool me? You lied to me about my mom so your cousin could win?
What? I didn't lie, Farah.
I just stormed off, refusing to hear another word. I'd always thought Mom was foolish for trusting people, and now I'd done just that. Trusting Marwa's cousin was a huge mistake. I found out that Marwa had won the competition, and I left there immediately. I couldn't bear to see her win the trophy. When I got home, I didn't feel like going inside and seeing anyone. I was sitting on the swing in my garden when I heard Samar behind me. It's so much fun to be surrounded by a bunch of fools. What are you talking about? I mean, why is everyone so stupid? It was so easy to make Ahmed believe the lie about your mom. And you were foolish enough to believe him too. What? So he didn't make it up? It was you? Duh, you're as stupid as your mom. Now wait and watch as we take over your house, Farah. I think I could easily make my blind cousin sign it over to me one day. You're right, I have been stupid and blind, but not anymore. We all turned around to see Mom standing behind us, looking like an angry dragon. She slapped Jamal auntie hard and threatened to get a restraining order against her. Then she had the servants throw out their belongings immediately in the street. Mom hugged me tight and apologized for not believing me earlier. I forgave her instantly as I hugged her back. I was so glad to be rid of those evil creatures, and it was just me and Mom again. The next day I went to school and looked everywhere for Ahmed, and I finally found him sitting alone in the bleachers. I ran up to him and hugged him from behind. Oh, Ahmed, I'm so sorry. I know now that you never lied to me, and I should have trusted you. Please, forgive me. And suddenly, Ahmed put a finger on my lips and drew me close to kiss me. It felt amazing.
Did you read the news today?
No, why?
The competition got canceled. The judges found out that Marwa used some illegal energy booster and she was disqualified immediately. You have another shot at it, Farah.
I screamed with joy and kissed him again. And a week later, I participated in the competition and won. As I stood on the stage with the winner's trophy, my heart almost burst with joy seeing Mom and Ahmed cheering me on.
Hi, I'm Jasmine from California. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in an orphanage until I was 8 years old, and I never spoke a word. Hi there, sweetie. What's your name? Say something to the nice people, Jasmine. They want to get to know you. It wasn't that I couldn't speak. I was just shy. I didn't have many friends, at least not the type that stood on 2 feet. One day when I was 8, I saw my best friend Furry stuck in a tree. I ran over to the firehouse across the road and banged on the door.
What's wrong?
I dragged the fireman to the tree and he immediately rescued my cat. He was amazing. The next day, I decided to thank him by making him a special meal.
Thank you. You like spaghetti?
After that, the fireman came to visit me every week, and I felt so comfortable that I started to speak. In fact, I couldn't stop talking, and I hated it when we had to say goodbye. One day, the fireman came to visit with the biggest smile. Jasmine, how would you feel if I was your dad? And the next morning, I moved in with him. I had my own room, my own fireman's hat, and as much spaghetti as I wanted. We did everything together, and life was good. But in the 7th grade, Dad brought home some guests one day, a beautiful woman and her daughter who was my age. This is Leslie and her daughter Tiffany. Leslie and I are getting married. I was happy at the news.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Of course it is. I'm lovely. But it's not a pleasure to meet you. It's worse than that day I ate a whole jar of chilies and pooped fire out of my butt, and also I had to get a tooth extraction and my appendix removed on the same day. And I hate you already.
Soon, Leslie and Dad were married, and we moved into a bigger house. It was beautiful on the outside, but the inside needed work. It's a disaster. We're not living here. Come on, babe. It just needs a little love. Over the next few months, Dad and I fixed up the house. By the time we were done, it was perfect. But nothing made those two happy. What do you think? Like we're too poor to get a professional interior decorator. We're going to the cat massage place.
Yeah, the cats there give the best head massages. It feels so good when they pull on your hair.
Really? 'Cause I can do that for free. Tiffany glared at me and the two left. Dad, I don't get it. Leslie is so materialistic and shallow, and Tiffany is even worse. You can do so much better. Honey, no one's perfect. Leslie and Tiffany just like nice things. What's really important is family. Promise me you'll give them a chance? I'll try. So I did. Things were better for a few months, but then I started to notice Leslie and Tiffany acting strange. One night, I caught Leslie and Tiffany whispering to each other in the dark till they spotted me. Go to bed now, or you're grounded for a month.
And you won't be allowed to take a shower or wax your mustache for 3 months.
The next day, Leslie said she wanted to cook dinner for a change. And hours later, Dad had food poisoning. He was released from the hospital the next day, but he was still really weak. Instead of taking care of him, Leslie and Tiffany went out on a shopping spree.
I think Leslie tried to poison you.
Poison me? That's ridiculous. I don't think so. Those two are hiding something. I just know it. Jasmine, Leslie's been trying to connect with you for months, but you're always giving her a hard time. You have to accept them as family and stop making up these crazy stories. A few weeks later, while Dad was out of town, I woke up at night to get some water, but I heard voices coming from the backyard. I looked out the window and saw Leslie and a strange man arguing. Before I could get closer, Tiffany jumped in the way.
You should mind your own business. Who is that man?
What man? The man you were talking to in the backyard. Oh, Jasmine, you have such an active imagination. I wasn't talking to anyone. Isn't that right, Tiffany?
Yes, Mommy. Too active of an imagination compared to her small-shaped head. Why is it so small? Did you crack it open like an egg and the doctors forgot to put some pieces back in? You know, back in the orphanage since you were neglected?
I went to my room and tried to call Dad, but my calls went straight to voicemail. In fact, he didn't answer his call for days, and it looked like he was missing. We contacted the police to find out where he could have gone, but he'd vanished without a trace. I felt miserable, but Leslie and Tiffany seemed to go on like it didn't matter one bit. Sometimes I couldn't help thinking if they had something to do with Dad's disappearance. 2 months passed, and one day, Dad's lawyer showed up to talk to me. Your dad told me that in the case of something ever happening to him, I can tell you about his will. What will? Your husband left $1 million in a trust for Jasmine. Half to be released to Jasmine when she turns 18, and the other half to her legal guardian to take care of her. What about me and my daughter Tiffany?
Yeah, what do we get? I mean, that man had the longest ear hair, and my eyes hurt seeing that, so yeah, I deserve something.
The last time your husband updated his will was when he adopted Jasmine. Here's a check for $500,000 to cover Jasmine's expenses. Leslie and Tiffany went ballistic. They ripped all of my dad's pictures off the wall. Stop! Don't! Tiffany shoved me out of the way as she and Leslie ran around the house destroying everything that reminded them of Dad. I grabbed my dad's guitar from his bedroom and hid it under my bed. The next day, Leslie cashed the check. She sold the house and we moved to another city. Leslie made the down payment for a fancy house and car and got new clothes for herself and Tiffany. But the two made me live in the dusty old attic. A few weeks later, Tiffany and I started high school. The moment I stepped on campus, all the kids laughed at me. Leslie had sold all my clothes and gave me only $20 to replace my wardrobe at the secondhand store. Hey, freak. Who are you calling a freak, dummy?
Where'd you get your clothes? A dumpster?
My mom took her off the street. It took my mom 3 months to get rid of the lice in her head. Our house kept smelling like gas, because gas is the most effective way to get rid of lice. And it took 3 months. You get what I mean? After a few weeks, I learned to ignore them and focus on my schoolwork. School helped me get my mind off of how much I missed Dad. Then one day, a new boy arrived at school. He was gorgeous, and all the girls, including Tiffany, couldn't stop staring at him. He sat next to me in science class, and when the teacher told us to choose a partner for a project, he turned to me. Hey, I'm Kyle. You want to be my partner? You any good at science? I'm gonna need more than a pretty face. You're funny. Kyle and I started meeting in the library after school. He was a science nerd just like me. He loved music and was super funny. We turned in our project and got an A. After class, he walked me to my locker. Jasmine, I really like hanging out with you. I was wondering if you wanted to... Before he could finish, Tiffany appeared out of nowhere.
Hi, Kyle. How's it going? I was thinking the two of us could go to the movies this weekend.
Actually, I was gonna ask Jasmine.
It's so sweet you've been spending time with Jasmine. Did she tell you about her boyfriend? He's blind and Jasmine is really taking care of him. I mean, 2 needy people in a relationship? It makes perfect sense. Don't you agree? Boyfriend? What are you... It's pretty serious. They've been hot and heavy for 5 dark years. You know, 'cause he's blind.
That night, Tiffany barged into my room.
Don't even think about messing things up with me and MHK.
MHK?
My hot Kyle? Why are you so stupid?
You and Kyle? You're not even his type. You're a liar and...
Say one word to him and I'll destroy your dad's stupid guitar.
From then on, I strapped the guitar to my back and carried it with me everywhere, even in the bathroom. You're a weirdo. A couple nights later, I watched from the window as Kyle picked Tiffany up for their date. He glanced up at me and I quickly closed the blinds. Kyle still sat next to me in science class. He tried to joke with me, but I ignored him. Hey, Jasmine, you want to study later?
That's not a good idea.
Why not? Please, just leave me alone.
I don't understand. What did I do?
I closed my locker and walked away. Kyle didn't sit next to me or try to talk to me anymore. He and Tiffany seemed to be getting really close, so it was better that I stayed away. A few weeks later, I was walking to class when I heard a huge commotion in the hallway.
It's our 2-month anniversary, and you get me this?
What's wrong?
Please, calm down. Everybody's staring at us.
I told you, I wanted a diamond necklace.
I thought you were joking. I can't afford a diamond necklace.
Wait, are you suggesting you're poor? Why did you look rich to me? You shallow people pretending to be someone you're not. I'm dumping your poor butt.
A few weeks later, Tiffany found a new rich boyfriend named Matthew, and she was smitten. She even invited him over for dinner one night, and all he did was brag about all the expensive things he owned. Leslie and Tiffany couldn't get enough. One day, I stayed late after school to study in the library. As I was walking down the hall, I heard someone playing guitar. It was the song my dad used to play when I was a kid. I darted toward the sound. From the window, I saw a man. He was tall with short hair like Dad, but I couldn't see his face.
You almost scared me to death.
Sorry, I thought you were someone else. I didn't know you played guitar.
You'd know if you ever talked to me.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown you off.
I understand. Tiffany never liked the fact that I was friends with you first. So, are you any good, or do you just carry that thing around as a fashion statement?
I pulled the guitar off my back and started to play. Kyle and I played together, and it was magical. A few days later, we entered a local talent show. We won first prize and took home $1,000. Soon, Kyle and I started playing a weekly gig at a popular venue in town. People came from all over to see us. We became popular in school, and we were making good money. I stashed it all away under a loose floorboard in my room. One day during lunch, Kyle and I were in the cafeteria when Tiffany came up to us.
Hey, rock star. How about we hang out this weekend?
No thanks. Jasmine and I are busy with practice.
Oh my, Kyle, you're so ignorant. Jasmine would die to please me. She won't mind. Actually, I do. We have to work on a new song. Also, why would he want to hang out with you? Fine, whatever. Later that night, Tiffany barged into my room.
You stole my boyfriend.
What boyfriend?
Kyle?
Why are you acting like you have memory loss? You broke up with Kyle, and we aren't dating. You won't get away with this. You took something from me, and now I will too. Then Tiffany grabbed my father's guitar and smashed it to pieces. Now we're even. I charged towards Tiffany, and we got into the biggest fight ever.
What's going on here?
She attacked me, Mom. She's crazy. I'm scared, Mommy. Hug me. She broke my guitar. She stole my boyfriend, and now she's trying to kill me. Let's get a restraining order against her, Mommy.
Jasmine, you've always been jealous of Tiffany, and now you've gone too far. No more cell phones, no more music, no more anything.
I couldn't stay in that house another minute, so I climbed out the window and ran away, and I ended up on Kyle's doorstep. He and his mom were really sympathetic and gave me a room to stay in. But the next morning, when I went home to get my things, the doors were locked and all the furniture was gone. There was no sign of Tiffany and Leslie anywhere. Kyle and I went to talk to the lawyer about my trust fund, but the lawyer's office was boarded up. I asked one of his neighbors where I could find him. He closed his law firm yesterday and moved away. He didn't leave a forwarding address. I was devastated. I had no money and nowhere to go.
You can stay with me for as long as you need.
I reported Tiffany and Leslie to the police, and a few weeks later they got back to me.
This woman who calls herself Leslie, she's a con artist. She's gone from state to state conning single men out of their fortunes. You and your father were her latest victims. And this girl, Tiffany, is her niece.
What about the money she stole? Can I get it back?
I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do.
I went back to Kyle's house, but I was too depressed to get out of bed. Then one day, I opened my door and found a new guitar resting outside the door. Then, Kyle and I wrote a song. We posted it online and it went viral. 5 years later, we were world famous. We spent all our time together writing songs, performing on tour, and falling in love. The next summer, we were married and moved to a house on the beach. But a few months later, Tiffany showed up on our doorstep in tears.
What are you doing here?
Leslie and her boyfriend skipped town after conning someone and left me behind. They even took my savings. Leslie's my aunt who raised me since I was a kid, and I had no choice but to help her steal money from people. I'm so sorry for what I did to you and your father. I wanted to turn Tiffany away, but she had nowhere to go. I remembered my father's kind spirit, so I helped her to get back on her feet. Tiffany worked with the police to track down Leslie and her boyfriend, and they were eventually successful. Leslie landed behind bars for years. Some months later on my birthday, Kyle and Tiffany came home with the biggest smiles. We have a surprise for you.
Tiffany and I discovered a lead on your father a while ago. It was a long shot, so we didn't tell you before, but we found something.
What did you find? Kyle opened the door. Dad?
Yes, honey, it's me. I've missed you so much.
Oh God, me too. Where were you all this time?
I was on a road trip and I was in an accident. I woke up with no memory, only this. I drew this picture every night, but I never knew who I was drawing or if she was even real. I tried to start a new life, but I knew there was something missing. I had a hole in my heart. But then Kyle and Tiffany found me. They showed me videos of you performing our song, and then all my memories came flooding back. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you all these years.
Dad hugged me tight. It was a dream come true.
Hi, I'm Amanda. Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. I was 5 when I realized my parents were famous for all the wrong reasons. They were rich lawyers who were known for defending the bad guys. People in the neighborhood hated us and would leave horrible notes, throw stink bombs, or trash in our driveway almost every day.
Ew, someone put cat poop on the doorstep.
Just wipe it off, Amanda, and don't disturb us. We're in the middle of something important.
You're playing with toys, Mom. Ugh, I feel sick.
These are not toys. That's a limited edition Batmobile.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Mom and Dad were obsessed with collecting action figures and were oddly secretive about it. They even had a secret room where they kept their toy collection, and no one was allowed to enter it. And I was not allowed to tell anyone about their crazy hobby, which I couldn't even if I wanted to because no one at school talked to me. Every time my parents would win a case, kids would drive me crazy with sly comments. Who knew people could stoop so low for money? My dad always said they were creepy.
Oh yeah? Did he also tell you that your breath smells like poop? No?
Well, then he isn't as honest as you think, because you stink! I hated it, but I wasn't gonna let them tear me down. So I put all my focus into perfecting my art. By 11th grade, I could draw portraits in under 2 minutes. When I won the junior art competition, I begged Mom to take me to a fancy dessert place. But 5 minutes into it, she started getting jittery.
Oh my God, I gave birth to a sloth. Could you please hurry up?
Jeez, Mom, what's the rush? I'll get brain freeze.
There's an auction online for a rare Iron Man figure that I can't miss, so eat faster.
I tried, but Mom kept glancing at the phone, and it made me anxious. After a while, she told me to take the bus and just left. At least I could eat in peace now. Just as I was leaving, I saw a girl my age staring at the food displayed in the shop. Hey there, do you want something? Leave me alone. I don't need your charity. The girl pushed me and I fell flat on my butt. Worst celebration ever. The next day in class, the teacher walked in with someone. It was the girl from the dessert shop. Her name was Sophie and she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. She sat next to me but didn't say a word. She smelled like a blown out match. But later in the cafeteria, she walked up to me with a stern face. Why are you staring at me? And what's that you're making? Oh my God, is that me? Yeah. I just like the background and the light, so no one has ever sketched me before. You're really good. Can I keep it? Of course. Sophie and I got talking, and it turns out she was actually really sweet. She told me her dad worked abroad and she lived with her aunt here. I miss him, but it's not all bad. Well, I live with my parents, and trust me, you're not missing out on anything. We started hanging out, and I was glad to have finally made a friend. One time in class, I'd just gone out to grab something when I saw Sophie going through my art journal. Hey, no one's allowed to see that. You have a whole comic book planned out? You'll get this published, right? No, it's just random scribbling. Well, your call, but I think the world needs to know how talented you are. Sophie's words encouraged me, and I took a week to make some edits before finally submitting it to a big comic publisher. I waited a month, but I got no response. It was a long shot anyway. But then one day, when I got to school, everyone crowded around me like I was a celebrity. Amanda, you did it! Your comic became a hit overnight! They published it! You've got to be kidding me! Apparently, the publishers loved my comic and they wanted to sign a contract with me for $2 million. When I told my parents, they thought I was joking, till they actually saw the contract.
I didn't know you could draw like that, Amanda.
You would notice if you weren't so busy playing with your toys. After that, my parents started giving me a lot more attention. They got me a new sketching set and would spend hours discussing ideas, which were mostly useless.
You should make your own superhero who can make frogs rain from the sky. Imagine having an action figure like that. How cool would that be?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll figure out something. But in reality, I was struggling to come up with ideas. With the publishers on my back asking for a new manuscript, the pressure was building. One day, I invited Sophie over to help me out. We brainstormed for hours, but my mind was just blank. I'm tired and starving. Stay here. I'll bring some snacks. I rushed downstairs, but when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I kept searching for her till I saw her in Mom and Dad's secret room. Whoa, I didn't know you liked superheroes this much. Yeah, it's for inspiration. Come on, let's watch some MSA. Maybe that'll help with ideas. But just as we turned, Sophie's arm hit one of the figures and it crashed loudly. Within seconds, I could hear Mom screaming as she came running.
What did you do? Do you know what that's worth?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't do it
You're sorry? Who's going to pay for this? Your dad?
Sophie turned red before bursting into tears, and then she left.
You can't scream like that at my friend, Mom! Your friend just ruined something precious. That's it. No more bringing friends over.
She's literally the only person who talks to me. God, all this over a dumb toy? You guys are the worst! I stormed off to my room and called Sophie to apologize, but she didn't answer. And when she didn't turn up for school the next day, I pulled a few strings and got her home address. And I was stunned to see that she lived in a mansion. Why did she act poor then? Amanda, what are you doing here? I just wanted to check up on you. I didn't know you were so rich. I'm not. My aunt is. Listen, I am so sorry about Mom. My parents get crazy about those action figures. Seriously, they love them more than they love me. Don't ask me why. Wait, those aren't yours? Your parents collect those toys, like kids? Are they crazy? Sophie suddenly burst out laughing, and I felt a bit angry. I know it's weird, but they're not crazy. I just came here to apologize. I'll leave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but look at the bright side. This is the perfect comic book material. I'm sure it wasn't easy growing up with them, so why don't you write about that? I have to agree, my life is kind of like a roller coaster. So use it. Also, do you think we can move past this whole thing? In a heartbeat. I started working on the new comic based on my childhood. I changed the names and made a few things different just so no one would know it was a true story. And when I gave it to the publishers after a month, they loved it and wanted to release it immediately. I was super happy. But then a week later, I came home to find my parents with my manuscript. How did you get that?
We have connections. What were you thinking, dragging your parents through the dirt like this? You can't write anything without running it by us. Surely we told you that.
1, no you didn't. And 2, that's ridiculous. Please give that back to me.
Nuh-uh. You're talking all about your childhood with your weird parents obsessed with their toys? You can't publish this, do you understand?
No, I don't. And also, I don't understand why you'd neglect your own child for dumb toys. And why you won't stop fighting for criminals.
Because they pay the big bucks, okay? And we can feed you, afford your expensive school, and art supplies.
I don't care about your money. I can make my own. Now please, give me back my drawings. But they simply turned around and left with the manuscript. I spent days searching for it everywhere, except the secret room. After Sophie broke one of their pieces, they'd changed the locks. I was still thinking about how to get in there when the next day at school, Sophie came running, panicked. OMG, Amanda, you've got to see this. She showed me the news about a gang the police were after who smuggled illegal substances worth millions in action figures. I was speechless. Do you think your parents could be involved? I don't know. I know they're weird, but I don't think they're criminals. But they're always so jumpy and secretive about the action figures. Of course they're hiding something. We have to tell the police. Just slow down, will you? I need to think about this. I couldn't just call the cops on my parents. I decided to talk to them about it. But later, when I walked into the room, I saw Mom shredding a bunch of papers that looked like my drawings. Oh my God, what have you done? It took me months to make that.
Amanda, listen.
No, Mom, you listen to me. I'm done, okay? You will pay for this. I was so mad that I decided to do exactly what Sophie said, punish my parents. I went to the police station to tell them about the action figures, but chickened out the last minute. But an hour later, the police showed up at our doorstep with Sophie. Sophie, what are you doing? Your parents are liars and crooks, and people need to know that. Isn't that what you wanted too?
Amanda, how could you think we're criminals? Let us be the judge of that. Let's start with this one. Please, don't destroy our babies. These are not illegal. You can see the receipts.
Mom and Dad kept pleading, but the officers cracked open all the action figures, and they didn't find anything.
Are you happy now? All our figures are destroyed because our own daughter doesn't trust us.
How can I? You're always so weird about a bunch of toys. So much that you forgot you had a real daughter who needed you.
That's not true. And for the last time, these are not just toys. They were the rarest, limited edition collectibles worth a fortune. We didn't want someone to rob us or even ruin them out of spite. There are plenty of people who hate us. That's why we always told you to keep it a secret.
Shut up! How is this possible? You're guilty! I just know it! I won't let you guys get away with it this time! What do you mean this time? Your evil parents put my innocent dad in jail and got the real culprit off! And I have to live with my awful aunt who makes me do house chores all day long so I can study in a good school. Wait, is that why you became my friend? Because you wanted to get back at my parents somehow? Well, yes, but then I saw how different you were from your family and that doesn't matter. You still lied to me. And Mom, Dad, is it true? Did you really put her dad in jail?
We don't know who her dad is. We fight so many cases and putting people in jail is what we do.
You guys are heartless. Maybe you're not criminals, but you have committed some pretty big blunders. You've ignored me all my life and never cared about how your jobs or hobbies affected me. You've even destroyed my comic that I worked so hard on.
Your comic is in my office. What you saw that day was some useless drawings I found in my drawer. I tried to tell you, but you were so melodramatic, like always. I'll give you that dumb thing back.
That doesn't make anything right. And you know what? I'm done with you. All of you. Amanda, don't bother explaining. After that day, I ignored Sophie and stopped talking to my parents. Maybe they started feeling a bit bad because they tried making amends by helping get Sophie's dad out of jail. I was happy for her, but I wasn't ready to forgive my parents yet. Sophie left town soon after, and I didn't hear from her again. I got my manuscript published in a month, and it was even better received than the first one. The money I earned was enough to put me through a good art school, and I left home for good. Soon I got busy with studies and writing a new comic, and a whole year went by. One day, I was at a comic book store when someone tapped on my shoulder. Sophie, it really is you. I'm so happy to see you, Amanda. Sophie, you look so different. What are you doing here? I work here now. We moved to this town after Dad got out, and we're doing well for ourselves. Listen, Amanda, I wanted to call you a long time ago, but I didn't know if you'd talk to me. What I did was wrong. I was angry and foolish, and you didn't deserve that. Dang right I didn't. But who could blame you, honestly? My parents destroyed your family, so I get why you were so angry. Does that mean you're not mad at me? Maybe a little, but not as much. Let's talk more over coffee? Sounds good to me. Hi, I'm Layla, and I come from a very small village in Morocco. I was an only child to my parents, but for some reason, I looked totally different from them. And not just them, I was the most unique kid in the entire village. Whenever I'd step out with my parents, people would go crazy when they'd see me.
I'll marry my boy to you one day. You're a goddess.
Growing up, I felt like a celebrity, but I still wasn't really happy. My parents always kept me inside the house and never let me out, not even to play with the other kids.
No, you can't step out. What if you hurt yourself or get a scar? No one's going to look at your ugly face then, let alone marry you.
Instead, they kept me busy with housework like cleaning and washing, and whenever I'd beg them to send me to school, they would just laugh at me.
School? Only idiots go to school.
But you guys went.
Don't mess with me, kid. We're letting you sit at home and work for us for free. And you want to do what thousands of kids hate?
Gosh, they were so unreasonable, and I hated them for this. But I wasn't gonna sit and do nothing. I taught myself how to read and write the basics using Dad's old books. My parents went crazy when they found me reading one day. But just then, some guests showed up, and to my shock, they started bragging about how I could read just about anything.
You see, she's so smart that even the school said she's already at a college level.
The principal came to get lessons from her last week, and Dad crossed the line by saying,
She's almost a doctor. My hand got hurt yesterday and she took care of it. Right, kiddo?
What a big fat liar! But here was my chance to make a fool out of him.
Yes, Dad. Of course I did. Here, let me see it again.
And with that, I bit his hand really hard and he screamed like a little baby.
What can I do? My medical book says that this is the only treatment.
Soon after I turned 12, I could no longer stand being kept inside the house all the time. So one evening, while I was sneaking out, I saw something that shocked me. My parents were adding water to the milk and selling it to the other villagers to make money. This was so wrong. Stop it, you guys. Why are you doing this? Don't you care about other people's health? You can't cheat them like this.
What are you doing here? How dare you sneak out of the house this late? Get back to your room, now.
Mom pulled me back into the house and tried to shut me up, but I wasn't going to let them fool the innocent villagers anymore. The next morning, I hid inside the barn until the villagers came to get their milk. And as soon as I saw them, I ran out screaming like crazy. I need to tell you guys something. Mom and Dad looked at me in complete shock, and the villagers asked what was happening. But before I could get up or say anything, Dad screamed,
"Oh, Layla. She's just excited to tell you how she's been telling bedtime stories to the newborn calf."
What the what? He told everyone that I could talk to animals, and the animals loved me so much that they even insisted on me sleeping next to them. What? This was crazy.
Just then, Mom and Dad took me by my arms and rushed me inside the house. Dad? Are you insane? I can't talk to animals. And what bedtime stories? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna tell.
I'll send you to school.
What?
I'll send you to school if you don't tell anyone anything.
OMG, this was a golden opportunity for me. I agreed to stay quiet on one condition. They had to stop mixing water into the milk, and they had to send me to school after the summer break was over. And they agreed. But then everyone around the village went crazy. They actually believed what Dad said, and now people were gathering around the house for my crazy superpowers. My dog hasn't eaten for days. Can the magic girl talk to him and ask him why he won't eat?
My buffalo is pregnant. Can you please tell me, is she going to have a girl or a boy?
What the actual crap? Just then, Dad came running into my room and started begging on his knees.
Please, just do this once, for me.
I didn't want to, but he wouldn't let go of my leg, and in the end, I gave in. And within weeks, I was the official magic girl of the village who could talk to animals. And when people started coming from far and wide, asking me to treat their sick animals like I was some magic vet, I decided this had to stop. I had no clue how to help them. Later that night, I went to my parents' room to tell them I wasn't doing this anymore. But what I saw shocked the ribs out of me. Mom and Dad were sleeping on a mattress made out of money, and they were talking about me. We're making so much money thanks to that stupid girl. She's such a fool to think that we aren't mixing water and milk.
Yeah, and she actually thinks we'll send her to school for talking to animals.
And they both started laughing like crazy. Oh my God! I always knew they were greedy and mean, but they'd crossed a line. This was it. I wasn't going to let them fool me or anyone anymore. The next day, when all the people gathered around the house to see me, I acted like I was talking to the cows we owned and told everyone, I hate to say this, but the cows tell me that my parents have been mixing water in the milk and fooling all of you. The villagers looked shocked, and Mom and Dad's faces turned pale. Amid all the chaos, I packed up my bags and ran away from home. After running for hours, I reached an old house in the middle of nowhere. When I knocked on the door, a very old lady opened the door. What do you want? Well, honestly, I wanted her to speak a little faster, but I asked her to let me stay for the night, and she agreed. But later that night, while I was peacefully sleeping, my eyes opened and the old lady freaked me out. What do you want? Why were you staring at me like that? I was kind of scared, but then the old woman told me something that completely shocked me. I knew your mother. Well, now I know her too, and she's a witch who doesn't care about me, but please, don't tell her I'm here. No, your real mother. My real mother? The old woman told me that she was the midwife when I was born, and she recognized me because of my hair and the color of my eyes, because they resembled my real mom's. But unfortunately, my dad, who was a rich trader, gave me away because I was an illegitimate child. This was freaking crazy, because if this was true, then who were these people I had been living with all my life? I needed more answers, but the lady just handed me an address, some papers, and some money. I thanked her for everything and left for the address she had given me, which was in a big town outside the village. I reached the town and wandered all over for days, but I just couldn't find the address. Then one evening, while I was walking by the roadside, I saw a wallet fall out of a man's pocket. "Excuse me, sir." He looked at me, but then he started walking away really fast. What a weirdo. I ran after him and caught him, but he just panicked like crazy. He pulled me into an alley and said,
"What on earth are you doing here? How did you find me?"
What? What was he talking about?
"I don't send money to those rats so that they can let you go around like this. That's not why I gave you away in the first place."
OMG, he was my dad? And he was even sending money to my fake parents who acted like they were dirt poor all the time? This was crazy. And then he said he was gonna send me back to my fake parents. No, stop. I ain't going anywhere, and if you dare touch me, I'm gonna tell everyone that you're my dad.
I have the birth certificate with me and my mom's photo. This threat seemed to work, and all of a sudden, he turned into this sweet, loving potato. I'm so sorry, my sweet girl. Papa was wrong to let you go, but now that you're here, I'm going to give you the best life. You just have to keep this a secret for a while, okay? After that, he took me to an old rugged house and asked me to stay there for a while. But I knew what he was up to. I asked him to take me to his place and tell me about my mom. He had no choice, so he took me to his huge house and introduced me to his wife, but she looked nothing like my birth mom.
Hey, honey, this is my cousin's daughter, and she's here to stay with us for the week.
Cousin? He put a hand over my mouth, and the lady looked at me suspiciously, but then he took me into a room and asked me to keep my mouth shut if I wanted to know the whereabouts of my birth mom. The next day, they had a huge party in the house. Apparently, it was their wedding anniversary. And although Dad had asked me not to attend the party, I sneaked in anyway. And what I saw next shocked me. My fake parents were there, and they were planning to take me back. I was ready to run out of that place when I accidentally crashed into a vase and they saw me.
Oh, honey, we're here to take you back to your home, baby. We've even enrolled you in the best school.
Stop it. I know you people, and I'm not gonna fall for your lies. You're all liars, and I'm gonna expose you all.
What are you doing, you blood-sucking mosquitoes? Go and grab her. What do I pay you for?
I ran around the house, crashing into the party and everything that came in my way while my fake parents ran after me. Then suddenly, Dad's wife exploded with anger. What the heck is going on around here? I realized this was the only chance for me to save my butt, so I told her everything and showed her all the proof I had, and she went ballistic on Dad.
You moron! How could you do this to a small child? You are a filthy rat. I'm gonna kill you, you fat pig!
She ran after Dad with murder on her mind, and my fake parents ran out of there to save their butts. After the chaos was over, the woman divorced Dad and promised she was gonna find my mom for me. And she did. At first, I was afraid that even my birth mother would turn out to be like my dad, but thankfully she didn't. She hugged me as soon as she saw me.
Oh, my baby. Mom, where were you all this time? And why did you never come back for me? My life has been like a curse without you. I was all alone, and no one loved me. No one cared about me, Mom. Tell me, what did I do so wrong that you abandoned me? Oh, honey, when I gave birth to you, your dad told me that you didn't make it. He lied to me, and he took you away from me. If I knew you were alive, I'd have never let you go. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. But I swear, I'm gonna make it up to you. I'm gonna give you all the love in the world and be with you forever.
Hello, my name is Iman, and I'm from Iran. Please like and subscribe. My dad always told me the day I was born was the happiest day of his life. I was his pride and joy, and my mom and brother Adam envied me for that. On my 5th birthday, Dad threw a big party for me, and even bought me my very own miniature princess island, which we set up in the backyard. Mom was not happy and complained that Dad was spoiling me. As the two argued, suddenly there was a loud crashing sound outside. I ran out to see that Adam had completely wrecked my gift.
Adam, you stupid monster! What have you done?
He just laughed like a maniac, and when Dad grounded him, Mom said it was just a toy and he was too harsh on Adam. Adam was 3 years older than me, and Mom spoiled him rotten. He failed the 2nd grade twice, and when he ended up in the same class as me, Mom insisted that I do all his homework and allow him to copy from my tests. Luckily, in the 8th grade, the teacher caught him cheating from me once, and he got suspended for a month, and it was the best month of my life. At school, I was the smartest kid in class and the class president. Everyone loved me, and Adam hated that I got more attention than him. So sometimes he'd take off his shirt and walk around during lunch breaks, showing off his abs. He thought he was God's gift to women. Once in the 10th grade, he sat down next to the most beautiful girl in school without his shirt, and she threw her soda all over him and told him to stop walking around like an ape. I laughed so hard I fell off my seat. I caught Adam glaring at me, and I knew I'd pay for it, but it was just too funny. And just a few days later on Valentine's Day, a boy in my class gave all the girls roses, including me. And the minute we got home, Adam told Mom that I had a boyfriend. Jeez, you're such a liar, Adam. Mom, the boy gave roses to everyone and… Wait, Mom! The boy lived in our neighborhood and Mom was already storming off to his house. She barged in and yelled at the poor boy's mom. Your son gave my daughter a red rose today. Does he have any intentions to marry her? When should I expect a proposal? The boy's mother was speechless, and then she took the rose back and kicked us out. I felt humiliated and mad. Mom, I'll be the laughing stock in school tomorrow. Why do you always have to listen to Adam? Because he's your big brother and you're just a foolish girl. I can't trust you. Do you know what happens once you take a rose from a boy? What, Mom? What happens? A baby? Exactly. Ugh, I was so sick of the way Mom treated me. I brought home straight A's and trophies and did everything right, while Adam flunked exams and maxed out Dad's credit cards by buying stupid things. But he was still her favorite, and she couldn't trust me. A few days later, Dad called everyone into the lounge for a family meeting, and he made a shocking announcement. I've decided to give all my wealth to Iman, and she will take over the family business once she's old enough. What? You can't do that. That belongs to Adam. Yeah, it all belongs to me. Says who? He doesn't deserve anything because he's spoiled and irresponsible. Who do you think pays the credit card bills? And I'm not blind. I see the way you both treat my Iman. If you start being fair and change your attitude, I might change my mind. And the next morning, it was like I'd woken up in a different house because Mom and Adam were treating me like a princess. Oh, Iman, your bag looks too heavy for your shoulders. Adam will carry it for you. I'm used to it. Thanks. I insist. Adam took the bag off my shoulder with a big smile. Just then, Mom handed us our lunch money, and she gave me a lot more than usual. How come I'm getting what Adam usually gets? Yeah, Mom. Have you forgotten I'm a boy and bigger and need to eat more? Now, we need to be fair to Iman. You can have more tomorrow, Adam. She winked at him, and I just rolled my eyes. You guys should take some acting classes because you suck at pretending. I know why you're doing all this. I took my bag back from Adam and walked off to school by myself. Of course I was onto their plan to impress me just to get Dad to change his decision, but Adam still kept going overboard with his niceness. At lunchtime, when I was about to sit down at the table, he ran forward to pull the chair out for me, and I ended up falling flat on my butt. Dude, you're not really helping me. And just drop the act. It's not gonna work. But I'm trying to be nice, can't you see? I hope you're taking notes because Dad needs to know. When it was time to go home, he insisted on carrying me all the way from school, saying that my legs were too precious to walk that far. And as soon as we entered the house, Mom announced that she'd give me Adam's room and already shifted all my stuff there. I just realized it's massive and has air conditioning. What does a boy need such a big room for anyway? Now come, Iman, I've made all your favorite dishes for lunch. Adam looked pissed, but I just grinned at him as I went downstairs and saw the massive spread on the table. Even though I knew Mom's reasons, I was loving this royal treatment. This is what being Adam must feel like. Once we were done eating, Mom asked Adam to do the dishes, and he looked at her confused, and then he smiled widely. Yeah, of course. I'll wash the dishes. Oh, also, Mom, you remember I'm having a party for my friends this weekend, right? I wrote down the menu you have to make. The brat had a party every month, and Mom was always happy to host it. But suddenly she said, actually, I was thinking of having a party for Iman this weekend. So, no, you can't have your friends over. What? Why are you throwing me a party? It's not my birthday. I just want to show you how much I love you, honey. But Mom, the dishes are not going to wash themselves, Adam. This was just amazing. But the next day, as Mom was preparing for the party, I walked into the kitchen to find Adam shouting. I thought you were on my side, Mom. I know we have to be nice to her for now, but this is too much. Why are you doing all of this for her?
Maybe your dad is right, Adam. We've been unfair to her. Wow, do you really mean that? Maybe I was wrong about you. And you are just a weak, dumb woman who's scared of Dad and stupid Iman. Hey, cut it out, jerk. She does so much for you, and this is how you behave with her? Why are you defending this woman? Are you stupid? She doesn't love you. She's only doing everything because Dad is giving you his fortune. Well, even if that's true, she's still my mom, and you can't talk to her like that. I shoved him aside and started helping Mom, and he stormed off angrily. Mom looked a bit shocked, and then she thanked me for standing up for her. The next evening, I was having a blast during the party, and then some of my friends approached Mom, which caught her by surprise. Auntie, thank you so much for inviting us, and Iman really deserves this party. She's super smart at school, and she's really kind to everyone. I'm sure you're so proud of her. Mom looked at me and smiled. Yes, I am. And then Dad pulled me away to stand with him while he gave his speech. Iman has always made us proud, and today we celebrate her and all her achievements. Everyone stood smiling at us, except Adam. His eyes were red like a raging bull's, and suddenly he started bursting all the balloons, and then he flipped over the table with all the food. Adam, what is wrong with you? I hate you. You don't deserve everything I do. Oh yeah? And why is that? Because I'm a boy and you're a girl. That made me so mad that I just pushed him into the pool. I don't care what you think. You're done making my life miserable. Adam came out of the pool completely drenched and furious. Mom, Dad, didn't you see what she just did? You're not gonna say anything to her? But my parents just stood there silently glaring at him, and he screamed and walked away. After everyone left the party, I was helping Mom clean up the mess when suddenly she stumbled and I caught her just in time. Mom, are you okay? Yes, just a bit dizzy. Just get me some water, dear. I'll be fine. This was the first time I'd seen my mom look so weak, so the next day I insisted that we go to the doctor. The doctor diagnosed her with tiredness, and when we got back home, I made sure she got rest. I did all the chores and cooked her favorite meal and took it up to her room. I'm really sorry, Iman. I was blind not to see how special you are. And believe me, I'm not saying this because of your fortune. You deserve it. You really are an amazing daughter. Thank you, Mom. I hugged her and I felt at peace because I knew Mom was finally being real with me. But Adam was ruining everyone's peace. He was losing his mind because no one babied him anymore. One day, he threw out all the food from the fridge so we had nothing to eat. Another time, I found out he'd thrown all my clothes out the window. And then one night, I just lost it when I found all the kitchen garbage on my bed. My parents were so angry, but their scolding had no effect on Adam. He just looked at them blankly and then started laughing like a psycho. Soon after, it was time for our final high school results, and I had passed with flying colors, while Adam had failed. He would have to repeat the 11th grade. Dad just flung his report card to the side and turned to me. I'm so proud of you, Iman. Of course, we already knew what to expect from you. You have never disappointed us. Now come outside for your graduation present. Mom looked really excited too, and I nearly screamed when I saw that it was a brand new car. But then I caught a look on Adam's face, and he looked stunned. Instead of getting angry, he just walked off silently, and I felt kind of bad for him. Dad, maybe you should get Adam a car too. He's older than me, and I'm sure he already feels pretty low about staying back in high school. Then he shouldn't have been such a fool. You're too kind to think about your brother, Iman. Don't waste your thoughts on him. Later that night, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, I suddenly smelled smoke. It seemed to be coming from outside. And when I looked out the window, I screamed. Adam was laughing like a mad person next to my car, which was on fire. Mom! Dad! You've got to come out! Now! As we all ran out, Dad started yelling at Adam. Adam, have you completely lost your mind? You bought her a car because she deserves it. He went totally bonkers after that and started pouring petrol all over the house. I'll show you. I'll show all of you. If I get nothing, then nobody will. Please, just stop it. Why are you doing this, Adam? You know why. All you care about is stupid Iman. Oh, she's so smart. Oh, she's the best. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm the firstborn here, and I'm your son. What I want should matter most.
You're such a brat, Adam. You're just getting a taste of what I felt like all my life. And it hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, shut up, Iman. You're just a stupid girl who came along and stole Dad's heart. He loved you more than me, and I had to live with that all my life. And now you've got Mom on your side, too?
Well, you chose to be a horrible brother and son. And if no one's on your side now, it's your own fault. You've ruined everything for yourself with your stupid, jealous heart. Just then, Adam lit the match. But before he could do any damage, my uncle suddenly appeared. He was a cop and Dad had called him, and he'd come with his team to take Adam away. As we watched him leave, Mom suddenly broke down.
This is all my fault. I made him believe he was more important being the son, and I spoiled him. Or maybe it's my fault. I never made him feel like I loved him enough.
Mom, Dad, you both made mistakes with me and Adam, but it's not all your fault. Adam needs help, and hopefully he'll get it now and be better.
I don't know how you got to be so wise, Iman. I want to be better too, starting with you. I hope you can really forgive me for all those years.
Mom, trust me, I already have. Mom, I'm your daughter. How can you forget about me? Mom just ignored me and said, "Thank you so much, Mrs. Arnstein, and sorry I kept you waiting so long. Hi, I'm Emma, and I want to grow up to be the world's best ballet dancer, but my crazy parents have made it really hard for me. We used to do a lot of things together, but they don't even come to see me perform anymore. Dad is almost always out of town on business. Mom's usually poring over work files till late at night. The next day, I had a really big performance. I was the star of the show. As my name was called and I received a standing ovation, I looked up and searched for my mom's face in the crowd, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Yeah, no surprise. I wish you could see how good I'd become. Mom had asked my friend's mom to drop me home. I walked into an empty house and found a note on the kitchen table. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it, sweetheart. I had a very important meeting. I'm sure you were amazing, Mom." Yeah, thanks for the support, Mom. The day after, at school, my teacher walked up to me and told me to go to the principal's office. To my horror, the principal told me that my mom was in a coma. She was completely fine this morning. How had my life changed so much in a couple of hours? Fiona, my mom's friend, said she was showing no signs of improvement, and all we could do was take her back home and pray for a miracle. She would come around for a daily checkup, and we got a nurse. Dad told me to focus on school, but it's not like things were great there either. Miley, the most popular girl in my class, just seemed to hate me for some reason. She was always making comments about how stupid being a ballet dancer was. Who even watches ballet these days? My grandma, probably. Or something like, "Aw, why aren't you wearing your silly tutu today? It matches your lame personality." Jeez, I don't even know how Brian could be with someone like her. I went to the game to distract myself from everything happening at home, and just my luck, the only empty seat was next to Brian. "You can't sit here. This seat's taken. It's for my popcorn. Don't be silly, babe. It's all yours, Emma." I tried to focus on the game and ignore how Miley was just all over him. But then suddenly, I saw the faces on the big screen. It was me and Brian. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Brian turned to me, looking a bit uncertain, but I wasn't letting this moment pass. "Let's give the people what they want, Brian." I pulled him in close and gave him a long, steamy kiss. And the crowd cheered and clapped, and it felt like something straight out of a rom-com. When we broke apart, I saw Miley's face. Oh boy. She stepped closer to me and threw her entire soda in my face. "You'll pay for that, Emma." "Oh, I know, Miley. But it was totally worth it." When I got home, Dad walked into my room. I saw a couple of suitcases behind him. "Seriously? You're off having fun watching games while your mom's a vegetable, and I'm left to deal with this all day?" I was about to deny it, but I realized I was still wearing that stupid baseball cap. "Just leave me alone, Dad. Listen, I need to tell you something. I met this woman a couple of years ago. I'm in love with her, Em. I can't live without her. And she won't wait anymore, so I have to go." "What? And you can live without me and Mom? How could you even just leave us like this?"
I'm sorry. And like that, he was gone. As I sat next to Mom's bed that night, I felt really blue. So I started watching a video on my favorite channel, My Story Animated. It was about a girl whose mom woke up from a coma after 15 years to get revenge. I really hoped my mom would wake up much sooner. Before I could watch part 2, I suddenly saw Mom's hand move. Mom? Mom! She asked me what had happened and where Dad was. I quickly lied that he had to go away for work and called up Fiona. She was amazed to see Mom's miraculous recovery. As I walked away to my room, I wondered how I could possibly break the truth to Mom. Sweetie, how long did Dad say he'd be away? Most of his stuff is gone. When I went to her room, I could see Mom going through the empty closet and drawers. Shouldn't you be in bed, Mom? I feel just fine. Where did Dad go, Emma? She sat down on the bed in a trance as I told her what had happened. Finally, she spoke. Get out. She slammed the door behind me, and I heard her screaming and breaking things. A little while later, I saw her run out of her room, grab her car keys, and leave the house. It looked like a tornado had hit her room. It was bad enough watching Mom cry herself to sleep on the couch every night, but my life was about to get so much worse. The next day at school, I could just feel people looking at me and whispering. I soon discovered why. There were posters of me and Brian kissing at the game everywhere, but that wasn't all. Girls, hide your boys, hide your men. The ugly-footed ballerina is after them. OMG. She had stepped way over the line. She wasn't going to get away with this. I couldn't even be here right now. I picked up my bag and headed home. I needed to cool off and plan my revenge. Wow, Mom wasn't on the couch. I found her in her room, packing all her things. What are you doing, Mom? Can't you see? Go pack your stuff too. We're leaving town. I can't bear to be in this house anymore. My head was spinning. I've asked my firm to give me a job transfer, and they've agreed. And don't you dare tell your dad anything. I don't want to see him till the day I die. My parents didn't care how their choices affected my life. It was so easy for Dad to leave me. And it was so easy for Mom to make me leave my home, my school, my friends, ballet, everything. I hated them both. One day, Mom called me to her room and handed me a letter. I enrolled you in ballet class before we even moved here. This place has a great dance academy. I don't want you to give up on your dream, Em. I burst into tears and hugged her tight. Tying my shoes, I felt my heart race with joy. This was my happy place. The teacher asked me to perform a segment from the famous Swan Lake so she could judge my skill level. I knew that one well. As the music started, I was transported to another world. When I stopped dancing, I saw everyone's mouths were open wide. The teacher stood in shock before she started clapping, and the rest followed. She said I was amazing and that she would be so honored to teach me. Suddenly, I found myself falling flat on my face. I looked up to see a girl who had introduced herself as Angela, smiling down on me and lending a hand. As she pulled me up, she whispered in my ear, "I'm the best here. Don't even think of messing anything up for me." I was shocked. Had this psycho just tripped me? She'd looked so nice, but she sounded crazy. I couldn't wait to tell Josh all about it on our date tonight. I'd had a crush on Josh and his dimples almost right after we'd moved here. And he'd just walked up to me the other day and asked if I'd go to watch a movie with him. Just as I was having one final look at myself in the mirror, I heard the door open downstairs, and Mom was talking to Josh. Sorry, wrong house. My daughter isn't allowed to date boys. Before I could even get a word in, she had slammed the door in his face. Mom, are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you know all boys are jerks who will dump you as soon as they see another pretty thing walking by? Josh isn't like that. Oh, that's what I thought about your dad. They're all like that, sweetheart. You're better off dating girls, really. I don't like girls. I don't care. You're grounded. And this was basically my dating life for the next few years. It involved a lot of sneaking out and getting my best friend Stacy to cover for me. Mom was hard to shake off though. She turned up to my last date and told my boyfriend that I was a gold digger who was only dating him because he was rich. My prom date backed out at the last minute because apparently Mom had told him that I was gay. I had to do well at my audition. That was the only way I was getting a dance scholarship and my ticket out of here. As I fastened my shoes and got up to leave, I found that the dressing room door was locked. OMG, the judges were waiting for me outside. I screamed and banged on the door like a crazy person, and luckily a janitor heard me and let me out.
I went running to the stage, and those faces did not look happy that I'd kept them waiting. My heart was pounding, but I started to feel calm as the music started. I could do this. I poured my heart and soul into it. I made the perfect jump, and then suddenly, the music died. I looked around in horror. This couldn't be happening. I saw Angela sitting at the back of the theater. "Miss, we don't have time for this. We're all familiar with that piece. Can you just continue without the music?" I closed my eyes for a few seconds. All I could see was my dad leaving and my mom crying and Miley's posters and Angela's smirk. I'd worked too hard and long to let anything stop me now. I breathed out and nodded. I could do this. When I was done, I just covered my face with my hands. Suddenly, I heard clapping and saw all 4 judges standing up, smiling at me. Was I dreaming? Just then, Angela came running to the front and started screaming and tearing the judges' score sheets. I got the scholarship to the dance school of my dreams. It was so good to see Mom so happy and finally proud of me. Stacy and I were cycling one summer morning when a car came speeding right at us. We quickly swerved and it missed us, but I fell down and the cycle on me. Ow, Stacy, my ankle really hurts. She stopped a car and we hitched a ride to the hospital. My ankle was swelling up and I was freaking out. Just then, a doctor walked in. "So, what do we have here?" I looked up and instantly forgot my words because the doctor was so handsome. The cycle fell. I fell, the cycle fell on me, and something happened to, my ankle." He smiled and inspected my foot. I was pretty sure he could feel my pulse through it. "It looks like a pretty bad sprain. I'm going to need you to come and see me again in a week. Why are your toes bruised?" "I'm a ballet dancer." He looked really intrigued. He said he absolutely loved ballet, and we started talking about our favorite performances. Obviously, Mom was great at wrecking all signs of happiness. She went berserk when I made it back home and showed her my ankle. The doctor said it's going to be just fine, Mom. Before I knew it, James had asked me out, and I was over the moon. I found myself falling in love with him at a dangerous pace. But one day, I got a call from Fiona, and she told me my mom was in a coma again. No, this couldn't be happening. James rushed over as soon as I texted him. "Babe, I've been trying to call you for days. Was your mom unwell all this time?" I wiped my tears away and exhaled. Oh boy, here goes. That's not why I didn't answer. "James, I'm pregnant." "You're what?" We both turned around in shock to see Mom sitting up, looking like she was having a heart attack. "What on earth, Mom?" I knew something was up, and I had to find out. I was right, you idiot. "You've got my daughter pregnant?" "Mom, no. Wait, you faked a coma? What about all those years ago?" That was to deal with another piece of garbage. I heard him talking to that woman and saying he was going to leave me. As I stood there in shock, James looked at me and said he would talk to me later. "No, you come back here." But before Mom could even get up, James was long gone. I couldn't even look at her. She didn't even care about what she and Dad had put me through. And she was still doing it. When I went back home in the evening, the last thing I wanted to do was deal with Mom. "So, what is the doctor prescribed now?" He says he's too young and has his career to think about. He can't take responsibility for a child. He broke up with me. Mom stood furious. His career? His career? And what about yours, huh? What about your ballet? I warned you, and I told you again and again. For once, Mom, just shut up. There was a stunned silence. Do you care at all about how I feel? Or do you just care about being right? Well, congratulations, Mom. You're right. All men are evil. And now I'm heartbroken, and I'm having a baby all alone, and I'll never do ballet again. Suddenly, I felt Mom pull me into a hug. "No, you're going to that school. We will defer your admission by a year. But what about the baby? I'll raise the baby while you're away. You're not giving up after all your hard work. You're going to make me and your child really proud." Fast forward 9 months, and I had a beautiful baby girl, Ella. I couldn't get over how perfect she was. I cried as I sat in my dorm, hundreds of miles away. This was harder than I'd ever thought it would be. Would she hate me for leaving her? I just had to pull myself together. I wanted my daughter to know one day that I'd tried my best to be everything I could possibly be.
Break a leg, babe.
Kevin kissed me on the cheek minutes before I went onto the stage. We'd met a year ago on the set of a ballet show. He had recently asked me to marry him, and of course, I'd said yes. He was my best friend, and I couldn't wait to introduce him to Mom and Ella. A few months later, I was back home with Kevin, and we were discussing our plans to move to New York. I had landed a role in a major ballet production. Come with us, Mom. I'm happy here, sweetheart, but I can't wait to come and see you. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I froze in shock. James, what the heck are you doing here?
Emma, I've missed you so much. What's going on here?
You! James' eyes froze on Ella.
Is that my baby girl?
I was furious. How dare he?
Listen, Emma, I made a mistake. I promise I will make it up to you, and we can be a family.
Get out of my house and my life, James. I'm getting married, and I will never let you be a part of Ella's life. You didn't deserve me, and you certainly don't deserve her. James looked furious, but he turned around abruptly and left. That felt so good. I moved to New York with my family and gained fame quickly. The president himself came to see me at the opening of my latest show, and he asked to meet me later. I was stunned when he said he would be honored if I represented my country in the Olympics. I travel all over the world now, thanks to my amazing husband and mom, who've supported me all these years. And Ella couldn't be prouder of her mom. I can't wait to see the amazing person she grows up to be and the things she does. And I will always support her.
I was getting ready to leave for a crazy party at my friend's house when Mom barged into my room and declared, "Mia, we're moving tomorrow." I was devastated. Because of her job as a supermodel, we moved and traveled a lot. But she'd promised we'd stay here till I finished high school. I tried to argue, but she had an even bigger bomb ready. "Say your goodbyes to everyone tonight. We're heading for my hometown tomorrow morning." When I heard that, I nearly passed out. Her dull, boring hometown? It was one thing to travel from New York to Paris or Switzerland, like we had in the last 15 years, but her hometown? That was taking things too far. Hi, I'm Mia, and I have the perfect life. A famous supermodel mom, endless traveling, crazy shopping sprees, and 400 pairs of shoes. But then one day, my mom decided to move back to her hometown. The day we moved back, it was as if the entire town had come to see my mom. Not that 100 people is a big crowd, but boy, was it awkward. Everybody was awestruck at seeing Mom. And me too, because apparently no one knew Mom had a kid. A few hours later, as I was checking out the town, I heard someone talking about Mom. One of the women talking said that Mom had left 15 years ago. The woman said, "I hear her girl is 15 too. You know what that means? Her father must be from here." I was shocked. Mom had never told me about my dad and has always said she was both my parents. I had to ask her. At home, Mom was unpacking boxes in the lounge. "Is that why we're here? To find my dad? Is he here? Have you seen him? Does he know I'm here?" But what my mom said left me horrified. "You will not be meeting him. I'll make sure of that." I tried to ask her why, but she just said that she was my dad. She said she'd raised me alone and we didn't need anyone else now. I begged to differ. I needed a dad. My dad. Just get ready for school tomorrow. Like hell I would. I was on a mission to find my dad. I couldn't stop wondering who he was and if he missed me. As I sat in my first class the next day, everyone was staring at me. The girls kept giving me jealous looks, and 3 guys had already asked me out. Small towns were so boring. I was like a shiny new toy. But I was soon to be very not bored. You see, as soon as my teacher, Mr. Jason, came into the room, he took one look at me and screamed, "Joanne?" Joanne was my mom's name. I told him that we had moved back yesterday. His eyes widened. "Joanne is back? And she has a 15-year-old daughter? That's what I just said." Immediately, he turned around and left the room. That was so weird. A girl behind me laughed and said, "Awkward. No one really likes you or your mom around here." I was furious. I didn't even know this girl. But before I could reply, someone else cut in. "Cut it out. You're just jealous because she and her mom are so pretty." I blushed and looked at the boy who said that. He was a cute, brown-haired boy. The way he looked at me gave me butterflies. After school, I was about to leave when Mr. Jason ran up to me. He pushed a huge teddy bear and a packet of candy into my arms and said, "Take these! Did your mom tell you I'm your dad? Is that why you're in my class? How could she hide you from me?" As he left, sniffling, I stared after him in shock. What was he talking about? Just then, a guy ran up to me and said, "Hey, sweetie, want to go on a date with me? You're the prettiest girl in this school, ever." Another shoved him aside and said, Dream on, loser. She's going on a date with me first. Suddenly, the boy from class came over to me and said, "Stop it, guys. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable?" And he sent them away. I thanked him, and he introduced himself as Aaron. "Do you maybe want to hang out with me? We can watch a movie?" My heart fluttered. Sure. We had just walked up to his door when his next-door neighbor, who was mowing the lawn, screamed. He was staring at me and looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Joanne?" Okay, this was so annoying. Did I look old enough to be in my 30s? Aaron told this guy, Tom, that I was Joanne's daughter. To my shock, he ran over to hug me. I felt so embarrassed when he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I never knew. How could she hide this from me? It's so cruel." I gasped. What was he trying to say? Were you Mom's best friend? Could you help me find my dad? Your dad? If you're 15, I'm sure I'm your dad. She didn't even tell you? I want to talk to her. Where is she? Before I could say anything, though, Tom ran back to his house, leaving the two of us alone. Then Aaron said, "Wow, that was weird. They must have been real good friends." Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. Do you maybe want to get some ice cream now? I was barely listening. Both Mr. Jason and Tom had acted so weird and emotional seeing me. They both thought I was their daughter. At home, I wasn't surprised to see Mom had visitors. I could hear yelling and ran inside to see Tom and Mr. Jason fighting. My mom was trying to break them apart, but they weren't listening to her. I grabbed a plate and smashed it. The sound made them all freeze. What in the world is going on? Immediately, both the men dashed towards me. And, I kid you not, both were crying. Tom yelled, "My daughter!" Mr. Jason jumped in. "What do you mean your daughter? She's my daughter!" I looked in shock at both the men and then at Mom. "You want to tell me what's going on, Mom?" Before Mom could say anything, Mr. Jason said, "Before your mom left town, we were dating, so clearly you're my daughter." But then Tom cut in. "After this moron cheated on her and broke her heart, she dated me in secret for a month. We were best friends, and then she got scared and ran away, I think." I was taken aback while Mom lazily yawned and said even Tom had cheated on her. So since both the men had broken her heart, she would never tell them whose daughter I was. Tom looked hurt and immediately began to grovel for forgiveness. He said Mom was his only true love. He said he'd never dated anyone after her. This was so weird. Mom, I need to know who my dad is. I'm the only father you've ever had, Mia. Just accept it. I came here to show both these losers I didn't need anyone to make it big and raise my little girl. Oh yeah? So what about me, huh? I need to know. For a minute, she looked upset, like she never thought I would want to know. Then she smiled and said, "Just pick one. Whoever you want as your dad. Pick him." All three of us looked shocked, but Mom clearly considered the conversation over and left the room. Both men turned to me. The way they looked at me made me panic. Uh-oh. I turned and ran out. I didn't want to be dealing with this right now. Unexpectedly, having two dads wasn't all that bad at first. Both of them were clearly still in love with Mom and were desperate to win me over. So the next few weeks were amazing. Mr. Jason treated me like I owned the school. He was passing me in every class, and none of the rules applied to me. Everyone was so jealous. I was showered with the strangest gifts. Mr. Jason would get me candy and dolls like I was a kid, while Tom got me all of Mom's favorite music and movies. I wasn't complaining though. I did enjoy the attention and gifts and money. Oh boy. There was a lot of money, but sometimes I didn't feel so sure. It seemed like both these guys were just really in love with Mom and wouldn't stop asking me to praise them in front of her. The worst part was when every day Mr. Jason and Tom showed up at our house wanting to walk me to school. I kept telling them that I wouldn't let either of them walk me. There was no way on earth I could show up to school with my teacher and my crush's neighbor. The girls would give me hell. One day, Mr. Jason showed up with a huge doll and more candy. "Tell your mom I gave these to you, okay, kiddo?" Ugh. I pushed it back into his hands. I'm 15, not 5. Tom pushed $50 into my hand. "Yes, take this instead. Youngsters need money. They don't play with dolls." Gee, thanks. Would you tell Mom if I skip school today? No. I mean, I can be the fun parent. I grinned at him, and he looked like he'd won the lottery. Uh-oh. I didn't want him to think I'd chosen him. Not so soon, anyway. Thanks, bye! I turned and ran. Thankfully, I could outrun them both, and I knew exactly where to go. Just outside the arcade, though, I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! The man saw the money in my hand and looked at me suspiciously. "Who are you running from, kid? Did you steal that?" Excuse me? What did he think I was, a beggar? I told him to butt out of my business and tried to walk past him. But then I felt a hard tug on my back. He was holding me back. "Shouldn't you be in school?" "What are you, my dad?" He said this part of town was dangerous and I shouldn't be here alone. "Listen, mister, I'm not here to commit a crime. I'm just going to play some arcade games, so excuse me." He looked around and then sighed. "Fine. I'll come and watch over you." I was stunned. Was he some kind of creepy pervert? He seemed normal enough, but why did he seem so concerned? It made me feel weird. Are you like Father Teresa of this neighborhood or something? No, kiddo. You remind me of someone. The next few hours were great. The guy, Steve, played games with me and even got me ice cream. Best of all, he said he paid for it all. I had a great time and got $50. Then he said he'd walk me home. That made me panic. There's no way. If Mom saw me skipping school with a stranger, she'd flip. He looked at me thoughtfully and said he wouldn't tell her if I promised never to skip again. Okay, I won't tell your mom if you can solve this riddle. How can you make the number 1 disappear? Ha! I knew this one. Add the letter G and it's gone. That was quick. You're a smart one, aren't you? Yeah. Mom was always making me guess stupid riddles. Now, goodbye, Dad. When I got home, Mom came running and yelled, "Just where were you, young lady?" She and Mr. Jason were on the stairs. Jason had snitched. I was dead meat. Do you know how worried I was? I had to tell your mom you skipped the whole day of school. Somehow when he said that, I got really angry. I knew he was really just trying to get close to Mom. Listen, you're not my dad, okay? You're just trying to score points with her by ratting me out. Oh no, my child, that's not. But I wasn't going to listen. I went to my room and slammed the door while Mom yelled, "You're grounded forever, Missy!" So annoying. Just then, there was a knock on the window. I gasped. This was the 2nd floor. I went to check and found Aaron downstairs. He was jumping up and down as he said, "There's a party tonight. Tom said you might be grounded, so I should ask you like this." I was psyched. Tom was the chillest. I climbed down from the window using the tree right next to it. Wow, you look amazing. I couldn't help but laugh. But then I found myself telling Aaron the thought that had been in my mind all these weeks. Tom is great, and Mr. Jason is really in love with Mom, but I don't think I want either of them to be my dad. I don't feel it. Suddenly, Aaron pulled me in for a hug and kissed me. Don't let anyone manipulate you. You'll know if it's your dad. You'll always know. My heart melted. Aaron really was the sweetest. I was glad he asked me to the party. Aaron and I had a great time. The girl from the first day looked like she was going to cry an ocean when she saw me walk in with Aaron. I grinned at her. Aaron hadn't even noticed her. We hadn't been dancing for long when the door flew open and Mom barged in. Oh no. Mia? Where are you, Mia? I tried to duck under the table, but Tom spotted me and ruined everything. She's there. I see her, darling. He really did me dirty. As Mom dragged me out of the room, I saw the girls laughing at me. Outside, I pulled away from Mom. Stop it, Mom! She yelled at me, right on the road. No, you cut it out. I've never seen a more troublesome, annoying girl. Before I could reply, someone cut in and said, Really? Because I might have, Joanne. It was Steve. But when Mom turned to look at him, it was like she'd seen a ghost. The color drained from her face. Steve? The one and only. I knew that kid was familiar. Fancy her being yours. I was thrilled to see him and ran up to him. I said, You know my mom? He seemed so happy to see her. But Mom's reaction seemed odd. She grabbed my arm and pulled me away, saying, Enough. Let's go home. Both Steve and I were shocked. He tried to talk to her, but all she said was, Stay away from me, Steve. And stay away from my daughter. Not until you tell me why you did it. Why did you just run away? And why are you back now, huh? She yelled back that there was nothing between them. Then Steve said, Nothing? That's a lie and you know it. You didn't even come to meet me. Come on, Mia. We're leaving for Paris tomorrow. I yelled, What? No, I'm not going anywhere. Steve jumped in front of Mom and said, You're not going anywhere till you tell me why you just disappeared. I was in a terrible accident and was unconscious for 2 days. And when I woke up, I couldn't find you anywhere. You'd even changed your number. Mom shouted back, Don't lie. You stood me up, just like the other two. I was going to propose that night. Mom started shaking, and that's when Steve took out a chain he was wearing. On it was a ring. You... what? Of course. We were in love, and you said you had some great news for me. What was it? Mom could barely speak. The news, it was... She looked at me, and then at him, and for a moment, I thought she was joking. Steve was my dad! Mom said, I didn't know you'd still be here. I thought I hated you, but I still wanted Mia to see her father's town before I took her to Paris forever. To think I would have just left without ever knowing the truth. Steve hugged Mom and wiped away her tears. Then he turned to me. Come here, kiddo. Give your old man a hug. It's long overdue. As I ran to hug him, I realized in my heart I'd always known it was him. From the first time I'd met him, like Aaron had said, I'd just known. Suddenly, Tom joined our hug, saying, I'm still your best friend. Hug me too, guys.
Did you know you have the superpower to change the character of a person? If you want to know how, you have to like and subscribe to this video, because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, I'm Annie. When I started basic school, I hardly ever talked to anyone. I was so shy and quiet that some of my classmates thought I was a dummy. My kindergarten teacher even told my parents to take me to a doctor and find out what was wrong with me. But Dad completely lost his temper with her.
Are you dumb? She is too beautiful for there to be anything wrong with her. Why don't you save your advice for some other real dumb kid?
But no matter what, my shyness just didn't go away. I didn't talk much to my classmates, and they thought I was a snob. As if. Once when I was in the 1st grade, some of my classmates asked me to share my candy with them, but I just stared back at them and didn't reply. Who do you think you are, you dumb girl? I said give us candy. I didn't say a word and started walking away. They got angrier and circled me. Suddenly I opened my mouth and let out an ear-splitting scream. They were so shocked to actually hear my voice that they just stood there stupidly, and I managed to escape. But at home, I was a completely different person. I was super chatty and an awesome storyteller. In fact, sometimes my parents begged me to stop talking because I was giving them headaches. Once I kept them awake all night telling them a story I had in my mind about some princess. And because I didn't know how to write well, they spent all night writing it for me. It ended up about 90 pages long.
I will do this every night, sweetheart. I can't believe I have such a beautiful daughter in my life.
Dad just worshipped me because I was pretty. Mom was different and loved me no matter what. I was still too shy to talk outside my home, but people never stopped trying to become friends with me. And I know why now. It's only because they thought I was cute. But I had to admit, I kind of liked it. When I was in the 3rd grade, one boy threw a piece of paper at me that said, "Your smile makes me happy, but your words make me happier. Can I hear them?" I blushed, and from that moment, I tried to talk more. So I made new friends and also started taking part in different school activities, but still without talking much. When I was in the 8th grade, my parents helped me publish my first short novel. But it was a failure and people didn't like it. I got sad. Dad didn't take it well and sued the publishers, saying it was their fault. But of course, he lost the case, and I decided to take a break from writing. Until one morning, when our class teacher walked into the classroom with a tall, athletic boy. It really looked like the boy wasn't too happy to join us. "Everyone, welcome your new classmate, Peter." Peter had a deep frown and a stupid smile at the same time. He had this funny Grinch face. The teacher told Peter to take a seat right next to me, and I gave him a friendly smile.
That's the ugliest smile I've ever seen. Have you heard of toothpaste? I can buy it for you if you don't have money. You can pay me back, maybe with a kiss?
Oh, wow. I was about to respond when the teacher started the lesson. It was a French lesson, and he looked completely blank. "Hey, do you need any help?"
From you? You don't look very smart, and I don't need help from a girl when I can use Google Translate on my phone, so buzz off.
What a jerk. The next day when the teacher returned the assignments, Peter looked really angry to see a big F on his.
What kind of dumb school is this? How can Google be wrong?
I took a look at his paper and burst out laughing. "That's not even French, you idiot. You translated the whole thing to Spanish." He crumpled up his assignment into a ball and threw it at my face, but I couldn't stop laughing. Boy, how could someone be this stupid? I figured out soon enough that Peter wasn't interested in learning or making friends. Eventually, the whole school realized that Peter was just interested in bullying others. Sometimes he would snatch students' lunch and threaten to beat them if they reported him. I was one of those unlucky students. But after the 3rd time he did it, I reported him to the principal, and he was put in detention. When Peter returned from detention, he looked straight into my eyes.
"You are going to pay for this."
"Well, you should know your limits. If you ever try to bother me again, I swear you will regret it, and I might even tell Dad."
Aw, Daddy's daughter, look at me. I'm so scared. Oh, Mommy, hug me.
Once he tried to knock my books out of my hands when suddenly a bunch of boys behind him came and said,
"Dude, why are you being like this with a pretty girl like her?"
"Wait, what? So if I wasn't pretty, that would be okay?"
"Well, pretty girls deserve special treatment, you know? So now we're all here to stop him. He can't annoy pretty girls."
"Well, thanks for your caring, but girls can defend themselves." And I pushed through them and left.
Told you guys, girls are crazy, especially the pretty ones. Now get lost, all of you, or else.
This Peter did whatever he wanted. It seemed he wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the principal. I really hated him. One rainy day, Peter came to school completely drenched, and it seemed like he'd fallen sick. He was shivering nonstop, and the principal said he'd call his parents to take him home. But to everyone's surprise, Peter screamed,
No, I'm fine. I don't want to go home. Please let me stay. You have to go home and rest. Pfft, no, I don't. I could run a marathon right now. Just some water and I'll be good to go.
With that, he picked up the glass with his trembling hands and suddenly dropped it all over my assignment. Later at recess, I found him huddled on the bleachers and he was hugging a worn-out teddy bear. Dude, is that a stuffed toy?
Don't insult Mr. Smith.
Oh, he has a name? Is he like your little baby? Is he adopted or did you give birth to him?
Shut up! Can't you leave me alone?
You're sick and you need to go home.
You look much prettier when you're quiet. Now stop acting like you care.
Ugh, why do you have to be like this? I'm trying to be nice.
Who asked you? Mind your own business.
As soon as he was fine, he went right back to being the jerk he always was. I started writing about him in my notebook. Peter was such an interesting person for a villain. I couldn't believe that having someone as horrible as him in my life was actually making me want to get back to writing. One day when I was leaving the cafeteria, Peter blocked my way and demanded that I give him my lunch. We're not in kindergarten, idiot, and I ate it. And I'm not afraid of you. Now shoo. As I walked past him, he suddenly pulled at my bag and everything spilled out. A couple of boys immediately ran over to help me and I gathered my stuff and left angrily. What an immature jerk. When I went home, I found out that my notebook was missing. I rushed straight to the locker the next morning and was going through all my stuff frantically when I heard Peter behind me.
Looking for this?
Give that back, you jerk! He threw it at me, giving me that stupid smile of his.
Got what I needed.
And with that, he walked away. I had no idea what he was up to, but I found out soon enough. Later that day, the whole school was gathered in the gym for a lecture on fire safety. As we stood waiting around for it to start, suddenly Peter jumped onto the stage and tapped the mic for everyone's attention.
While we are all gathered here to talk about our safety in school, I just want to say, I don't feel safe at all. How can I when I have a stalker right here?
Oh, no. Just then the large screen behind him flickered and images from my notebook showed up. As the sketches and the things I'd written about him flashed on the screen, I wanted to disappear.
And it's none other than the girl everyone adores, Annie. She's obsessed with me. Guess just 'cause you're pretty on the outside doesn't mean you can't be a total creep inside. So everyone be careful. You might wake up someday to find yourself a villain in her novel. She's cuckoo.
As everyone's eyes turned to me, I could feel panic rise in my chest.
But it's okay, sweetie. I can still be your boyfriend. Want to hang out sometime?
As I ran out of the gym, I turned around and said, "You're bad. I hate you." As I walked into the school the next day, my legs were trembling. I just stared down at my feet as I entered the classroom. The lesson started, and when the teacher asked me to read my essay out loud, I just looked down and shook my head. Just as everyone was leaving for the cafeteria, Peter hung back.
Hey, Annie, are you okay? If this is about the gym thing, everyone knows it was just a harmless joke.
I just stared at him silently with angry tears, and I threw my lunch at his face and walked out of the school. This time he didn't respond and looked a bit guilty. Peter didn't come to school the next few days. I don't know why, but I actually felt worried. One day he finally showed up. "Hey, I still don't like you, but I made sure to make notes for you when you came back. And no, girls aren't dumb. We can be emotional sometimes, and that's something we're proud of." Just then, to my shock, Peter broke down and started to cry.
"Annie, I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm this way. I just act out because of things going on in my own life."
Then he told me about his family, how his mother had passed away when he was 6 and he was left all by himself with his stepdad.
"He's mean and stupid and doesn't even take care of me. And one day when I'm old enough, I'm going to punch him in the face."
I finally saw why Peter was like that. He was just a frustrated kid who needed help. Next day during lunch, Peter jumped on one of the tables and announced something. Everyone got quiet and listened to him.
"Hey everyone, I'm just here to apologize for everything I did to all of you. I still think some of you are weird and I don't like most of you, but that didn't give me the right to treat anyone like that. So, as they say in French, lo siento."
Dude, that's Spanish. Just get down. Everyone burst into laughter and Peter gave me a hug.
"Thank you for lighting up my life. I promise I will become a better person." No, not really. Only under one condition. Make me the irresistible, handsome, great hero in your novel.
Helping Peter become a better person is my greatest achievement. Now he is a medical doctor with a beautiful wife, and he named his child Annie, after me. And me, I'm a writer now.
Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe.
I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought. Is that a monkey's butt, Mom? Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it. I don't think anyone will. Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made. Mom, we were going crazy looking for you. Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again.
I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things? I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax. No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving.
What? No! Dad, wait! Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened?
The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent.
But I thought you got a salary.
Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself.
Can't you ask for an advance at your job?
Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing.
You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies.
This is not stupid. This is my dream.
And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, a can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head. This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you. Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too? The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi. I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone. Then don't stand in the way, ugly face. Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my god, a kidnapper? I'm here for the babysitting job? Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them that could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato. You help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not. Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay on my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence.
Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here.
Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill.
What special place?
How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it.
Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job.
Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around Mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls, but they were just horrible. They'd burn my assignments, super glue my chair, and one time, they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic.
He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday.
Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting.
I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down.
You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up.
That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you.
Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding Mom and Dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me.
Now that you're here, you need to understand two things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in.
I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad?
No, he's always busy.
Oh, okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom, and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way.
Sorry doesn't heal anything.
Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready.
Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner, or you'll starve the night.
What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald. She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement. Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there.
She can't hear you.
The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl. You scared the bejesus out of me.
Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid.
Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there.
It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her.
Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself. That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before? It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her. I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade. Monica! Oh my god, are you okay? What happened? I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere. Hold on, where's Emerald? The two of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement. I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry. As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do? Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow, that's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe.
Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother.
You stuck around, and that's all that matters.
I promise, I'll be better.
And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica!
I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already.
It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up. Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you. I'm counting on that. Brianna waited impatiently in the cinema parking lot. Her date was 40 minutes late. Just as she was about to leave, the car door pulled open without warning.
Whoa, gotcha! Are you a clumsy dummy, or did you plan this to fall into my arms?
How would I plan? Never mind. We probably missed half the movie, Elijah.
I booked a hall just for us. The movie starts when I say it starts, babe.
Once the lights went off, Brianna turned pale. The Ring? I told you, I hate horror movies.
But you don't know what you're missing. You're gonna love it, sweet cheeks. Trust me.
Brianna cringed as she watched with eyes half closed, and at one point, she screamed and jumped off her seat. That's it. I'm leaving.
You call yourself an actress, but you can't appreciate this masterpiece? You're such a baby.
And you're such a jerk. I don't know why I agreed to this.
Want me to call you an ambulance, baby Brianna?
Brianna dumped her popcorn on his head before storming out. And then she walked straight into somebody carrying sodas and fell on her butt.
Brianna, are you okay?
Jeez, can this night get any worse?
Yeah, there are infinite possibilities. You could get struck by lightning, or get robbed, or be kidnapped, or get hit by a bus. Then there are serial killers.
It wasn't really a question, dude. I'm sorry.
I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of this.
Thanks. What's your name?
Wow, you don't even know my name?
Why would I?
I know your name.
Yeah, because I'm, well, famous. What's your excuse?
I'm in your biology class. I joined your school 3 weeks ago.
Brianna was embarrassed. The teacher did introduce some new scholarship kid, but I've hardly noticed him since.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's what I'd expect from someone like you. I'm Charlie. I'll see you around.
He smiled and walked away, and Brianna felt kind of bothered. What did he mean, someone like me? Charlie knew Brianna wasn't kidding about being famous. He had seen some of her TV show on Stargirl. At school, she was surrounded by girls just like her, and guys who changed sports cars faster than clothes.
Of course she hasn't noticed someone like me.
The 3 most popular girls in school chilling at a pool party was a sight to behold. Their leader, Madison, was a rich socialite and model, and her childhood bestie, Amber, was an Instagram influencer who started the weirdest fashion trends. But the most popular right now was Brianna, who'd joined them in 8th grade and shot to fame with her teen TV series. People called them the Barbie Angels because they screamed perfection, but they weren't feeling great lately.
Things are starting to get boring. It's not a challenge to get any of these guys around us, and it's even harder to lose them. I made out with a red-haired model last week, and later my boyfriend found a red hair on my sweater. I said I'd hugged a sad clown on my way home, and he actually believed me. I dumped his stupid butt.
Seriously. I went on a horrible date with Elijah, and he texted me to say he was going to Korea, and we'd go out again once he returned. What made him think that would happen?
Crazy, right? Ugh, even blind guys are drooling over me.
I feel you, girl. Remember my blind stalker who tried to climb my bedroom window, but he fell down and was taken to the hospital? Ugh, so clumsy.
Yeah, what a dummy. Girls, we need to spice things up. I want to find someone really different. Make him fall in love with me, mess around with him, and then dump him. Wouldn't that be fun for us?
OMG, yes. I haven't felt this excited since the 11th Harry Potter book came out.
Just then, something caught Brianna's eye, and she left.
I wasn't even done talking. Amber, do you feel sometimes that she isn't as nice as before and her fame's gone to her head?
Her head does look a bit smaller than usual. Anyway, who cares, Maddie? You've got me. I'm your favorite girl, right?
You know you are, babe.
Brianna had spotted the DJ at the party, and it was Charlie, looking much cuter. Wow, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
What?
I said, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
Brianna, I heard you the first time.
Then why did you say what?
I just meant, what's the surprise?
Oh, well, you're a scholarship student, so I thought you'd be a nerd. Didn't imagine you as a DJ.
Guess you have a limited imagination then.
My imagination's just fine, thanks. In case you didn't know, I co-wrote the series I acted in, the one that's really famous.
That reality show with a bunch of rich girls doing rich things? Yeah, my coworker made me watch a few episodes. I'll have to get your autograph for her sometime. She's a huge fan.
And with that, Charlie switched up the music louder. Every time I speak to him, why do I end up feeling insulted? So annoying. I have just the guy for Project Plaything, Maddie. See the DJ?
His tacky t-shirt. But he's kinda cute. Why him?
He's nothing like the guys we date. He's a scholarship student in my bio class, and he seems unimpressed by everyone at our school, including us.
Well, that's new. I love a good challenge.
The question is, will he buy it? The most popular girl in school suddenly notices him? He might think it's a prank.
We'll just have to make it believable then. Plus, no guy is immune to my charms, Brie Brie. He'll be eating out of my hands in no time.
Like a baby shark.
I don't think it'll be so easy, but I'm looking forward to it. The girl's first move was to get Madison on Charlie's radar and paint her as an angel. So 2 days later, Charlie found Madison walking into the cinema, who he instantly recognized as Brianna's friend, and she had a line of kids behind her.
Hi, could I please have 30 tickets for the new Minion movie? And whatever snacks the kids want.
Are these kids from an orphanage?
Yeah, I volunteer there, and I thought I'd treat them. It's not often that they get to go out, so I want them to have a really good time.
Wow, she doesn't even have a PR team taking pictures.
Charlie led the excited kids into the theater, and as he was leaving, Madison touched his arm.
Wait, you were the DJ at a pool party recently, right?
Right. I also go to your school.
How did I not know that?
Oh, don't beat yourself up. I'm super easy to miss. I'm like a pigeon in a school of peacocks, but I prefer my own company anyway. It's the best.
I'm sure it is. Well, thanks for your help today.
Madison kissed him on the cheek, and Charlie smiled awkwardly before running off.
Was the most popular girl in school just flirting with me? Nah, she probably flirts with everybody.
Later, Maddie called the others to update them. Do you think he bought your act?
Of course. I'm beginning to think I'm a better actress than you are, and this is gonna be a lot easier than I thought.
The next day, when Madison walked into the cafeteria, she spotted Charlie in a corner, and his eyes were already on her. She helped a kid with crutches get his lunch and tipped a janitor generously before making her way to Charlie's table.
Hi, do you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Yes, please sit.
I am sitting.
Oh, righto. You want half my sandwich? My grandma made it. The filling is probably this week's leftovers mixed together, and the bread is a bit stale, but it's not bad. I think the gravy she put inside is making it, what's the word I'm looking for? Moist. Yeah, it's moist.
Tempting, but I haven't had bread in years.
Just then, Charlie noticed that half the cafeteria was staring at them.
They're thinking what I'm thinking. What is a beautiful, rich model doing with me? This is clearly a prank. You know, I just remembered. The librarian asked me to feed her fish, and they'll die if I don't do it right now.
Really? Well, I can come with you.
No, I'd rather you didn't, okay? They like their privacy. The fish. They're private people.
She stared at him, and he felt more flustered as he reached for his bag and ended up stepping hard on her toe. He turned to apologize and knocked his sandwich on her clothes.
I am so sorry. So sorry. Gotta run.
And later in the bathroom, as Maddie cleaned up, Brianna and Amber howled.
Will you two stop laughing?
He had to feed the librarian's fish? Girl, that is the lamest thing I have ever heard. He couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, that was so funny too. My grandma made me this gravy sandwich. Yeah, right. His grandma came back from the dead to make him a sandwich.
Maybe his grandma is just alive?
But both my grandmas are dead. Aren't everyone's grandmas dead?
Oh my god, focus! He seemed smitten with me when I took those gross kids to the movies. Why is he running away from me now? Maybe I just make him really nervous.
Or maybe he isn't stupid and he's not buying your sudden interest in him.
Well, you're in the same class with him. Do something.
I'll get the teacher to make me his lab partner tomorrow. Let's see what I can pull off. Charlie just wanted some peace, but the universe literally said no when he got paired up in the lab with Brianna. Are we really gonna open up that frog? There's no way I'm touching that thing. Charlie ignored her and started doing it himself. Oh my god, look at those intestines. Ew, I'm gonna throw up.
Why don't you just stop looking at the frog? It's not like you're helping me.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I have to talk to you about something. I think Madison's really into you. Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. So, I was wondering, what do you think about her?
Brianna, I don't know what you girls are up to, but I don't have time for this. I'm just here to study hard so I can get into a good college, and Madison can literally have any guy. What do girls like you want with a poor nobody like me?
Wow, you just made us sound so arrogant and judgmental, but you've basically written us off without even knowing us.
Look, I didn't mean...
Yeah, you did. You think girls like us wouldn't like a poor guy since we're shallow, right? And yeah, Maddie could have any guy, but maybe she saw something different in you. Trust me, if it was fancy things we wanted, we don't need a guy for that. Charlie felt unsure.
Maddie is beautiful, and she seemed sweet. Maybe I misjudged her.
So, how'd it go?
Brilliantly. I think I've convinced him a bit that you're genuinely into him. We've got to keep the ball rolling. Let's find out more about Charlie's personal life. Madison hired a private investigator and found out that Charlie lived with his grandma. She also found out that he worked in a small club as a DJ on weekends.
We know where we're going tonight.
Oh, please say Tokyo. I've been craving sushi for weeks.
No, to this nightclub, silly. But I'll take you for sushi anywhere after the success of Project Plaything.
Later, when the Barbie Angels walked into the small club, all eyes turned to them, and Charlie was just as surprised. This really wasn't their kind of place.
Once he sees my heart-stopping dance moves, he'll be following me around like a lovesick puppy.
The girls moved to the dance floor and had everyone's attention. As the song ended, Madison walked over to Charlie.
The music here is amazing. You're really talented.
Gee, thanks. Listen, Madison, I've been avoiding you, but I want to say I'm sorry. For that day in the cafeteria, I was such an idiot.
I'll forgive you if you dance with me.
Oh no, there's a reason why I'm in charge of the music. Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't dance, DJ.
Come on, it can't be that bad. Just put a song on and join me.
No, really.
Just then, Maddie lost her balance a little and her drink fell all over the music dashboard. 2 seconds later, it stopped working.
Oh my god, what did you do?
It was an accident.
The system's fried. The club owner's gonna fire me. You came in here just for your fun and games, but this is serious business for me, Madison. Thanks for nothing.
Charlie instantly felt awful as he realized everybody was staring at them, and Madison stood frozen in her spot. Then she burst into tears and ran out. Amber and Brianna ran after Madison to her car, where she lost it.
Who the heck does he think he is?
You're not crying?
Of course not. And it took all my willpower to not claw his eyes out. How dare he humiliate me like that? Oh, once he falls in love with me, I'm gonna squish him like a bug.
That was brilliant. Now he's gonna feel terrible because you didn't even lash out at him. And he'll think you're the sweetest angel on earth. Oh, I underestimated you, Maddie. You're the worst.
I am the worst. And when I'm done with him, he's gonna wish he was dead.
Charlie just couldn't face Madison in school the next day, and after a lot of begging, he finally managed to get her number from Brianna. Little did he know, the girls had decided that Brianna would be the one to talk to him, pretending to be Maddie, because she was the smoothest talker. Charlie felt super nervous as he called her that night. Hello? Hello?
Hi, hello. Hello. Hi. Madison? It's me. Charlie.
What do you want?
Listen, before you hang up, please don't hang up. I'm really, really sorry. I just lost it and you didn't deserve that. And you didn't even scream at me or hit me, which you should have. You still can.
Charlie, I get it. You freaked out. I hope you didn't get fired.
I did. But it's okay. I'll find another gig.
I'm sorry.
Are you for real? Don't say sorry to me. Do you think we could just start over?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Nerd by day, DJ by night, and I get free popcorn once a month at the cinema. You go.
I'm Madison, and I'm a famous model. Also, I've been on a diet since forever, so I don't remember what popcorn tastes like anymore.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
The two ended up talking and laughing for hours, and she kept surprising him. She was funny, well-read, and had great taste in music. It was 4 a.m. when they finally said goodnight. I can't remember the last time I had such a good conversation with someone. The next day, Brianna updated Maddie on everything they'd talked about, but she didn't see Charlie in her biology class. The girls hadn't seen him at recess either, so Brianna sent him a text as Maddie, and he replied, "Grandma broke her hip this morning. I'm at the hospital. If you really want to seal the deal with Charlie, you should go see his grandma."
Ew, I hate old people with their wrinkly skins and their weird smell.
Come on, they're cute. Just be nice to her. Charlie will love it.
Should I really interact with her? I don't think I could be nice to an old woman.
Brianna then thought of a better idea. After 3 days, Charlie's grandma was discharged, but he had one problem, the hospital bill. He decided to talk to the hospital staff about paying in installments, but then they told him that someone had already settled it.
What? Who?
The person had chosen to be anonymous, but Charlie insisted so much that the staff revealed the sender's identity, Madison.
Why did you do it, Madison?
What do you mean?
You paid my grandmom's hospital bill and tried to hide it. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't accept money if I offered it to you, and I made you lose your gig. It's the least I could do. I care about you, Charlie.
You can have any guy you want, Maddie. Why me?
Well, I've dated enough guys from my circle to know they're not very nice people. They're mostly after my money or fame or my parents' influence, and you don't care about any of that. You're like a breath of fresh air. But if you don't feel the same way, I won't hold it against you. Charlie was about to reply when his grandma called him, but he couldn't stop thinking about Maddie.
What she did for me is amazing, but I feel scared about falling for someone like her.
Charlie hadn't come back to school for a week, but he and Brianna had been exchanging texts, as Maddie, of course. She was laughing at a meme he'd just sent when she found Elijah by her locker. Ugh, why is he back?
Just read something funny? Tell me, babe. I love a good joke.
Excuse me?
You were just laughing at your phone? I hope it's a joke and not a boy whose butt I have to kick.
What are you, my dad? Because you're definitely not my boyfriend. Stay out of my business and don't call me babe again.
I've forgiven you for the last tantrum, Bree. Now tell me where you'd like to have our next date.
How do I spell this out for you? There won't be a next...
Brianna, is this guy bothering you?
Charlie, you're back. No, we're done here.
Who's this loser? Did you wander here by mistake from some homeless shelter?
Just leave him alone, Elijah.
Charlie turned around to see Maddie, and his heart skipped a beat.
What happened while I was gone? Since when did you girls start mingling with nobodies like him?
Suddenly, Charlie walked over to Maddie, and he pulled her close.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I've missed you.
And then he kissed her on the lips, and Brianna was even more surprised than Maddie at Charlie's move.
Hi, I'm Emily from Scotland. Ever since I was a kid, I've been sure of two things. I'm adopted, and my parents are big, fat liars. Also, I think I know who my real mom is. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My sisters and I are triplets, except Daisy and Rose have red hair, green eyes, and freckles, just like my parents. But I'm blonde and blue-eyed. I look nothing like my family. On our third birthday, when my parents invited all the neighbors, everyone was staring at me like I was some exotic zoo animal. Wow, she looks like an angel. So different from her sisters. She's gorgeous. Kind of makes up for the other two, eh? Just then, my sisters came charging at me with a ketchup bottle and squirted it all over my head. There, now you look more like us. I also discovered soon that my sisters were super dumb, so we couldn't be related. Once I told them if they buried their pocket money, a whole tree would come out, and they did. Months later, when they said their money wasn't growing, I burst out laughing, and they attacked me. You awful witch! I wish you were our sister. I'm not, you fools. I'm adopted. My parents looked like I'd slapped them. Who taught you that word, Emily? Do you know what it means? Mom, Dad, I read books, and I'm not stupid. Stop reading rubbish. You're our daughter, and that's the truth. But I wasn't buying it. I was always imagining who my real parents might be, and if they'd come for me someday. Someone rich and famous, I hoped. In the 7th grade, I was reading in the lounge one day when my sisters walked in with suitcases. You were right, Emily. You are adopted, and your real mom's here for you. What are you talking about? Haven't you seen the lady who's moved in next door? She looks exactly like you. So take your things and leave. I just ignored those morons. But suddenly, they grabbed me by my arms and legs and threw me out. I was banging furiously on the door when I heard someone behind me. Oh, hello. I'm your new neighbor. When I turned around, we both gasped. Oh my God! This woman did look like me! She was staring at me like I was a ghost. Suddenly, she turned and ran away. What just happened? I had to find out more about her. I tried spying on her with binoculars, but her curtains were always closed. One day, I baked some cookies and took them to her as a welcome present, but no one opened the door. As I was walking away, I saw her looking at me from a window. Was she avoiding me? One evening at the library, I was so lost in my book that I didn't realize it was so late. I started walking home, but as I went further, everything looked unfamiliar. I was feeling a bit lost and scared, when suddenly a toothless woman jumped out of an alley and grabbed my wrist. What a pretty girl you are! Just like me! Let's go home. Let go of me, you mad cow! That's no way to talk to your mother! Just then, an egg came flying out of nowhere and hit the woman in the eye. She yelled in pain, and I turned around to see my neighbor hitting her with more eggs. The crazy woman ran away, cursing us. I thanked my neighbor for saving me, and she said she'd take me home. As we were walking back, she suddenly spoke. I'm sorry I ran away that day. I was just a bit startled because you remind me of someone. I'm Gladys. Just then, Gladys saw the book in my hand, and it turned out she was a huge Shakespeare fan too. She invited me in for dinner, and we talked about books for hours. This woman could totally be my mom. The next night, I'd just fallen asleep when I woke up gasping as water hit my face. Wake up, sleeping moron! The neighbor's here to take you away. Wait, what? I ran downstairs and peeked into the study to find Mom screaming at Gladys. Are you crazy? Emily is our daughter. We don't want you to talk to her. Just stay away from her, lady, or else. Now get out of my house. Gladys ran out in tears, and I was stunned. What weren't they telling me? Could Gladys really be my mom? The next morning at breakfast, as Mom and Dad were acting completely normal, I snapped and pushed my cereal bowl off the table. Are you just gonna keep lying to me forever? Why was Gladys here last night? And what are you hiding? I already know I'm adopted. So why can't you just say it? Is she my mom? You are not adopted! You listen to me, Emily. I don't know what that woman's been telling you, but she is crazy. You are not to go near her ever again. Understood? I kicked my chair aside and stormed off. Gladys hadn't even told me anything, but I was surely gonna ask her now. That night, once everyone was asleep, I climbed out my window and landed softly below. The second I turned around, I screamed and fell back in fright. Mom was sitting on a lawn chair, trying to kill me with her cold stare. If you don't stay away from Gladys, I'll tell the police she's dangerous and I'll get a restraining order. If you don't want me to do that, I suggest you climb back up that window right now. I wasn't gonna argue with her. She looked like a psycho. I had no chance to meet Gladys because Mom was watching me like a hawk. But thankfully, summer break ended soon and I could finally leave the house. My sisters and I had joined a new middle school, and as soon as we entered the building, Daisy and Rose suddenly pinned me against the wall. Just stay away from us here, okay? Don't tell anyone that we are related to you. I was about to spit at them when suddenly a bunch of boys surrounded us and pulled the two away. Why are you tomato heads hurting the prettiest girl in the school? You want us to throw them in the trash, Goldilocks? I told the boys to let them go this once, and my sisters gave me death stares as they stormed off. But these boys were just stuck to me like glue all day. They were offering to carry my bag, make my notes in class. At recess, I excused myself for the bathroom and sprinted off to the library instead. I needed some peace. As I walked in, I bumped straight into someone with a tall pile of books, and I saw who was behind them. Gladys? Emily, what are you doing here? It turned out she was the school librarian. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Listen, I really need to know what you and my parents... No, Emily, stop. I can't talk to you. I think it's best if you stay away from me. I'm sorry. And with that, she hurried away. Arr! I was losing my mind. But I wasn't giving up so easily. I went back the next day and walked up to her desk. I won't ask you any questions, I promise. But can we please just be friends again? I'll only talk about books. Gladys slowly smiled at me, and after that, we started hanging out every day. My dumb sisters would never set foot in a library, so I was safe. And I would slowly get closer to Gladys and the truth. One day she invited me to play, so I told Mom I'd be working on a science project with my group, and we spent an amazing evening together. Later at dinner, I told her about the shy boy Jonas in my class I wanted to ask out on Valentine's Day, and she smiled. Of course, you have to do with the Shakespeare sonnet. There's nothing more romantic. Thanks, Gladys. Later that night, I practiced the sonnet in my room. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more... Just then, Mom walked in and asked me what I was doing, and I told her I was working on asking out a boy. With a freaking sonnet? Who needs Shakespeare when you have Taylor Swift? Just say to him, if you could see that I'm the one who understands you, been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me, you belong with me. And she was doing dance moves that made me laugh so hard. Mom was funny. Let's go shopping tomorrow, and I'll buy you a dress to knock this boy's socks off. We did, and we had such a fun time together. I came home with bags of clothes and shoes, and my sisters' faces turned as red as their hair. I had to admit, I was enjoying this two moms thing. And, well, I did ask Jonas out simply by saying, wanna go out with me? And he said yes. That was easy. A few weeks later, I heard a loud tap on my window at night, and Jonas was standing outside. I let him in, and we started making out in the dark. Just then my door flung open, and someone came flying at us, knocking us down to the ground. What are you trying to do now? Kidnap my daughter? Mom, get off of him! It's just my boyfriend! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I saw someone walking across the garden and I panicked. Come downstairs, boy. I'll give you a cookie. But Jonas screamed like a little girl and ran out the window at lightning speed. I was so mad at Mom for scaring him off. When I told Gladys all about it the next day, she said, oh, you and Jonas can always come to my house whenever you want to, hang out. We took her up on the offer one evening, and she let us in through the back door. As we went to one of the rooms upstairs and started kissing, my eyes suddenly fell on a photo frame. It was Gladys with a toddler, who looked so much like me. Was it me? She gave me up when I was 2 or 3 years old? Why didn't I remember anything? Just then, I saw something much worse. The curtains were freaking open, and someone was staring right at us from my house. My stupid sisters! They grinned at me and ran off immediately. Oh no, no! Seconds later, I heard screams from downstairs. I ran downstairs to find Mom and Gladys rolling around on the ground, pulling each other's hair. I told you to stay away from my daughter! She's also my daughter! Why don't you let her decide? I think she likes me more. Just stop this, you guys! I need answers, now! All you need to know is that I'm your mother. No, I am! Oh my god! I need DNA tests from you both! And they both refused and started fighting again. This was ridiculous. I charged straight at them and I pulled a few hairs out of their heads. Ow! I'm getting the test done, and then I'll know. As I was running out the door, they both screamed. Okay, I'm not your mother. I turned around in shock. Now suddenly they both weren't my mothers? And finally, they started telling me the truth. My mom said that I was her sister's daughter. We both had kids around the same time, but she fell really sick after giving birth to you. And she made me swear that I never let you know you're not mine. And you are mine. Emily, you're my blood. My eyes swelled up when I found out my real mom was gone. And who are you, Gladys? Suddenly, she broke down into tears. I had a daughter who looked just like you, but she had an accident a few years ago, and when I met you, it felt like I had my baby back. I tried to stay away from you, but I couldn't. That night, I came to ask your parents if I could adopt you, and of course they refused. I just miss my daughters so much. As I looked at them both, I realized they'd both lost people they dearly loved, and I could make them both hurt a little less. I love you, Mom, and I'm sure you're as good as Mom as my own would have been. And Gladys, I love you too, and you can always think of me as your daughter. Well, now I finally know who my real mom is. And I've got 2 really amazing ones too. And turns out, I am related to my sisters. They're just my dumb cousins now.
I stomped my feet on the floor, pounded the walls with my fists, and let out my most glass-shattering scream.
There she goes again, throwing another temper tantrum.
That was my dad, and that's me rolling around like a pig in mud. My dad was about to leave for another business trip, and I didn't want him to go. He was a wealthy, highly successful businessman and was constantly traveling the world to meet with new clients. But Dad, do you have to go?
Yes, someone has to pay for this mansion and all of your expensive things. Now get up off the floor. You don't see your sister throwing a tantrum, do you?
Yeah, Jenny. You look like one of those filthy goats we saw at the petting zoo. Aw, those goats were so cute. My big sister Clara gave me a disgusted look. She was a year older and always trying to make me look bad. And okay, maybe being on the floor wasn't helping my case. Hi everyone, I'm Jenny, aka the Jockey Barbie. But before I tell you how I got that nickname, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my sister had always overshadowed me. When I was 6 and learned how to play the ukulele, Clara taught herself to play the violin. When I put on a puppet show for my parents with stuffed animals, Clara directed a whole play with actors and fancy sets and everything. One time when I was 12, the president and the first lady came to visit our house for dinner. It was a big deal. There were a bunch of reporters, and the staff prepared the house for weeks. My dad was so nervous that he started yelling at a servant.
This is gold cutlery. I told you to use silver. The first lady hates gold. Fix it now.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Are you stupid? When they walked away, I sneaked over to the servant, who was in tears. You're doing a great job. And then I slipped her a huge tip. I put on my best dress for dinner. I thought I looked cute, at least until I saw Clara. She looked like an absolute princess. At first it made me feel invisible, but then I decided to be brave. When it came time to serve the soup, I jumped up. I got this. I was thrilled. Finally, a chance to make Mom and Dad proud. I walked gingerly to the first lady, being extra careful, when suddenly a foot stuck out and tripped me. The soup went flying all over the first lady and the president. Then a bunch of Secret Service guys tackled me like I was an assassin or something. That's when I noticed Clara pull her foot back under the table. She'd done it on purpose.
Go to your room.
It wasn't my fault. It was Clara. You're such an embarrassment. The news was on TV by midnight, and the next day my parents sent me off to a boarding school on the other side of the country. It was lonely at first. My family was treating me like a black sheep, even though I'd done nothing wrong. My dad made sure my bank account was full, but he never had time to visit or even talk. I decided I couldn't spend all my time being homesick. I was going to make something of myself here. I signed up for all the top activities, like horseback riding, water polo, and ballet. By the time I was 16, I was #1 in all of them. I even ran for school president and won. Even though I was thriving, I didn't want to leave anything to chance. So I was always complimenting people and buying them gifts, even the teachers. I wanted people to like me, and it seemed to be working, with one exception, this boy, Josh. Josh worked in the stables taking care of the horses and seemed immune to my compliments. Hey Josh, is that a new shirt? Looks nice.
It's old and covered in dirt. You don't have to try so hard to be liked, you know.
It was just a compliment, geez.
It was a fake compliment. You might have everyone else here fooled, but not me.
What was his problem? He did have gorgeous eyes, though. As he handed me the horse's reins, our hands touched. It was electric, an instant spark. But then he pulled away. How about I take you out for lunch at La Rosa? It's the fancy place by...
No, I don't need your bribes. Happy riding.
It wasn't a bribe, it was an invitation. But Josh had already walked away. With race day only a week away, I needed to focus on training. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering back to Josh. Maybe the right gift would win him over. Hey Josh, I saw these boots and thought of you.
Told you I don't want your bribes.
Do you even know what a bribe is? I'm not asking for anything in return.
Yeah, you are. You're asking me to like you.
So you admit you don't like me. What did I do to you?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I just don't know the real you.
At that moment, he leaned in close to me. Oh, my heart fluttered. Was he about to kiss me? But then he stretched past me to adjust the saddle. I totally knew that's what he was doing. Why would I even want Josh to like me? He was always dirty, smelled like a farm, and he was the least friendly person I knew besides my sister Clara. Maybe that's why. For all the success I'd had at this school, Josh was a reminder that back home I was no one special. On the day of the race, I was feeling nervous, but I stayed focused and came in first place. My parents hadn't visited me since I'd arrived, but part of me was still hoping to see them in the stands cheering me on. Of course, they weren't there, but to my surprise, Josh was.
Congrats!
I can't believe you came to support me. You do like me.
I was already here. It had nothing to do with you.
Liar. Josh smiled at me and butterflies danced in my stomach. As he walked away, I patted my horse Nessa on the neck. You hear that, girl? I think he likes us. The next day, me and Nessa were on the front page of a national newspaper. Not long after that, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. I was shocked. He normally just sent me emails.
Hey, honey, I wanted to let you know we're very proud of you. Feel free to mention my business the next time you talk to reporters.
Thanks, Dad. I will. Do you think you'll be able to come visit soon?
I'm afraid not. We're in Japan with your sister right now.
Japan?
Sorry, honey, but we'll definitely come when you try out for the Olympics team. That's the big one.
Just then, Clara's face appeared. Yeah, anyone can win a national race. An international race is the real challenge. That's not fair. I worked really hard. You've never won a national race.
We have to go, honey. We just got to the Hello Kitty store.
Then he hung up without even saying goodbye. I couldn't help it. I started to cry. And that's when Josh found me. Go ahead, make fun of me. You know you want to.
I never wanted to put you down. I just wanted you to be real, and it looks like you finally are.
Yep, real tears and snot here. As real as it gets.
Come on, I want to show you something.
Josh held out his hand. I felt a rush of warmth as I took it. Josh took me to the fields behind the school and showed me the foals running around. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. I approached the mom slowly so I wouldn't spook her.
Whoa. She doesn't like most people. Be careful.
Just then, the mom nuzzled her nose against my hand. Aw, you're just a big sweetie, aren't you, girl? I noticed Josh looking at me funny. What?
I just never realized how gentle you are.
After that day, Josh and I started hanging out more. He was strange and funny, and I loved how kind he was to animals. I was surprised to learn that he didn't actually go to our school.
No way my parents could ever afford that. They've been struggling with money, so I took this job to help out.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
Why? We're happy. I love working with horses. Sure, times are tough, but money isn't everything. They're amazing parents.
You're lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, my parents are great. They're just not around much. But as the months went by, I started hearing from my parents more and more often. They even came to visit. I was winning races left and right, and the media nicknamed me the Jockey Barbie. I was on TV, magazine covers. My life was a whirlwind.
Honey, I thought you were going to mention my business during your interview today.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, but only once. We agreed on 4 times. Repetition sells.
Okay, I'll try harder next time. My favorite moments were the quiet ones, just me and Nessa, going for rides before sunsets, and my long talks with Josh in the stables. One day our hands touched, and I felt that same charge I did before. But this time, Josh didn't pull away. He took my hand in his and leaned in, our lips nearly touching. Ew! Are you seriously about to kiss the stable boy? Ugh! Clara's timing was the worst!
I have a name. It's Josh.
Oh, whatever you say, Josh. What are you doing here, Clara? Just wanted to remind you that you may think you're hot stuff now, but you're still the same old loser you've always been.
Sounds like you're jealous that Jenny is finally getting the spotlight instead of you.
Josh, that's not nice.
Are you seriously taking her side?
I just want everyone to get along. Is that so wrong? Clara rolled her eyes in disgust and left. I was hoping Josh might try to kiss me again, but he left too. At least Nessa was still on my side. You still like me, don't you, girl? Don't give me that look. Thankfully, Josh didn't stay mad at me for long. He even invited me over for dinner to meet his parents. Their house was tiny and chilly from a broken heater, but his parents were the sweetest. His mom made the best dumplings for dinner. Later that night, Josh showed me the hill where he loved to lay out and look at the stars.
One day, I'm gonna have enough money to open stables of my own. I'll buy my parents a ranch, and it will be filled with horses and happy animals roaming free. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Not at all. I think it's a beautiful dream. Josh gazed into my eyes, and in that moment, we had our first kiss. I wish I could have stayed with him on that hill forever, but I had a race to win. Unfortunately, Nessa wasn't feeling well, and we only came in third.
3rd place? You won't get into the Olympics with a record like that.
Winning isn't everything, Dad. I'll have to take a break for a little while so Nessa can recover.
A break? Nonsense. She's just a dumb horse. You can replace her. This one looks healthy.
My dad patted another horse on the rump, and the horse neighed angrily and kicked her stall. My dad was so startled that he fell back into a pile of poop. I couldn't stop laughing.
Stupid animals. I'm leaving. Honey, we just want what's best for you, and the Olympics are a golden opportunity. I hope you do what's right.
I didn't like the idea of riding another horse, but I didn't want to let my parents down either, so I started training again with a new horse named Clyde. Clyde wasn't the friendliest, but boy was he fast. There was no way I'd lose now. One day after training, my parents took me to a fancy restaurant for dinner. I insisted on bringing Josh with me, even though my parents looked down on him for not being rich. They were polite enough not to say that out loud, but Clara was another story.
Pass me the salt, stable boy.
Get it yourself, rich girl.
I'll grab it. Here you go, Clara. All evening went like that, with Clara and Josh arguing, my parents looking awkward, and me trying to keep the peace. At one point, Clara accidentally spilled her drink all over Josh. Honestly, you might actually be cleaner now.
I don't have to take this. I'm leaving. Jenny, are you coming with me or staying?
My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. If I left, my family might stop talking to me again, but if I stayed, I could lose Josh.
I'll make the decision easier for you. I'm done. Have a nice life, Jenny. Hope someday you learn to stick up for yourself.
And then he left. Geez, what was his problem? Shut up, Clara. You got what you want. The next day, I went to the stables to apologize to Josh. I'm sorry my family were all such jerks to you.
Don't you think it's a little weird they only started showing up now that you're famous and successful?
It's not like that. You don't know them. It's complicated.
They're using you, Jenny. At least Clara is honest enough to be a jerk to your face.
She's not a jerk. She's my sister.
You deserve better than them. I wish you could see that.
Well, maybe you should stick to horses because you obviously don't have a clue about people.
Like you're some expert? You're so afraid of people disliking you that you buy them off with gifts. It's sad.
And with that, Josh walked away. Ugh, he was so judgmental. For a moment, I almost threw a temper tantrum like I used to when I was 5. But then Nessa nuzzled her nose against my shoulder, calming me down. I was frustrated with Josh, but maybe he had a point. I decided it was time to make some changes. I stopped mentioning my dad's business in interviews. I still complimented people, but I made sure the compliments were sincere, not empty words to make them like me. I stopped buying everyone expensive gifts, too. Well, almost. There was still one gift left to give. It's true I lost some friends when I stopped being so generous, but the ones who stayed were amazing. And the best part was I knew they liked me for me. On the morning of the race, I knew what I had to do. I was at the starting line with the other racers, waiting for the starter pistol to go off. My parents and Clara were in the stands. The shot went off, and I turned around and raced in the other direction.
Jenny, where are you going? You're going to lose. All your hard work will be for nothing.
Sorry, Dad. Guess I just don't care about winning as much as you do.
You're embarrassing this family.
You do that just fine on your own. My dad turned beet red. Clara started laughing. Oh, look who grew a backbone. Go get him, sis. And with that, I spurred Nessa forward and we raced for the stables. I just hoped Josh would be there. I looked around everywhere and couldn't find him. Then I heard a voice.
Did you pay to fix the heater at my family's house?
Look, I wanted to ask permission first, but I knew you'd just say no. It's not a bribe. You don't have to talk to me or even like me. Your parents were kind to me, and I wanted to return the favor, that's all. And I finally stood up to my parents. I'm done being a people pleaser.
Good for you. So tell me, what does Jenny the jockey Barbie want to do first?
This. I kissed Josh, and he held me in his arms. Nessa whinnied behind us. I think she approves.
It was my 8th birthday when I first realized that something was very wrong with me. "What's wrong, honey?" But I didn't reply. I stared in horror at what was before me. At first, everyone was worried, but when I pointed to what had scared me, everyone started laughing, and Dad angrily left the room. "She's scared of balloons." "Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm really scared of balloons. I mean, deathly terrified. There's even a term for it, globophobia. I've had it since I was a kid, and it's one of the reasons my dad doesn't really like me. But before I continue, don't forget to subscribe to my story animated." "You are so dumb. This is the 5th game you've lost." I burst into tears. My opponent was 5 years older and captain of the high school chess team. Of course she won, but Dad wasn't having it. He said that I was just a dumb kid. He still seemed angry about the balloon thing from the previous week. Just then, my brother ran in and reenacted the scene from my birthday. It was so annoying. My mom got me deflated balloons and I told her they didn't scare me, but as soon as she started blowing them up, I threw a tantrum and left. They just didn't understand. When my fear didn't go away for the next few months, Dad dragged me to a doctor who checked me over and said there was nothing to be done. She's scared and that's that. Dad lost his temper and stormed out. A few months later, when I came home from school, I saw my parents arguing very loudly in the living room. I'm never enough for you, am I? I work day and night, but you never appreciate it. Don't you dare pretend you're the victim. I know what you've done. I just don't have the proof, but I'll get it one day. They even mentioned my name a few times. The next morning, we found Mom lying on the couch surrounded by ice cream and junk food. Her hair was a mess and she looked like she'd been crying all night. Dad was nowhere to be found. Slowly, my uber-thin mom started to gain so much weight, eventually she could barely even move. Looking after Cody suddenly became my job, and Dad just made things worse. He would only come home to yell and eat and be mean. He kicked Mom out of their room and forced her to sleep on the couch. He kept on calling me stupid and ugly. I don't know who you take after. You disgust me. The only person he didn't hate was Cody. When I was in the 8th grade one day, Cody didn't come home from school, and my dad kept acting like it was somehow my fault. He told me to go look for him and not come home without him. I was scared to go alone, so I asked my mom to come with me, but she just rolled over on the couch. I couldn't stop thinking about all the horrible things that could have happened to him. It was starting to get dark, and that's when a creepy guy walked up to me and said, "You look lost, little girl. Come with me and I'll take good care of you." I tried to keep my voice from shaking as I said no, and turned and ran as fast as I could. Suddenly, I realized I was lost. I was really tired and slept in an alley next to a dumpster. "Wake up. Hey, kid." I opened my eyes and found a blonde-haired boy looking at me. He looked familiar. I asked him who he was, and he simply said, "Get up. This is no place to sleep." Then he dragged me home. He was a few years older than me and said he'd seen me around. He looked so worried, it made me feel kind of warm inside. But when I turned to thank him, he was gone. Inside, I saw Cody sitting in the kitchen. My dad saw me and laughed loudly. Then he handed Cody $5. "That was the best idea you've ever had." My brother's smile widened. I was so angry I headed up to my room, but my dad shouted that I was late for school and forced me to go there smelling of garbage. I had to stop at a friend's place to shower. A few months later, after a really nasty fight with Dad, I skipped school and decided to visit the local carnival. It seemed like a great idea until I got there. As soon as I walked in, a clown jumped in front of me and laughed. "What are you doing here alone, little missy?" But I couldn't reply. I was staring at something far, far scarier in his hand. A balloon. I was about to scream when someone snatched the balloon and deflated it. Then I felt an arm around my shoulder as someone whispered, "It's okay. It's gone now. It's gone. Breathe." I finally regained some clarity and looked at my savior and jumped in fear. "Oof, the mask scared me." He laughed and took off the mask. I stared in shock. It was the same guy who'd taken me home when I was lost. Are you following me?" "Yes." No, my uncle owns this carnival. I'm helping out." I asked him who he was. "I'm Tom. I live across the road from you, silly. I was at your birthday too. The one who blew up the balloons that terrified you. I'm sorry." Then he stayed with me as I roamed the carnival. Every time he saw a balloon, he'd tell me to close my eyes, and then he would hold my hand as we walked past them. By the time I got home, I knew I was in love. On the day of my 14th birthday, I had decided that after school, I would ask Tom if he loved me. But as soon as I got to school, I screamed and tried to run back out, but the door was locked. One of the kids outside yelled, "Happy birthday, freak!" I just couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, I heard a noise and the door flew open. I looked up scared, but it was Tom. He helped me up and told me to close my eyes. Then he led me outside. As soon as we left, I realized I couldn't do it. I could never tell him I loved him. He probably thought I was a freak too. I mean, he lived with balloons. Sure, he'd put up with me now, but for all I knew, he just felt very sorry for me. The next day at school, I started to find small gifts and little cards in my locker. Were they from Tom? Before I could investigate, though, COVID-19 happened and I was stuck at home. My dad decided his new hobby was going to be messing up my Zoom classes. One time, he swore at me for no reason and the entire class heard it. And it was the worst. Ranting over the phone was just not the same. In one class, my teacher got up for something and someone said, "Hey, Sam, you were right. She does have a lopsided butt." My teacher was livid. I didn't know who it could be until I heard Cody and my dad laughing like crazy in the next room. Cody got some chocolate for suggesting that great idea. That night, I heard a sound coming from our storeroom. I found my mom there crying and looking into some kind of chest. I was stunned. Mom hadn't left the couch in years. When she saw me, she quickly jumped up and yelled at me to get out. I saw her lock the door and go back to lying on the couch and eating ice cream straight from the tub. When I woke up the next day, I could hear my dad's voice coming from his room. He was laughing, but who was he talking to? I tiptoed to his door. I was surprised to see him in front of the computer wearing his best shirt and looking very styled. He had no pants on, though. He heard me shuffle by the door and suddenly shut his laptop and told me to mind my own business. I heard my mom angrily yell from the next room, "Samantha, leave that jerk alone. It's not like he's doing anything new." I was smart enough to put together the clues and guess that he was cheating on Mom. But what lady in her right mind would want to date him of all people? A few days later, I was taking my math class, and the teacher decided to give me a one-on-one lesson because he said I was struggling a little. My dad crept up behind me and laughed at my teacher. "Why are you wasting your time on this idiot?" Instead of things getting awkward, my teacher got mad. "Why don't you just shut up? Just because you failed at your job doesn't mean I can't do mine." My dad stood silently for a moment, turning red. Then he walked away furiously. Since then, I wasn't allowed to take my math classes. He made sure of that. I got my first chance to catch up with the class when my dad wasn't home one day. I hurriedly found the link and clicked on it. I realized that I had accidentally joined my science class. There was no class going on, but I could hear the teacher giggling like a teenager from somewhere behind the screen. "I have to start in 10 minutes, so don't be so naughty." I was just about to leave the meeting when I saw something that shook me to my core. My teacher walked in front of the camera with her naughty boyfriend. My dad! If that wasn't enough, my dad suddenly looked right at the screen and saw me. I quickly left and joined the link to the math class. 20 minutes later, he barged into my room. "So now she's got you spying on me, has she? You creep." Then he took away my phone and told Cody to make sure I only used the home computer for classes. I got really mad. I heard a noise from the computer. I had forgotten to log out of my class. Seeing Tom's face on the screen, I panicked and shut down my computer. Half an hour later, I heard police sirens outside my house. I could hear a lot of yelling and fighting. Cody let me out of my room and told me that the police had taken my dad away. Apparently, Brad had called the cops on him. The next day, there was a knock at our door. I opened it and saw my math teacher standing there. "Hello, Samantha. I need to speak with your mom. Alone." After what seemed like an hour, he finally left, looking happier than when he had shown up. Suddenly, my mom seemed to snap out of it. Within the month, she had lost like 50 pounds. She was happier and chirpier. Cody, on the other hand, went absolutely crazy without Dad. He refused to go to school and would scream and fight with everyone. Things started to calm down when he shot me with a water gun in one of my Zoom classes and thought Mom would give him a treat. But instead, she gave him a huge timeout. Sadly, though, one of my dad's friends bailed him out. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw Mom happy and accused her of cheating on him. I'd had enough. I told him that I saw him cheating with my own eyes. He spun around to stare at me with fire in his eyes and ran right at me. I ducked out of the way just in time. Suddenly, my math teacher burst through the door and straight up tackled my dad to the ground. My mom screamed as a table broke, and Cody ran into the kitchen. I was about to follow him when he came back with popcorn and was cheering them on. I gasped as my teacher pushed him away. My mom told me and Cody to pack our things ASAP. Just as we were walking out, my dad suddenly screamed, "She's his, isn't she?" Everybody froze until my mom yelled back, "Yes, she is." Wait, what? I was my math teacher's daughter? Was that why my dad hated me so much? The next day, my mom and math teacher were telling me how he was my mom's old boyfriend, but then Grandma forced Mom to marry Dad. That's when Brad walked in and said, "Hey, Dad, you're my stepbrother." I blurted out in shock, but he just laughed and told me he was adopted. It was our first day all together, but Cody was crying, "I want Dad." I told him it'd be okay, but when we woke up the next day, Cody was gone. We looked everywhere but couldn't find him. Thankfully, a neighbor saw him trying to hitch a ride and brought him back. But just when things started to look normal, Brad did something that shocked me. One day, my stepdad was panicking and looking for his wallet. So Brad volunteered to help him look for it and went straight to my school bag. I laughed. "Oh, trust me, it won't be there." I couldn't even finish my sentence because Brad took out the wallet and showed it to my stepdad, who shot me a shocked look. I had no idea what to say. Right then, my mom walked in her fancy dress and left with my stepdad for their date. I immediately turned to Brad. "How did you know to look there first?" Mom had given me and Cody a lecture about getting along with Brad, but this was insane. Brad, though, was innocent as ever. You found my bag next to a box of balloons. I would never put my stuff there. Are you accusing me of something? I've been here way longer than you have, and nothing's ever been stolen before. Who do you think they'll believe? I couldn't believe he was going to ruin everything for me. I took out my phone to text my mom, but Brad quickly swiped it from my hands. You've been taking all of Dad's attention ever since you got here, and I'm sick of it. I started to cry just as Cody finally woke up from his nap and asked what was going on. Brad backed away from me, and I fell down on the living room sofa. I was crying into a pillow when out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw a face staring at me. I quickly wiped my tears away and saw my dad's face just as he pulled away from the window. My heart was beating so fast I thought it would explode. I had to keep Dad out. I ran all around the house to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Then I looked at Brad talking to Cody about whether donuts are overrated, and I knew that I had to face my fears and make a choice. I grabbed Brad's arm and quickly pulled him into the bedroom as he let out a yelp. I locked the door and made sure all the windows were covered. I would apologize to Brad and ask him for help. I dragged him inside. Geez, you're strong. I ignored him and started apologizing. I explained that I was sorry for messing up his life and that I wasn't planning on stealing his dad's attention. We were both his kids. Brad shook me off. Whatever. Then I finally told him that I'd just seen Dad at the window. I don't see how that's my problem, he said. A few days later, I posted a selfie on Instagram with Brad. Immediately, Tom messaged me and asked me who it was. My heart did a little flip. Was he jealous? I decided to check. I told him that Brad was someone close to my heart, and Tom immediately called me. Look, I'm sorry I try to hold it in, but there's no way I can see you with someone else, so I'm telling you. I love you, Sam. I started to laugh for a minute. Tom looked gutted. Just then, Brad came up behind me, and I thought Tom would pass out. He's my stepbrother. I've only ever loved you, Tom, ever since the day at the carnival. After that, Tom and I officially started dating. But just as things started to settle down, one day I was in my room when Brad rushed in, dragged me outside, and started loudly yelling that he couldn't wait to get rid of me. Then Mom and my stepdad came back. Brad told everybody he had an announcement to make and started playing something on his phone. I was shocked as I heard my dad's voice. Dad was telling Brad that he saw Brad yelling at me and that they could team up to get rid of me. So tomorrow, he'd be waiting to kidnap me after school and would split the ransom money. My mom came over to me and hugged me as my stepdad walked away saying, I'll go make some calls. He won't get out this time. Brad turned to me and said the words I'll never forget. You're not alone anymore. I threw my arms around him. You're the best brother anyone could ask for.
Hi, I'm Lily from New York. Please like and subscribe. My mom was once one of the biggest pageant queens in America. She was just 24 when she started a makeup company with her best friend, and they met instant success. She had me a few years later, and I grew up with literally everything, except a dad. Mom said once that he left us for some young bimbo, and we never talked about him again. And Mom never smiled when we were alone. Sure, around other people she'd smile and laugh, but not with me.
Look, Mommy, I made you this card.
It's lovely, darling.
Mom, why don't you smile much?
Because smiling leaves lines on the face, see? And we must not get lines so we can keep looking young and pretty. Mom was just as careful about my beauty. She wanted me to be a model too, and I started competing in pageants when I was 6. But as a kid, I had other interests, especially maths. Except Mom always said I wouldn't need it because I was going to be a world-famous model. It seemed like Mom had everything worked out for me, including who I was going to marry. Mom's business partner was our neighbor, and she had a son my age, Alex. It was so annoying when our moms talked about how they hoped we'd get together one day. You'll both run our company together. Our grandchildren will be adorable. Yuck! We hated each other. Alex's purpose in life seemed to be making me miserable. Once in 4th grade, I spotted my favorite doll hanging from a tree, and Alex was shooting rubber pellets at it.
Alex, you moron, give that back. That's no way to talk to your future husband. I'd rather chop off my own hair than marry you. You should, 'cause it's really ugly.
And then he spat some gum in my hair. I pounced on him and we wrestled until Mom pulled me away. The gum just wouldn't come out, and we had to cut some hair off.
I hate Alex.
Sweetie, he likes you, and he does those things to get your attention.
He does them because he's a jerk.
Thankfully, I saw less of him as I began participating in more pageants, and I grew to love the pretty dresses and shiny tiaras. But one day in 6th grade, I saw a new contestant. and I realized she was the shy new girl from my class, Jane. She looked so different without her glasses. When she spotted me, she looked embarrassed.
Please, don't tell anyone at school about this. I don't want people thinking I'm some dumb pageant girl.
Oh, then why are you even here?
My mom's a model, and I'm just doing it to make her happy. I didn't mean to say you're dumb. It's just not something I want. I want to be a scientist.
Jane was super smart and interesting. We soon became good friends, and she'd come over often to my place. She even met annoying Alex, but she seemed to find him funny. Mom never seemed too happy when Jane visited, though. You should be friends with pretty, classy girls like yourself. You have nothing in common with this nerd.
Mom, that's Jane from the pageants.
What? That's her? Why does she look like a homeless person otherwise? I didn't care why. She was my friend, and her looks didn't matter to me. In 7th grade, my mom and Alex's had a big launch party at a hotel for their new makeup range. Everything was going well, till we heard some loud voices outside. A bunch of people were shouting and holding banners, claiming that our company was using toxic chemicals. And among the protesters was Jane. Jane, what are you doing here? Why are you ruining Mom's launch party?
Lily? I swear, I had no idea this was your mom's company. I just came with my mom.
Just then, the hotel's security guards came and made the crowd leave. But Mom was furious. I saw Jane's mother today. She used to be my biggest pageant rival, and she's hated me. You can't trust her daughter. But Jane and I are friends, and that's not gonna change. In 8th grade, Jane and I were participating in the biggest pageant in the country. She seemed uncomfortable in the high heels her mom made her wear. As she practiced walking backstage, she suddenly tripped, and the chocolate drink in her hand landed all over me.
Oh my God, I am so sorry.
I rushed to find Mom, who luckily brought a backup dress. That girl did it on purpose.
No, Mom, she didn't.
She's a snake, Lily, just like her mother. You have to take her out of the competition. Go throw this juice on her dress.
Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that.
But just as we'd all lined up for the stage, I heard a loud scream, and I turned to see Jane, her dress stained with juice. She'd slipped on a puddle outside her dressing room. This had to be Mom. Just then my name was called out and I had to go on stage, and I won. But afterwards, Jane just looked at me sadly.
You spilled the juice, didn't you? I didn't know winning was more important to you than our friendship.
I couldn't even bring myself to say that it was Mom who'd done it, and I was never gonna talk to Mom again. Jane wouldn't even look at me at school. One evening, I was sitting bummed out in my garden when Alex joined me. Please, don't cry. You look awful. Now, tell me what's wrong. And I ended up telling him everything. Don't let your mom ruin your friendship. Talk to Jane once she's cooled off, and she'll be fine. Maybe you're right.
Thanks, Alex.
Who knew you could be nice? Don't fall in love with me now.
As if.
The next day, I took the tiara I'd won and put it in Jane's locker with a note. A crown for a queen. Later at recess, I was having lunch when someone hugged me from behind.
You didn't have to. You deserve it, and I'm sorry I hurt you. The good news is, I finally told Mom I'm done with pageants. She was tired of watching me lose anyway, so it's a win-win.
Things were good with Jane again, and I even forgave Mom. But soon after, Alex and his mom told us that they were moving to Europe. I should have been dancing for joy, but I actually felt sad as I watched Alex leave. But then, I saw the parting gift he'd left on my bed. Gosh, I was so glad that brat was gone. As I got older, I started professional modeling. Mom never let me go out without makeup. I loved looking beautiful, but I always had to be careful not to ruin my face.
Hey, wanna go into the pool? I think that cute boy over there likes you.
No thanks, I'll pass. Growing up, I realized that Jane and I had almost nothing in common. We even looked so different. I'd grown quite tall, but Jane's height stayed below average. She was one of the smartest girls in school and never cared about her looks, but she was still my BFF. When I turned 16, Mom threw me a big party and invited everyone from my class and my model friends. It was an Oscar-themed party and everyone came in beautiful gowns. Except Jane. Couldn't you have dressed up today? Nah, you know it's not my thing. Sometime later, I went inside to check on the food, and I came back to find Jane yelling at my model friends.
I know that you were talking about me. Well, guess what? Some of us don't want to look like bimbos. You're the most dull girls I've ever met, and if Lily's friends with you, she must be just as stupid.
I felt furious. So this is what you think of me? That I'm stupid?
Well, yeah, sometimes. Your entire life revolves around the way you look. Doesn't that sound dumb to you? Sometimes I just feel sorry for you. You have no right to judge my career, and you've just insulted the people I work with. Oh, please. You're making it sound like you work for NASA. Anyone can get dolled up and be a model. I used to be one, remember? Not a very good one. But you still felt threatened enough to sabotage me. Thanks for not letting that go. And thanks for ruining my birthday. I grabbed some cake and I rubbed it in her face. I half expected Jane to attack me, but she just turned and left. And I couldn't really enjoy the party after that. We avoided eye contact in school the next day. But later, Jane caught me alone in the library. Let me speak first. I don't think you're dumb, and I know modeling isn't easy. I just felt judged by your friends, and I overreacted. I'm sorry for ruining your party, and here's your birthday present. Maybe it's lame. I unwrapped it to find a snow globe with me and Jane's figurines inside. It's perfect, and I'm sorry too. After high school, Jane and I went off to different universities. We promised we'd meet all the time, but Mom kept me really busy with modeling campaigns, and weeks went by without seeing Jane. One evening, I texted Jane to meet up for dinner. We were having a good time when suddenly, I saw some reporters coming towards our table. I'm so sorry about this. They must be here to talk about my new campaign. But instead, they went straight up to Jane.
We want to know everything about your energy project selected for the Global Science Fair. It might be used in poor countries and benefit millions. How does that make you feel?
As Jane answered their questions, I sat in shock. What project? When they finally left, I asked her why she hadn't told me. Oh, I was gonna tell you today. I didn't earlier because you're always busy, and I thought you wouldn't be interested in that kind of stuff. Because I wouldn't care about anything except makeup and modeling? I didn't say that. And now you know, so maybe you can just be happy for me? Of course I'm happy for you, and I'm sure you'll win. She did win, and it came with a huge cash prize and some fame. She was given a medal by the mayor, and people in town kinda treated her like a celebrity. She was more famous than me now, and sometimes it bothered me. That summer she was in France for an internship, and I met her after 3 months. Her looks and wardrobe had improved a lot. Guess who I met in France this summer? I turned around to see a boy joined our table, and I couldn't believe it. Alex? Gosh, it's been so long.
Wow, Lily, you look amazing.
He looked pretty good himself. He told me that he and his mom were moving back to town, and I felt thrilled. Moments later, he left the table to attend a phone call, and Jane turned to me. He's really cute, isn't he? We became quite close over the summer, and I think I'm gonna ask him out soon. Oh, yeah, you totally should. Over the next few weeks, Alex and Jane kept inviting me to their plans, and I just couldn't help feeling attracted to him. He was smart, funny, sophisticated, and his smile sent my heart fluttering. But I had to keep my feelings in check because Jane liked him. One day, Mom asked me to drop something at Alex's house, and I found him sunbathing by his pool, apparently asleep. Man, his abs looked fine.
You done checking me out?
What?
I was just trying to see if you were asleep or dead. Well, that's disappointing because I was totally checking you out. Are you a model or something?
Are you flirting with me, Alex?
Yeah. Is there a problem?
Just wondering why. You never liked me much when we were kids.
But you're so pretty now.
Is that all? You only like me because I'm pretty?
Yeah. What else is there?
I suddenly felt mad and was leaving when he pulled me down next to him.
Gosh, it's always been so easy to tease you. For the record, I always liked you. You're smart and interesting, and it doesn't hurt that you're beautiful.
Then he leaned in and kissed me, and it felt amazing. Till I remembered Jane. When I got home, I found Jane in the lounge, and she knew. So I dropped by earlier to see Alex and found you making out with him. What a backstabber. Jane, it's not like that. Shut up, Lily. You could have any boy, but you went for him. I think you just can't stand that lately I've been doing better than you. You got jealous, so you decided to hurt me this way. It wouldn't be the first time you played dirty. Oh my God, that freaking pageant. I didn't spill the juice, okay? My mom did. It was awful of her, but seriously, it was like 1,000,000 years ago. Who cares? You're a scientist, just like you always wanted. And yeah, Alex likes me, so deal with it. So I guess Alex just likes a pretty painted face, and everything your bimbo mom taught you finally came to good use. I lost it and attacked her. We screamed and fought till we crashed into a table. We're done. I don't even know why we're friends anymore. Finally, we agree on something. After that, Jane shut me and Alex out completely. I was mad at her for weeks, but then I started to regret the fight, and I missed her. One day, Alex was coming to pick me up, and Mom looked shocked to see me without makeup. Lily, wait, Alex can't see you this way. He already has. He makes me feel comfortable in my own skin. And yeah, I like makeup, but I don't want to hide behind it anymore. Don't you think I'm pretty without it, Mom? You know men, sweetie. Your dad left me for someone younger. Then he was a jerk, Mom. But Alex is not that person. And Jane always told me not to worry so much about the way I look, too. And she was right. A few days later, I was in my room and there was a gentle knock. It was Jane. Your mom forced me to come and said we had to fix things. Listen, I'm really sorry I said those things about her. Also, I know you didn't steal Alex. I don't even think I was mad about him. It's just that, next to you, I could be cooler than Einstein himself, and I wouldn't stand a chance with a boy. It's hard not to envy you. And I can say the same too. I instantly feel dumber around you, and I wonder if other people can tell that too. Look, Jane, I know we're really different, but we've been best friends since the 6th grade, and I can't imagine my life without you now. So, can we just be friends again? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah. And I'm Avery. We're identical twins from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe. When we were born, we were called the cutest babies in town. Everyone freaked out over our beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. They called us angel babies. Mom signed us up to be baby models, and we were super popular. By the time we were 3, we were on every ad possible for baby products. From diapers to fashion, we were everywhere. And I loved the limelight. It's like I was made to be a star. I enjoyed school and wanted to be a powerful lawyer one day. So studying and getting good grades was really important to me. One morning when we were in 5th grade, we started our routine with Mom. Suddenly, Sarah screamed, "My face, it's burning! Mom, help!"
Hold still. I think you have an allergic reaction. Mom quickly wiped Sarah's face as I watched in horror. By the time her face was clean, something horrible had happened. The reaction had covered Sarah's face in angry red marks. Oh my God, what is this? I'm disgusting. No, Sarah, it's gonna be fine. We'll get you fixed up in no time, I promise. Later at the hospital, the doctors gave us some bad news. Sarah's face was scarred from the reaction, and there was no cure. When Mom heard this, she nearly fainted, and Sarah was mad at me. You lied, Avery. You promised I'll be fine, but I'm a monster. From that day on, my life changed forever. Mom made me wear a pound of makeup to cover my scars. I wasn't allowed to be seen without it. The whole thing broke my heart, and I didn't understand why this had happened to me. In 8th grade, we met Julia and Emma. They had just moved to town and were also identical twins. They were pure evil. What's worse is everyone compared us. Look at the new girls. They're so cute. I love how they always match. They're giving Sarah and Avery a run for their money. Emma and Julia were our complete opposites and had red hair and green eyes. I couldn't stand them. Our rivalry began when they started working at our modeling agency. They were stealing our jobs. I can't believe those witches are getting more work than us. We have to crush them like the bugs they are. It's not a competition, Sarah. Why are you being so crazy? Of course it's a competition, and we're losing. And either you're with me or you're against me. Choose. Of course, I'd always put Sarah first, but sometimes she took things too far. One morning in the cafeteria, the witch twins walked up to us and smirked.
Aw, if it isn't the shy one. And the ugly one.
Why so sad? Suddenly, I'm not hungry anymore. Don't you have something better to do, like shop for the same clothes?
Nice one. At least we own our twinness. You guys are so boring, and it's so plain.
Oh no, I'm tripping. I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Sarah left giggling, and I was shocked. I jumped up with some tissues for Julia, but she pushed me away.
I'm just trying to help. I have a spare shirt if you want. Don't touch me, witch. Just wait till this weekend's modeling competition. That grand prize is ours. We're going to end you. You've been warned. That whole talking together thing is so creepy. We'll definitely be there, so bring it on. I didn't agree with Sarah's methods, but those girls got on my last nerve. They'd been nothing but rude since they showed up. The next day, Mom surprised us with a dozen designer dresses for the competition. OMG, Mom, we're gonna look so good. Can we afford this? They're so expensive. Don't worry, honey. We'll return them after. You'll just have to be extra careful not to ruin them, okay? I don't know about this. Come on, don't be a wet blanket. We need to win this. We'll show those wannabes who really owns this twin business. Later that night, Sarah came to me. Ave, I have a plan to beat them once and for all. What do you mean, Sarah? Just a harmless prank, of course, but enough to take them out of the competition. You're talking about cheating. We can't do that. Besides, I don't want to win like that. Is this really so important to you that you cheat and win? Yes, it is. You have no idea how hard my life is, always hiding what I really look like and afraid someone will find out. But still, modeling is the only thing I'm good at and passionate about. So yeah, I'm willing to do what it takes. No one is perfect, Sarah. Everyone is insecure about something. All models use makeup and whatnot to look better. And your condition? It's not as bad as you think. It's in your head. Easy for you to say. Are you with me or not? I am, but we will win this the right way. Every night after rehearsal, I snuck away to study. I was interested in a huge internship in Washington at a law firm, except I hadn't told Mom or Sarah yet. I was scared they'd be angry with me. On the day of the competition, we aced the first rounds. Our dresses were the talk of the circuit, and people loved our routine. But when we went on earlier for round 2, Sarah grew pale. We can't go on yet. It's not our turn. You look perfect, honey. Don't worry. Our routine went well at first, but just then, a bucket dropped from the ceiling and we were covered in sour yogurt. What is that? OMG, ew! The prank I'd set up for the twins backfired on us. If anyone finds out, I was dead. I had to think quickly, so when we went back to our dressing room, I knew what I had to do. It was them. I know they did this. We have to tell the judges. You mean the twins? They sabotaged us? Just then, the twins walked into our dressing room smiling. That was quite a show. Looks like other people hate you just as much as us. How delicious. Don't try and shift the blame. I know you were behind this. Suddenly, Sarah attacked Emma and then Julia jumped in too. Get off me, psycho! We had nothing to do with this. Yeah, let go. You've gone mad. As I pulled Sarah away, Julia pulled at her dress and it ripped. Just then, Mom rushed in, and when she saw the dresses, she screamed. I told Mom it was the twins, but they refused to admit it. So the agency launched an investigation. But I was shocked to see Sarah rigging up the buckets of yogurt. We were disqualified instantly, and the twins won. You did this? I can't believe it. At least I'm trying. You're the bad team player here. Do I have to do everything myself? Listen to yourself. All you care about is winning, and it's just hurting us. You've ruined everything. Those expensive dresses and our reputation. I won't be part of this madness, Sarah. As if you could do it without me anyway. You need me and you know it. Not anymore. I'm done. I never wanted this. After that, we were basically broke. Sarah had to take every single job she could get to make more money, and I began waiting tables at the local coffee shop. A week before our 16th birthday, Mom came to us with some big news. I may have just solved all of our money problems. Girls, pack your bags. We're moving to Japan. What? A huge modeling agency loved our look and wanted us to move there to represent their brand. They'd pay for everything and even move us into a huge penthouse apartment for free. OMG, this is the best news ever. I couldn't let this go on any longer. I wanted to follow my dreams and participate in that internship. The deadline was just around the corner, so I had to tell them. I can't move to Japan. Why, Avery? Confused, they stared at me,
and I finally explained my plans for my future. Are you kidding me? I can't believe you're being so selfish. How am I being selfish? I never asked for any of this. All you've ever done is complain. Look at me. I'm the freak here, but I get up every day and I work. You've never taken this seriously, and now you just want to bail on us? Me? Complain? You're the one who can't stop competing with Emma and Julia. You're so insecure that you've let this stupid rivalry turn you into a witch. I regretted my words as soon as I said them, but I was so mad I couldn't take them back. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. Sarah didn't talk to me for a whole week after that. What's worse is, they were going ahead with the move as if nothing I did mattered. One morning, I got a letter delivered, and it was from the internship. I was just about to open it when someone knocked on my door. Mom came in and eyed the letter.
Is that it? Yeah, I'm not happy about this. You're not even 16 yet, until tomorrow. And honey, we can't afford this.
I guess I just wanted to know if I could do it, Mom. I'm a straight-A student. Did you even know that? Mom looked at me sadly.
I guess I've been so wrapped up in your careers. I've never really thought about what you wanted.
I want to make a difference in the world, not just look good.
Open the letter, Avery.
Mom and I hugged, and we opened the letter together. Congratulations! You've been accepted! What was I gonna do now? The next day at school, I decided to look for Sarah so we could make up. It was our birthday after all. When I finally found her in the playground, I was shocked to see her with Emma and Julia. Well, if it isn't the traitor twin, what do you want? Sarah, can we talk for a sec? Alone? Anything you say to me, you can say in front of my best friends, Ave. What? Don't look so surprised. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Right. Did you hit your head or something? Come on, we're sisters, twins. Don't be like this. You did this to us. You've made your bed, so sleep in it. To think, I was about to give up my dream for Sarah, and she treats me like this? No chance anymore. The following week, Mom and I packed our bags and headed for Japan, while Avery went to stay with our aunt in Washington. Good riddance. The next few years in Japan were amazing. The company wasn't happy that it was just me, but I was determined to make them see my worth. So I worked hard, and by the time I was 18, I was pretty famous. I actually missed Avery a lot, but I could never bring myself to call her. I needed to work on myself first. Moving to Washington was the best decision of my life. I was my own person for the first time in my life. I loved living in my aunt's house, and the internship was amazing. They even offered me a summer job with them after I finished. I worked as an assistant for 3 years until I graduated college. Soon after, my boss offered me a full-time job with my very first case. A huge client was suing a skincare brand, and when I saw the name, I was shocked. It was the same company that caused my sister's scars. It turned out they were using sketchy chemicals and hundreds of people were hurt. I made it my mission to take them down. And when we finally won the case, I called Sarah. I told her everything, and I was surprised that she seemed happy to hear from me. We decided to meet at a cafe, and when I saw Sarah, my heart nearly exploded. I'd forgotten how much I'd missed her. That's such an insane story. Thank you so much for doing this. The company will pay damages to every client that got hurt. I made sure of it. Ave, I have to apologize. I know we were just kids, but I was so insecure and selfish. Can you forgive me? Of course I can. I'm sorry too, but in a way, I'm glad it happened. I needed to find myself outside of us. You know, I do, really. But no matter what, you'll always be my other half. Same here.
My best friend Amy and I were staring at my laptop in shock. If you don't do something, your channel will die faster than the plant I got yesterday. I've already tried everything. Last week, I reviewed those awful diet cookies that tasted like feet, and the week before, you made me endorse that dumb purple lipstick that everyone hated. don't blame the lipstick. It's not my fault that your followers have no fashion sense. That's not the point. I'm gonna be kicked out of the squad house if I don't think of something soon. Hi, I'm Lola, a 17-year-old YouTube star. And at this point in my life, I was hoping to keep my spot in the squad house, a place where world-famous influencers come together to make videos for money. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Staying in the squad house was a big deal for me because, unlike most influencers here, I didn't come from a rich family. My dad was a farmer, and even though he worked hard, we were barely scraping by. Things got worse when Dad fell sick and couldn't work for months. Mom tried helping, but she was just bad at everything. So I decided to work as a part-time waitress. Then one day at work, a colleague of mine introduced me to vlogging, and I was hooked. I spent hours watching people on YouTube live their best lives. And when I found out the kind of money they made, I had to give it a shot. So I saved up, bought a second-hand camera, and started recording. Hola, I'm Lola, and I'm gonna take you through a typical day at the farm. So I start by feeding the pigs, and then I feed the chickens, collect the eggs, and try not to break them. Follow me for more such content. I posted a bunch of videos, but I didn't get a lot of followers until one day I was recording a live video of the farm when I accidentally slipped and fell into a pig pen. I got out, but then tripped and fell into a haystack, making a complete fool of myself. Everything was streamed online, and I was super embarrassed. But to my surprise, people loved it. I didn't think much of it until a few days later when I was shooting a video. This chicken flew into my face, and I fell into a tray of eggs. And that clip went viral too. People loved watching me do stupid things around the farm. So that's what I gave them. I made videos on being chased around by goats, almost getting kicked by a cow while milking her, cleaning horse poop and then slipping right into it, and I got really famous. Soon I was doing advertisements and brand endorsements, making enough money to support my family. 6 months later, I moved into the squad house, where I met my best friend Amy. We were roommates, and even though her dad was rich, she was pretty grounded. She also gave me advice on how I could make my vlogs better. It's time you move on from being the goofy pigpen girl and focus on something bigger, like fashion and lifestyle. You're in the big leagues now. You gotta step up your game. Amy was a very famous vlogger, so I took her advice. I bought designer clothes, started doing a bunch of makeup tutorials, and completely transformed my channel. Life was great until a few weeks later when I joined my new school, and everything changed. It was my first day when I was rushing to class like a headless chicken and crashed right into this tall guy. And boy, was he cute.
Is it fate or just your good luck that you ran into me today?
I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking.
Don't be sorry. It's not every day that you fall into Brett's arms. Hey, you're the girl who made videos about chickens and pigs, right? I love your stuff. Huh? But I think it's missing something.
Like what?
Me, of course. You and I should hang out. I'm sure your followers would love to see a handsome new stranger on your channel. Think about it.
Brett gave me his number, winked, and left. And I couldn't stop smiling. Later, I found out that he was a year senior and one of the most popular guys in school. That evening, when I got home, I called him and he invited me to a party. I was just getting ready when Amy walked in. Where are you off to, looking like that? To a party with Brett. Brett? Like Brett from school? Why him? Because he asked me and because he's cute. Is he cute, or was he just flexing his muscles? Is he cute, or did he tell you that you have really pretty eyes? Is he cute, or is he just the guy whose arms you happen to fall into? All of the above? What's your point? Brett's a total jerk. Just last week, he was dating the head cheerleader, and the week before that, he was dating a chick from my drama class. He's a player, Lola. Relax, it's just a party. It's not like anything will happen. Obviously, things didn't go as planned, and a week later, Brett and I were dating. His dad was really rich, so he was always getting invited to award shows and exclusive events, and I was his +1. For the next few weeks, my life was a dream. My followers loved watching my life with Brett, and when we did our first commercial together, people were calling us couple goals. But soon after, Brett started showing his true colors.
Are you seriously gonna eat that burger? Shouldn't you order a salad or something?
But I'm hungry. I've been shooting all day.
I'm saying it for your own good, babe. No one would want to see you if you get chubbier. And trust me, you're well on your way.
He even started taking over my vlogs. No one was interested in my life anymore. All everyone wanted to know was what Brett ate, how he did his hair, how he clipped his nails. So, my mom used to make this mud mask for me back home. I'm gonna take 1 scoop of this and apply it in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah. Everyone knows how to apply face cream. Why don't we just show them something they actually want? More Brett. Here's a shot of my perfect abs. And look at my forearms. You like it, don't you? Let's try another angle. What about this?
And he just kept getting more obnoxious. He started a fitness channel of his own, got really popular, and moved to the squad house too. At first I thought it was great because now Brett and I could shoot more videos, but then he stopped showing up for shoots. I confronted him, and he had the most bizarre thing to say.
I need a bigger cut or I can't film with you.
But I'm the one getting us the deals. We should get paid equally.
In that case, count me out.
I've already taken an advance, Brett. You can't leave me hanging like that.
Then just pay me more. I'm the bigger celebrity now. I will get views. While all you do is paint your face with makeup.
Ugh! I'm the one who made you famous, Brett. Without me, no one would even know you exist. You know what? You and your channel can both eat bugs. We're done.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want to see your stupid face anymore.
You can't leave. I'm Brett. No one leaves Brett.
Watch me. And with that, I turned around and left. Brett kept calling me all night, but I simply blocked him and went to bed. And the next morning, I woke up to Amy screaming in my face. Apparently, Brett had announced our breakup publicly, making him sound like some heartbroken martyr. And my followers were going down. And even worse, I was getting calls from my sponsors saying they were pulling out their campaigns if Brett was no longer filming with me. I tried calling Brett, but he had left for a month for some fitness boot camp, and I couldn't reach him. I always knew that boy's trouble, but you were so happy with him, I didn't say anything. You literally called him buttface and threw bread at his head at dinner yesterday. I didn't throw it at him. His big head got in the way. I don't care, Amy. Those deals were my content for the next 2 months. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should apologize to Brett. You don't need Brett. Remember how much your followers loved you when you first started dating Brett? All you need to do is find a new guy. Are you serious? Yes, and the timing is perfect. Colin Angel, the top YouTuber in the world, is coming to the squad house next week. Just work your Lola charm, and I'm sure he'll melt like ice cream on a hot day. You think it'll work? We have to try. Trust me, Brett will be old news soon once you're dating a hot new guy. Maybe Amy was right, and it was worth a shot, but Colin was a celebrity, and I had to make a good first impression. So I stalked his social media, learned everything about him, and when he came to the squad house, I felt prepared. Colin, hey! What's up, yo?
Do I know you?
You tell me. Do I know me? I mean, you do know you. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. I'm Lola, by the way, short for Lorraine. But don't call me Lorraine. It makes me sound like a 90-year-old granny. It's such a stupid name. What I'm trying to say is...
I'll call you Lola. Cool?
That's perfection. I mean, yeah, whatever. Do you want some fruit punch?
Sorry, I'm allergic to all fruits.
And with that, he left. Okay, that hadn't worked. So next, I went through his post to find his favorite bakery and ordered the most expensive cupcakes for him. He was sitting alone at breakfast when I pulled a chair up next to him. Is the seat taken?
Do you see anyone sitting there?
Oh my God, you're so funny. Anyway, I got these cupcakes from your favorite bakery as my way of welcoming you to Squad House. Colin stared at the cupcakes and turned green.
Take those away from me. I hate this bakery, Lola. It gave me the most horrible food poisoning of my life.
But the internet says...
Don't you know not to believe everything the internet says? Oh God, I'm having flashbacks.
And Colin covered his mouth and ran. For the next few days, I tried everything to get Colin's attention. I left cute notes for him in his room, sent him flowers, chocolates, but nothing worked. I'd almost given up when one evening I was walking past the common room and I heard someone singing. It was Colin. He spotted me in the doorway and stopped. Sorry, did I break your flow?
It's cool, I was leaving anyway.
Wait, I was thinking maybe we could...
Look, Lola, I'm not dumb. I know you've been flirting with me and you're very cute, so I'm flattered. But I've been avoiding it because I know you've just broken up with your boyfriend, and I can't be someone's rebound.
But you're not a rebound. I really want to get to know you, and honestly, Brett was a big mistake. I was losing myself in that relationship, and I'm so much happier now.
I know how that feels, and I'm glad you're out of it then.
Now will you sing for me, pretty please? Colin smiled and sang some of his favorite songs for me. We laughed and chatted till it was past midnight, and he asked me out for a dinner date the next day. I thought Colin would take me to a fancy place, but instead, he took me to this broken taco truck that belonged to his dad.
This food truck was all we had. until I shot to fame and changed my family's lives.
Wow, I support my family too. It's tough for kids like us out there.
It is. Now sit back. You're about to see something very special.
Colin pulled out a chef's hat and cooked me the most amazing meal. As I sat there eating my heart out, I could feel Colin watching me. Suddenly, he leaned in to wipe sauce off my face, and I felt butterflies. And after that day, we only got closer. Colin was talented, grounded, and very easy to talk to. When I asked him if he'd film a few vlogs with me, he happily agreed. Finally, my channel started picking up again, and with each video, my numbers only got better. But I couldn't stop feeling guilty. Colin had been so nice to me, and even though I liked him now, my intentions hadn't been exactly transparent with him. I wanted to tell him the truth, but Amy advised against it.
You can't! Not until we have more content for your channel. Your numbers are up, but it's not enough.
But I can't keep lying to Colin. He's so sweet, and I really like him.
I really liked Brett too. Look how that went. And let's say you tell Colin the truth that you used him to gather views for your channel. How do you know he won't go online and broadcast everything? Think about your family before doing anything stupid.
I thought about it a lot, but I concluded that I just couldn't lie to Colin anymore. So the next morning, I sat down and wrote a note to Colin, confessing everything. I was on my way to slip the note in his room when suddenly Brett got in the way.
Hey babe, I'm back.
What do you want?
I want us to do a collaboration video.
Why? I thought you're too famous for me.
I am, but I guess my followers just want to see your pretty face on my channel. So what do you say? Get back together?
I'd rather get punched in the face.
Fine, suit yourself. But first see this.
Brett shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked. It was a recording of me and Amy talking about Colin and how I'd used him to save my channel. I was just taking it all in when suddenly Colin spoke behind me.
Is this true? You used me to boost your channel?
Colin, please, hear me out. It started off like that, but I swear, I liked you almost immediately. I didn't fake that.
I do believe you, Lola. And I really like you too. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend you're talking to.
Ex-girlfriend.
Amy, where did you come from?
Dude, focus.
Yes, Lola, focus on me. If we get back together, I'll give you the bigger cut on every project. Deal? No, don't. I'm more famous than he ever will be. I'll make sure your channel becomes super popular. You know I can do that.
Colin's got a point, and it doesn't hurt that he's a total dreamboat. Better than this moron Brett.
Shut up!
You shut up.
You shut up first! I'm not listening. You lose.
Oh my God, quiet! All of you! I think I'm done with all of you.
Lola, listen to me.
No, Amy, you listen to me. You know what I just realized? I was good. Great, in fact, till I started listening to your advice. Wear this, date him, don't date him. It's crazy. I know it's coming from a good place, but it's not me. I didn't want my channel to be about makeup and boys. People liked me when I was authentic and made them laugh. That was my thing, and I want to go back to it. And Brett, get your head out of your butt. The world doesn't revolve around you, and I am never working with you again.
Fine. Then I'll post this video of you admitting you used Colin, and I'll tell everyone you used me too, and you're just an opportunistic witch.
Your voice is so irritating, man. Just shut up.
Suddenly, Amy snatched the phone from his hand and threw it away, breaking it into pieces. Brett charged at Amy, but Colin pushed him away. Brett got up again and started throwing things around like a crazy person. Some of the other influencers had come running at all the noise, and they live-streamed Brett's meltdown. Brett was immediately thrown out of Squad House. After security took him away, Colin walked over to me.
So I guess you and I.
Colin, you're a wonderful guy, but right now, I need to focus on just me. I feel like I've lost myself all over again. I'm gonna go home.
I really like you, Lola. But yeah, I totally respect your decision to be on your own right now.
Who says she's on her own? I'm coming with you.
You will?
Sure. I can do some makeup vlogs at the farm. Also, I owe you an apology.
I think you redeemed yourself with that little stunt you pulled on Brett.
Yeah.
I really cracked that nut.
At least I was right about him.
Can't argue with that. Hi everyone, my name is Sonia, and recently everybody around me has been convinced that I'm mentally ill. So everything started when I was working in a stock exchange office.
I was making good money and I got to work with famous people. It was all great. I had a best friend in the office named Bridget, and I got to go home every night to my loving fiancé Drew. That was until one night when things started to get extremely weird. Drew began calling me nonstop, worried about how little I was home. His texts and calls were starting to drive me insane. I got that he was concerned, but his behavior made hardly any sense. But it wasn't just my fiancé. I noticed that my best friend Bridget was behaving really weirdly. She started showing up to work in really expensive cars, wore only designer clothes, and her face looked like a doll from all the plastic surgery she'd gotten. When I asked her where she had gotten all this money, she said, "I'll tell you when the time is right." So I did something I shouldn't have. I snuck into Bridget's office one day when she wasn't at work. The thought of uncovering her secret was just too tempting. About 5 minutes in, I had barely found anything and I was starting to feel crazy. I had even sniffed her dirty shirt in her office closet, thinking I'd smell a rich man's cologne. But it smelled like it hasn't been washed in years. Ew! Finally, I found a paper, and what was on it changed my opinion of Bridget. She had been stealing money from her clients for the past few weeks. And not just $20 here or there. It had been hundreds of thousands of dollars. But what was most shocking was that at the end of my list, I saw my name and credit card number, and I wasn't even one of her clients. She was stealing from my tab too. Without even thinking, I brought the paper to my boss. He told me they would call the police and they'd launch an investigation. The next day, Bridget came into my office to chat. She gave me my pads that she had found on her office floor. She knew I used the silly pink pads with flowers on them. Other than being embarrassed, I knew in that instant it was over. She was going to know it was me who told on her. The next thing I knew, the police officers stormed the room and were putting her in handcuffs. She screamed at me, telling me I was going to pay for what I did. It sent a chill down my spine, but I knew she couldn't do anything. A few days later, as I was coming home from work, a huge guy dressed in all black started following me. I changed sides of the streets and watched as he changed sides with me. When I started walking faster, so did he. My heart started beating out of my chest. I was terrified, and before I knew it, I had made a wrong turn into a dark alley with only one exit. The man kept walking toward me. I scrambled around a corner trying to get away. Who knew what he would do to me? I tried to squeeze under a sharp chain fence to escape, but my hips got stuck. I could hear him walking closer and closer to me as I struggled to get out. I couldn't die here. Finally, I managed to pry the fence up just enough to squeeze my body, but my lower part got stuck. Was I going to die because of my curves? I pushed the hardest I could until I passed through, but it completely ripped the front of my shirt open. I walked home covering my chest, embarrassed and terrified. I wanted Drew to comfort me, but instead he started yelling, asking why my shirt was torn apart. Someone tried to hurt me. I thought that these words would stop Drew from being angry at me, but it only made him go crazier. So I mumbled nervously, "A hippo attacked me." I don't know how that came out, but he totally saw through my lie. I was stressed when I walked into work the next morning. Lucky for me, my boss said he was going to send me to a conference a few hours away where I would have to stay in a hotel. I would have a chance to get away from the creepy stalker. But when I arrived at the conference, things were really tense. I tried talking to clients and other stock exchange workers, but all of them looked at me like I was a ghost. I started second-guessing everything I was doing. Did my breath smell? Had I said something stupid? By the second day, people had started speed-walking away from me whenever I came near them. It was like I had the plague. People were actually afraid to come near me. I couldn't take it anymore. I cornered someone and asked her what was going on. Through tears, she told me, "He said if we talk to you, he'll hurt us. He said doing business with you would ruin us and that you can't be trusted." When I asked her who, she pointed out the window into the courtyard. Sitting there was none other than the stranger who had followed me in the alley. I felt my blood run cold. He had followed me all the way to this conference? Bridget was really willing to go that far, even from her jail cell? I had to get out of there, and fast. I ran towards the elevators, desperate to hide in my room for the rest of the day. Of course, I heard heavy footsteps behind me. I could see the stalker rushing down the hallway after me. I banged on the elevator button, trying so hard to get out of there, but the elevator was too slow. Finally, it arrived and I dove inside. The doors closed behind me just as the man reached them. For the rest of the day, I paced in my room, trying to figure out what I was going to do. Had Bridget told the man to get me, or worse? Every time I looked out the peephole, I held my breath and saw the man was walking by. I realized that I needed to get out of there and soon. If I went back home, maybe I could go to the police about what was going on. I would call Drew in the morning and tell him I was coming home. As I laid down in my bed, I felt something hard inside my pillow. I reached inside and pulled out a microphone. My heart dropped. The man had been in my room. In a panic, I searched the rest of the room. I pulled out microphone after microphone and dozens of cameras. I finally had some evidence, but at that moment, I realized my room wasn't safe. I ran down to the lobby, sobbing. I told the manager I was being stalked and someone had bugged my room. The cops came and escorted me up to the room. I felt totally relieved. This was going to be the end of all the drama with Bridget. But when we entered the room, there was nothing there. All the microphones, all the cameras, they were all gone. That's when I lost it. I started screaming about how they had to believe me. I told them I was being stalked, that I was in danger. I blocked the hall, telling them that they couldn't leave me. That's when the medical team showed up. They tried to get me to calm down, but I fought against them. One of them grabbed me and slapped handcuffs on me. They tossed me in the back of the car and brought me to a facility. When they threw me in that creepy, all-white room, I knew I was in trouble. They told me I had imagined the whole thing, but I knew that wasn't true. I was being stalked. I had seen the microphones and the wires. I stood up with my hands handcuffed behind me, and I managed to move the doctor out of the way. I ran out of the building as fast as I could with people chasing after me. By the time I was in the woods, I was out of breath and exhausted. I wandered for hours until I found a mechanic shop on the outskirts of town. I asked a man to cut the handcuffs off me, and he did. With my hands free, I knew I had to finally get to the bottom of this. I had to get Bridget to admit what she had done. I traveled to the nearby prison where I knew she would be. I signed in as a visitor and waited in a cold, dark waiting room for her to come out. Would she even meet with me? What if she tried to hurt me? Bridget came out, looking like she had aged 20 years. I started tearing up the moment I saw her. All the emotion was just too much. She laughed at my tears like an evil person would. She kept leaning over the table, taunting me and telling me she was going to come after me. I broke down, telling her that she could stop it already. Her stalker was terrifying me, and I couldn't handle it anymore. When I said that, she looked like she saw a ghost. She revealed to me that she hadn't sent anyone after me. No one would talk to her now that she was in here. She had absolutely no connection to the world outside this prison. My heart sank. If she hadn't sent the stalkers after me, if she hadn't put the cameras in there, that meant I had another stalker. I asked her why she had been threatening me, and she told me it was because she was so angry that I reported her. I had enough of the conversation. I ran out of the room, leaving her yelling after me. I walked towards the subway in tears and called Drew. He picked up, sounded excited to talk to me. He told me he had a surprise for me and asked where I was. I told him I was on my way back to the hotel, but I was in tears. I broke down about everything. The stalker, the police arresting me, the bugs in the room. He sounded shocked, but he tried to calm me down. He told me to just come home. We could go to the police together and he would keep me safe, even if it meant me stopping my job for a while. I felt calm for the first time in days. We would get to the bottom of this together, and everything would be okay. But right before Drew hung up, I heard something from Drew's phone. It was the subway announcer, only it wasn't for our home city. It was for the city I was in. It was for the subway I was standing in front of. Before I got a chance to ask, Drew hung up. My heart fluttered. Had Drew come here to surprise me? I raced back to the hotel to meet him, but when I hurried up to the room, I saw the stalker standing outside my door. I froze. He held cameras and wires. Drew stepped out of the room, carrying more wires. I couldn't believe my eyes. Drew was behind all of this? He knew my stalker? I screamed at him and he revealed the awful truth. I stayed at work so late he was sure I was cheating. He hired the man to find out the truth, but after I saw him following me in the alley, Drew changed his plan. He hired the man to try and scare me, thinking it would keep me from staying out at night or going anywhere that wasn't home with Drew. Before I left for the conference, Drew turned my location on my phone so he could see everywhere I was going. He was convinced I had to be calling the man I was cheating on him with, so he had the investigator put wires in my pillow and cameras in my room. He had even told people at the conference to stay away from me, so I wouldn't cheat with anyone else. I was shocked. He had put my business at risk and had nearly put me in a mental hospital. I told Drew that we were done, and I flew home to pack up my things. Turned out, Drew was the psycho one, not me. I was loyal to him the whole time, but that jerk didn't believe me and hired a creep to stalk me. I prefer to be alone rather than with someone who doesn't trust me. So what do you think of my story? Have you been with someone crazy like my ex-fiancé? Let me know in the comments down below.
Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize, but every year his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town.
It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again.
My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me.
I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since.
Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other two weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college.
You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day.
I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house, and the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel. Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail. What? What do you mean they're going to jail? Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her. Ugh, Louisa was such a pain. Isabel sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into a center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister.
What? You're related to those thieves?
Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear. And some days, she just refuses to take her meds. Please, please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start.
Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she'd beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning, when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this.
Detention for a week.
This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her pranks sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test.
Also, I should add that the winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes, till the awful lunch ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem: my tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello? I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow, you're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it, and I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith, and I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave.
After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything.
Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes?
Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal.
Do you wish you could walk someday?
More than anything in the world. I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You want to hug him. You want to kiss him. You want to...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything, but to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, and he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than I was. And all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
Hi, my name is Bella, and I'm from Australia. My parents were super wealthy. When I was 4, we moved to another city and they threw a party for our whole neighborhood. But they were not expecting the reaction they got when all those people set their eyes on me. Everyone was stunned by my beauty. Some of them started shoving business cards in my parents' face, saying I'd be a great child model. Others offered money to my parents to adopt me. An old lady tried to take me away. This girl is so beautiful. She has to be a miracle. I will find eternal youth through her. Thankfully, Mia, our cook's daughter, tripped the crazy woman up just in time. Mom and Dad ended up calling the police to kick everyone out. Mom hired bodyguards for me, but even that turned out to be a complete disaster when one of them tried to kidnap me. Oh, my baby, your beauty is just too much for the world to handle. We'll have to keep you safe. So you'll just have to stay home forever. My parents really meant it, and I became a prisoner in my own home. I wasn't allowed to go out to the park or the mall or to join school. I wasn't even allowed to step outside and play on my own street. And the only friend I had was Mia. As we started spending more time together, it turned out we didn't have much in common. You're so boring, Bella, with your face in books all the time. I want to go outside and play with other kids, especially the boys. Life without boys is like a song without lyrics. Her mom glared at her. Mia, if Miss Bella stays, you stay. Understand? Now, go get me her face mask so she can walk down the road for 10 minutes. Minutes after I'd put the face mask on, my skin started to itch horribly. Mia's mom quickly washed it off and put on ice. Just then, I suddenly caught sight of Mia's sneaky smile. Wait, did Mia do something? She wouldn't, right? By the time I turned 7, Mom decided to homeschool me and Mia and teach us herself. That's when she discovered that I was already studying advanced calculus on my own. Dad picked me up with stars in his eyes.
You deserve the whole world for having such perfect brains and beauty. You're so smart. You can teach Mia.
Mia looked like she wanted to eat me alive, and then she did something that no one could have imagined. On my 8th birthday, someone had mixed peanuts in the cake, and everyone knew I was deathly allergic. When my parents questioned Mia, her face turned totally evil. Yeah, fine, I put them in. Why does she get everything good, huh? Just because she's pretty? Everyone was shocked by her outburst. Mia, don't be jealous. It's not like I want to be this beautiful. It's a curse. Oh, shut up. You're not even that beautiful. I wish that guard had taken you, and then I could have been their daughter. I hate you. I'm tired of seeing your face every day. My parents were furious, and they asked Mia's mom to leave with her immediately, and I was all alone now. So by the time I was 10, I started playing games online. At first, it was just for fun, but soon enough, I was addicted. I then discovered Fortnite, and boy, was I good at it. My avatar, Bellatrix, was getting really popular in the gaming world, and I was the undisputed champion that everyone wanted to beat. People were hosting online competitions to fight it out with me. But then one day, as I was logging in, I got a flashing notification across the screen. Your account has been hacked. I know who you are and where you live. I will expose you unless you send me $1 million. Seriously? Someone had kidnapped me online? Of course, I had to involve my parents, and they had to involve the police, and the hacker was tracked down. But my parents made me shut down my gaming. I couldn't stay away from it though. I made a new avatar, Average Belle, and I kept a low profile. I wasn't only addicted to playing, but also interacting virtually with others. It made me feel less alone, especially when I started playing with this one guy, Dragon Jake. We started talking, and it turned out he was 13, like me, and he lived in the same town. We became really good friends, but I was too scared to even tell him my real name. He just knew me as Average Belle. One day, he messaged me saying, "I really wish we could hang out, Average Belle." How could I tell him I was too beautiful to be seen? A couple of years passed, and life was so much better with Drake in it, but I still wanted to find a way to get out. One day, when I was 15, I was watching a makeup tutorial, and I had a brilliant idea. Instead of putting makeup on to look pretty, I'd put it on to look the opposite. When I went to my parents, they screamed in horror and asked me who I was. This was perfect, because you know what this meant? Goodbye homeschool and hello social life. As I walked into school on the first day, I saw someone who made me stop dead in my tracks. Our eyes met from across the hall. It was Drake. I recognized him from his picture on the gaming website. Next to him was a tall girl with lovely black hair. She was leaning so close to him. I felt a pang of jealousy. Did he have a girlfriend? Oh, Buggy Boo, why don't we go to the beach after tonight's game? Just you and I. Before I could stop myself, I giggled. Buggy Boo? Drake looked at me in surprise and grinned awkwardly when the girl turned to me angrily. And then I received my second shock of the day. The girl was Mia. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. Wait, do I know you from somewhere? Oh, no, of course not. I'm new. Bye. I turned and fled. But just as I was leaving home for that day, I felt someone drag me by the arm and pin me against the wall. It was Mia breathing in my face. You! I know who you are, Bella. You finally found a way to let your stupid parents let you out, huh? Well, you know I can send you right back. I was horrified. I couldn't bear the idea of being forced to stay at home again. Please, Mia, don't tell anyone. I'll do anything. Anything? You know what? I'll take the offer. I was always the prettier one. Now I'll be the smart one too. So you'll be getting your hands dirty for me. What? You think I'll cheat for you? I know you will. Or I'll expose you, and your psycho parents will take you home. And you can kiss high school goodbye. As much as I hated Mia bullying me, I had no choice but to agree, at least for now. The next few months were terrible. She made me do all her homework and slip answers to her during tests. Mia was like the queen of the school, and her awful minions were everywhere. Forget talking to Drake. I couldn't use the loo without one of them emptying a bag of trash on me. Until one day, when we were in the library, Drake saw me playing a game on my phone and started talking to me about gaming. He even said he'd met his best friend online. When he said that, I got so excited that I almost told him that I was Average Belle. But before I could say anything, he leaned across the table till his face was just inches from mine. What? I don't know, Bella. You have really lovely eyes, and my heart started to beat wildly. Was he going to kiss me? But just then, the library door flew open and Mia barged in. She took one look at me and dragged Jake out of the room. One day in math class, when I gave the right answer to the teacher's question, Mia stood up and slow clapped. Well done, Bella. You're so smart. Of course, God had to give you something. Imagine how ugly you must really be for him to make you that nerdy. Everyone burst into laughter except Drake. He suddenly jumped to his feet. Okay, Mia, cut it out. No one chooses the way they look, but you're choosing to be mean. It's not hot, man. Mia turned red and glared at me. She was definitely going to kill me. But after class, Drake came to me and grabbed my stuff. Hey, let me walk you outside. They won't mess with you if we're together. As we sat down on a bench, I sneaked a glance at him and felt my heart glow warmly. He saw me looking at him, and I quickly turned to my phone and started playing a game. He leaned in close and laughed. I love that game. My friend I told you about, she keeps kicking my butt at it. Maybe you guys could play against each other. What's your username? I took a deep breath. The moment of truth. I had to tell him now, or I'd never tell him. Average Belle. What? No way. Are you? I looked at him nervously and nodded. I wanted to tell you, but I kind of have a massive crush on you, and I was terrified you wouldn't like me because, well, I'm not pretty. He looked at me in shock for a second and then suddenly pulled me into his arms. I gazed into his eyes, and before I knew it, I'd pulled him in for a kiss. What the freaking hell is going on here? We jumped apart in shock to find Mia staring at us like a raging bull, and then she flung her arms around Drake. Why would you want to kiss her and not me? Have you seen her? She's hideous.
She is not. I don't see what your problem is, Mia. I love Bella. She's perfect the way she is.
With that, he pushed her away and pulled me in for another kiss. Mia screamed and stormed away yelling. Just wait and watch what I do, Bella. I'll have my revenge, and you'll be sorry. I was wondering what Mia the psycho would do, but the answer came sooner than I expected. A week later at the parent-teacher conference, I was taking my parents to my class when Mia jumped out of nowhere with a large bucket of cold water. Oh no! She threw it all on me and my makeup washed off. As everyone started looking at us, Mom and Dad ran to me. Hide her! Don't let anyone see! She's too beautiful!
We'll have to move to another state. Quick!
I wiped my face, expecting everyone to go crazy all over again. Well, everyone was staring at me, but they looked more confused than stunned at my beauty. Wow, she's pretty. Why is she wearing that ugly makeup, though?
I don't know. And she's all right. I mean, my girlfriend's prettier.
Whatever. I'm prettier. As the crowd started to disperse, my parents looked around, totally confused. What's happening? No one seems to be going crazy. Ah, you stupid people make me want to pull my hair out. I always told you, you're not even that beautiful. The guard wanted to kidnap you just because you were rich. Wait, what? I wasn't so beautiful that I had to be kept away from the world? Mom, Dad, were you just keeping me in hiding for nothing all this time? No, of course not. You're the most beautiful. I shook her off and ran to a very stunned Drake. I'm sorry I deceived you, but the fact that you saw me and fell in love with me even when I wasn't pretty just makes me fall in love with you even more. Well, Drake wasn't complaining, and Mia, I never saw her after that day. Seems like she just couldn't stand to be around me, and I heard she'd moved away to some other school. Drake and I graduated high school, and we both got enrolled for software engineering degrees so we could make all the games we wanted to play. 4 years later, we're married now and own a really successful gaming company. And finally, I have the freedom to go anywhere and do anything. I'm making plans to travel around the world with my best friend and arch gaming nemesis. When I was 8, my parents took me to Italy on a family holiday. It was all fun until I saw something I could only imagine in my worst nightmare. The Leaning Tower of Pisa. I ran to the building and started pushing against a wall. Mom, Dad, please come and help me get this straight. It's all wrong.
What's wrong with that girl? Is she possessed?
That kid's a freak. But Mom went mad hearing them. She's a perfectionist, not a freak, dumbhead. Dad dragged her away and took us both home before we could make a bigger scene. Hey friends, my name is Bella and I'm from Manchester. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've been a perfectionist, like my mom. She owned a small bakery and everyone loved her cakes. Growing up, my place always used to be squeaky clean, and I hated visiting other kids just because their homes weren't as tidy as mine. But it wasn't just that. I couldn't sleep at night without the TV on. I needed to color code my entire closet, and I had to count words on signboards while I traveled in a car. When I was in the 9th grade, another bakery opened up right across from ours. When Mom saw the long lines outside, she was furious and wanted to check out what they had that we didn't. But when I entered the shop and I saw the slightly tilted balloon arc, I felt my eye twitch. I just had to fix it. As I tried to, the entire thing fell on a table of cupcakes, and then a girl standing nearby started to yell at me. Are you crazy? My parents worked so hard to set everything up and you ruined it. But I swear, I just wanted to fix the arc. I'm so sorry. Wait a minute. Aren't you from the bakery across the street? You guys were jealous, and you did this on purpose. What? Of course not. let me just tell you, the whole decoration looks ugly. There's no color coordination, everything's off. No way we'd be jealous of this place. And before I knew it, the girl had pounced on me with her gross, sticky hands. Oh, God. Our parents pulled us apart, but our moms were glaring at each other. Get out of our shop, now! Yeah, we're leaving. It's not like it's something special. On our way home, I was so mad at that girl, and I hoped I'd never see her again. But the very next day in school, someone entered the classroom, and it was her. The teacher introduced her as Maya, and just then our eyes locked, and she glared at me. When she sat down, I noticed her odd-colored nails and cringed. Like, who did that? I tried avoiding Maya every day, but she was so loud and messy. One day, the math teacher asked everyone to take out their homework assignments, and she just couldn't find hers. I promise I did it. I put it in here. And then what happened? Your dog ate it? An elf came at night and stole it. A kidnapper is holding it for ransom. I make myself laugh. Well, at least you make someone laugh. And then Maya turned over her entire bag on her desk, and I was horrified at all the trash she had inside. She found her filthy assignment and a half-eaten donut. Want some? I'm sure it's only 2 weeks old. No, 3. Okay, a month, tops. The teacher looked as disgusted as I felt and made Maya stand at the back with her face to the wall. She deserved it. But the next day, I saw a bunch of kids gathered around Maya before math class, and they were all laughing. The teacher walked in and everyone ran to their seats. A few moments later, I saw Maya take out a freaking mouse from her pocket and quietly slip it into the teacher's desk while her back was turned. Seconds later, when the teacher turned around, she screamed and fell back in fright, while the mouse started running everywhere, and I panicked. Maya, catch your stupid mouse right now. I can't stand it. Mice are dirty. Catch it now. The whole class turned to me in shock, and the teacher was about to explode. Maya got 2 months detention, and she and the entire class turned on me. You're such a snitch, Bella. Everyone knew it was me, but you had to announce it. I didn't mean to. Do you ever mean to do anything? Save it, weirdo. As if having her in school wasn't bad enough, I found out that she was also my neighbor. Mom was even more annoyed than I was. Oh God, are they following us or something? That hot mess now lives next to us. I felt the same way about Maya, but for some reason, all the kids and most of the teachers became her fans. It was like Maya was the real perfectionist because she could have fun. And she was an ace student who was giving me tough competition. One day during lunch, I was sitting at my usual spot when suddenly Maya came over and sat across me, grinning. What are you doing here? Oh, I just came to see if you'd like the surprise I planned for you. What surprise? Why don't you look up? I looked up and saw a balloon coming right at me. And suddenly, I was drenched in paint. My hair, clothes, face, it was everywhere. Oh God, oh my God. No, what did you do? Hey, Bella, I was just messing around. Can you relax? But it was like I couldn't hear her. And suddenly, I attacked Maya as I screamed and cried. I don't remember what happened next. But as the teachers were taking me away, everyone was looking at me like I was some kind of alien. I was taken to the hospital and I found out that I just had a panic attack and that I had OCD. Turns out, even Mom had it and never knew. I had a breakdown and needed to take some time off school. I returned after 2 weeks and could feel everyone giving me weird looks, like I'd go mental any second, and it was all Maya's fault. But the moment I entered class, she stepped forward and smiled at me. Hey, Bella, I'm so glad you're back. I hope you're feeling better. Whatever, Maya. Don't pretend like you care. Look, I'm just really sorry for that day. I was only having fun, but I didn't know. Oh, please, just get out of my way. But after that day, Maya kept being nice to me, even though I kept trying to ignore her. A few days later, we were having art class, and Maya took a place next to me. Sometime later, she looked over my painting and said, "That looks really good. You're talented. Can't say the same about you. What did you even make? A dog with a horse's body?" Maya just looked at me and then burst out laughing.
She laughed so hard she fell on the floor. And I started laughing too. OMG, you are so mean. That was my puppy that died a few years ago. But geez, it does look like he has a horse's body. Maybe Maya wasn't so bad. Soon we started hanging out together, and she kind of started to grow on me. One time I was in the cafeteria eating my lunch when I realized Maya was staring at me. What? Why do you finish your fries first, then the burger, and cold drink in the end? I don't know. I always eat it like that. Everybody does. No? Why don't you try this? Maya ate a fry, then took a bite of the burger, and took a sip of her soda. Though I hated the idea of trying all three together, I did it for Maya. Holy moly, it tastes amazing! Told ya, Maya was the friend I needed. She accepted me for who I was, but also made me try different things. One day when I was home, I suddenly heard Mom screaming loudly. She was arguing with Maya's mom, who was washing her car while playing loud music. I asked you to keep the music down and stop making a mess. You're wasting water, you dumbhead. Who are you calling a dumbhead? And then she turned the hose to Mom, completely soaking her. Mom was furious and tried to snatch the hose from her. As they both fought, I saw Maya come out. Jeez, Maya, tell your mom to stop. Look at her, she's messy and crazy. She's crazy? Well, at least she's not a robot, like you and your mom. And just like that, we both got into a fight. I was so angry at Maya, I totally ignored her at school the next day. And she was doing the same. In our science period, the teacher announced how there was going to be a science tournament and we needed to pick teams. Even though Maya and I were the smartest kids in class, everyone wanted to be on her team. You're going to make the project so fun, Maya. I want to be with you.
Me too. Pick me, Maya.
So I had to choose from 3 backbenchers. And as we worked together, I realized my team really needed to learn the basics. I could see Maya's project was almost done, and I was so far behind. So just one day before the submission date, I became a dictator. Listen to me loud and clear. We will get this done today. You got it? Go, go, go! I pushed those guys so hard, and by some miracle, we finished it. Well, team, I'm proud of you. I'm sure we'll win tomorrow.
But Maya's project looks so much better. Ours is really good too. Come on, we can win this.
I was feeling confident, but something totally unexpected was waiting for me at school the next day. Maya was screaming while her project lay broken on the floor. It was fine when we left it yesterday. How could this happen? We worked so hard. What do we do now?
Who did this? Do you think it could be Bella?
Oh, shut up. She would never do this. I felt my heart swell hearing her words. She wasn't talking to me, but she still defended me. Just then, I spotted my team member snickering on the side.
Ours is the best project now.
What do you mean now? What did you do?
Bella, we just wanted to win.
What did you do? Spit it out.
We kind of broke it yesterday before leaving school.
Oh my God! I couldn't believe they'd do such a thing. I was beyond furious. I didn't want to win this way, so I walked over to Maya's stall and told her everything. You can tell the teachers. I'm really sorry. Well, that was a nasty thing your team did, but I appreciate you being honest. Help us fix this and we can forget about it, okay? I helped Maya and her team fix the project right before the exhibition started, and after the teachers judged everyone's project, they got first prize. And I was so happy for her. Just as I was walking away, Maya suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom, and she kissed me. Whoa, what just happened? I just wanted to do that. Did you like it?
Maya, it's not a really good idea.
Our moms hate each other and wouldn't even want us to be friends. Why don't you loosen up for once and stop caring, Bella? Did you like it or not? I looked at her and smiled. I think I did. I'll have to try it again to be sure. And then I kissed her. The next few weeks with Maya were amazing. We kept it completely secret from our moms, and we were always sneaking around them. One time, she asked me to come over at night, and I nearly passed out when I saw her room. There were clothes everywhere. Oh my God. Listen, I'm helping you clean this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to break up with you. She laughed, and we spent the whole night sorting out the mess. Best date ever. Sometime later, Maya and I were selected to be part of a quiz competition that was gonna be broadcast live on a local TV channel. I was nervous, but so relieved to be doing this with Maya. It was going great, till there came a moment when I pressed the buzzer to answer a question, but suddenly, my mind went blank. I started to sweat and felt breathless as I sensed all eyes on me. Oh God, not another panic attack.
Do you know the answer?
I do, but I just need to count to 50 first.
What? We don't have time for that. If you don't know the answer, just pass.
Suddenly, Maya leapt up from her seat. She does know the answer. She just needs to count to 50, okay? Can you give her some space and let her do that? The host gave her an impatient nod, and I closed my eyes as Maya took my hand. Once I'd counted, I gave the answer, and it was correct. We won! I stepped forward as team captain to receive the trophy, when suddenly, Maya's mom jumped onto the stage and tried to snatch it from me.
Why do you get to receive it? My daughter should. You wouldn't even have won without her, loser.
And then my mom was on the stage too.
Who are you calling a loser? She's the team captain because she's better than your daughter.
Oh my God, shut up, both of you. We dragged our mothers backstage and I turned to them furiously. Thanks a lot for embarrassing us. You know what? You want to fight and compete and rip each other's hair out? Go ahead. But Maya and I are friends. In fact, we're more than friends. And with that, I took her hand.
What do you mean?
Let me make it clearer. And with that, Maya kissed me, and our moms' faces were priceless. No way, not happening.
Bella, have you lost your mind?
Yeah, maybe I have. Deal with it. I put my arm through Maya's, and we walked off to celebrate our victory with ice cream. We'll get 3 scoops each. Vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Exactly in that order. Don't mess it up, okay? I love you, Maya.
Yeah, you're okay too.
Hi there, I'm Becca, short for Rebecca, and my dad's the mayor. Sounds cool, huh? Think again. It's a nightmare. I'll tell you why, but before I do, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my dad and I were best friends. We danced in TikTok videos, watched movies every night, and we even had our own rock band. But when Dad became the mayor, everything changed. He never had time for me. So, he hired a horrible old nanny named Miss Boot, which didn't make any sense. I mean, really, who needs a nanny at 15?
Stop chewing with your mouth open. You weren't raised in a barn. And no more candy, only vegetables for you. No video games either. They'll rot your brain.
I tried everything to get Dad's attention. I got straight A's in school, I sent him funny memes, and I even went to his office to show him my new dance moves, but nothing worked. For his birthday, I made him a special dinner, but as I was cooking, I glanced out the window and saw a cute boy across the street waving at me, so I had to go talk to him. And one thing led to another, and the kitchen caught fire. When Dad got home, he was furious.
What happened?
The last thing I wanted was Dad mad at me, so I made up a little white lie. It was the strangest thing. I was out here smelling flowers when I suddenly saw flames from the kitchen. If you ask me, I think it was Miss Boot. She's a creepy old lady. She's jealous of us, and I think she's up to no good. Of course, Dad took Miss Boot's side and grounded me for lying. I gave up trying to get Dad's attention and started focusing more on me. One morning, I decided to ditch school, so I stole the keys to one of my dad's cars and drove myself to the beach. I had so much fun swimming and sunbathing and even got the most amazing tan. When I walked back to the parking lot, Dad's car was gone. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find it. It was getting late, so I called an Uber and went straight home, hoping Dad wouldn't notice the car was missing. Hey, he hadn't driven it in months. It was possible. When I got home, I ran right into Dad and Miss Boot.
How was school, honey?
It was great. Lots of learning. Your teachers called and said you didn't show up to your classes. Oh, there must be some misunderstanding. I was working on a special project studying the mating rituals of sand fleas.
And my car?
I was gonna tell you, it got caught in a flash tornado. It was picked up and flew into the sky. Daddy, it was so terrible and scary. I barely made it out alive. I think I should lie down and forget about this horrible day. Dad didn't believe a word I said and grounded me forever, especially since my teachers ratted me out and a couple of criminals used Dad's car in a bank robbery. It took my dad weeks to clear that mess up. A few months later, I got the greatest news. Mean old Miss Boot was retiring. The day she left, I celebrated. I stuffed my face with candy and played video games all night long. But the next morning, Dad spoiled everything.
I'm hiring a new nanny to look after you.
Hello? I'm practically an adult. I can take care of myself. Before I could plead my case, the new nanny walked in. Her name was Miss P, and she had a daughter named Amy. They both looked like Disney princesses. They wore flowers in their hair, and I swear I heard birds singing when they smiled.
Miss P and Amy will live in the servants' quarters. They'll be helping out around the house.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Becca. You're so pretty. I really hope we can be friends. I glanced at myself in the mirror. My hair was a mess, my face was puffy, and I had chocolate on the corners of my mouth. Clearly, this girl was blind. I stormed off to my room and pouted for the rest of the day. Don't judge me, like you're perfectly mature all the time. To my surprise, I started to enjoy having Miss P and Amy around. Miss P kept our house sparkling clean, and she was the best cook. She made my favorite foods and told me funny stories. Amy was pretty cool too. She loved playing video games and watching sci-fi movies with me. Even though Amy and Miss P didn't have much money, Amy was still the best dressed girl I knew. One day we went shopping together, and she gave me the best advice. Green is totally your color. It brings out your eyes. I don't know. I'm not really into dresses. Trust me, with that dress and those shoes, you'll look like a supermodel. Amy was right. As we walked through the mall, everyone kept staring at me and giving me compliments. A couple of boys even asked me for my number. After that, Amy and I were attached at the hip. We were total besties. I begged Dad to pay Amy's tuition so we could go to the same school, and he said yes. On our first day, I introduced Amy to my other best friends, Layla and Jasmine, and they loved her. Amy even joined them on the cheerleading team. I was never into cheerleading. I was too busy coming up with new dance moves to post on my TikTok and YouTube channel. A couple of months later, Amy, Layla, and Jasmine went away for a week to cheerleading camp. But when Amy came back home, something was wrong. She barely looked at me. Every time I tried to talk to her, she'd run the other way until I ambushed her at her locker. Something's up. Why are you acting so strange? Amy pulled me into a corner and whispered, "It's Layla and Jasmine. I'm not sure how to say this, but never mind. It's nothing. I don't want to ruin your friendship. Forget I said anything. Just tell me. No one will ever know we had this conversation. I promise." What Amy said next rocked my world. She told me that Layla and Jasmine thought I was a horrible dancer, the most annoying girl in school, and they were only friends with me because my dad was the mayor. Amy even showed me text messages on her phone of Layla and Jasmine making fun of me. I was so mad I was about to explode. Later, I saw Layla and Jasmine in the cafeteria laughing, and they had the nerve to smile at me like they were my friends. I stormed right up to them. "You backstabbing witches! You think you're so cool, but you're as dumb as a box of rocks. Are you for real? As serious as a math test." They stood up and got in my face. "Okay, loser, you think you're special, but you're just a basic chick. Well, you're both as ugly as a horse's butt, and you smell like porta potties." Jasmine pushed me. I shoved her back. Then I snatched some ice cream off a kid's lunch tray and threw it in their faces, which turned into a huge food fight. I was suspended for a week, but it felt really good to kick those two-faced jerks out of my life. I felt bad about betraying Amy, though, and begged her to forgive me. Eventually, she did, and we got even closer. I even told her about my secret crush, a football player named Mike. "Why don't you tell him how you feel?" "I'm totally not his type." "Of course you are. Let's have a double date." Amy set up the date a couple nights later. I put on my best dress and spent an hour doing my makeup. When I arrived at the restaurant, I had the shock of my life. I saw Amy kissing Mike. My face turned as red as a chili pepper as my heart shattered to pieces. Amy spotted me and walked over. "Hey, you don't look so good. Are you feeling all right? How could you do this to me?" "What? I thought you'd be happy." "Why would I be happy? I caught you making out with my secret crush." "Your secret crush is Mike? I thought you said Ike." "I swear, that's what I thought, and I invited him." I turned around and saw Ike, the weirdest kid in school, staring at me. The whole night was a disaster. I had to watch Amy and Mike making out for hours. A few times when Amy and Mike were kissing, I caught Amy glancing at me. Beneath her sweet smile and soft brown eyes was something sinister. I tried to keep my distance from Amy, but she never let me get far. She'd show up in my room late at night. "Are you still mad at me, bestie?" "In the backseat of my car." "I feel like you're avoiding me." She'd ambush me after class. "We're still friends, right?" I couldn't even go to the bathroom without running into her. "Want to hang out after school?" She was totally creeping me out. I hid out in the school library to avoid her, but a few days later, something crazy happened. The principal called me into her office and accused me of cheating. I was horrified. "No, wait, that's not true. I've never cheated in my life." Then Amy walked in with tears in her eyes. Dad was right behind her. "I'm sorry, Becca. I couldn't keep lying for you. I had to come clean. I told the principal how you've been forcing me to do your homework and helping you during tests for months.
Shame on you, Becca! I can't believe you'd do something like this!
I'm innocent, Dad. You have to believe me. Amy's a liar. She's scaring me, sir. The last time she was this angry, she hit me. Dad gave me the saddest look. I couldn't believe he was falling for Amy's lies.
I am so disappointed in you, Becca.
I'd had enough. I jumped out of my seat and charged toward Amy. She ran around the room screaming for help. Dad and the principal had to pull us apart. After that, Dad sent me away for a month of therapy. When I got back, things took a horrible turn. Dad announced that he and Amy's mom were getting married. After the wedding, Dad showered Amy with gifts and attention. He invited Amy and her mom to all his political events and left me at home. It was the worst. Amy stole all my friends, my secret crush, and my dad in a matter of months. I was so mad I wanted to scream. I tried meditating to calm myself down, and when that didn't work, I ate a tub of ice cream. Then early one morning, I woke up to someone pounding on the front door. I raced down the stairs. The police were at the door, and they had an arrest warrant. Someone had accused Dad of stealing money from the city.
This is outrageous!
My husband is an honest man. This has to be a mistake. The police ignored us, arrested Dad, and hauled him off to jail. I was devastated. Miss P fainted, and Amy was nowhere to be found. Dad swore he was innocent and tried to fight the case, but during the trial, the prosecutor called Amy to the stand. She told this crazy story about how my dad was a crook. The mayor is a monster. He stole money from the children's hospital, a homeless shelter, and a retirement home. I couldn't let him hurt all those innocent people, so I printed copies of all his bank transactions and gave them to the police. The lawyer showed the judge all the evidence. Dad swore he was innocent, but the evidence against him was too strong. On the day of the sentencing, everyone in town was there, even Miss Boot. The judge sentenced Dad to 20 years in jail. Dad and Miss P started crying their eyes out, and Amy flashed a sinister smile. I was so angry, my hands started shaking. Then Amy whispered in my ear, "Too bad about your dad. Now he'll rot in jail and no one can do anything about it." Funny how a few little lies could do so much damage. Just as I was about to smack Amy in the face, Miss Boot pulled me away.
Calm down, child. Act like a lady. Your father taught you better than that. I heard what that nasty girl said to you, but hitting her won't help your case.
She's evil and she ruined Dad's life. We have to stop her.
The best way to fight a lie is with the truth.
Miss Boot walked away without another word, and then I got an idea. That night, Miss P, Amy, and I were packing our things to move out of the mayor's mansion. While Miss P and Amy were downstairs, I snuck into Amy's room. She hadn't packed yet, so I searched around to find evidence to prove that my dad was innocent. I was just about to give up when I found a small notebook tucked away in her drawer. Inside, it had pictures of me and my dad with X's on our faces, a bunch of old newspaper clippings, and a photograph of a young Amy standing next to an old woman in a hospital bed. The articles explained that Amy's grandmother lost her apartment after my dad signed a bill to demolish the building and replace it with a shopping mall. Amy's grandma collapsed during a protest, hit her head on the ground, and fell into a coma. It was such a sad story. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to see Amy with this demented look on her face. "Your dad had to pay for hurting my family, and now it's your turn." Amy picked up a broom and charged toward me like a maniac. I thought I was a goner, and then Miss P and Miss Boot appeared out of nowhere. Miss Boot snatched the broom out of Amy's hand. Miss P stepped between me and Amy.
Amy, stop this right now. What happened to your grandma wasn't the mayor's fault. The city council made that decision.
But it's not fair.
I know, honey, but what you're doing isn't right. It won't help your grandma, but perhaps I can. My son is a neurologist, and I can ask him to take a look at your grandmother, but under one condition.
Miss Boot glanced at me. "You tell the truth about my father." Amy agreed. We all went to the police, and Amy told them how she lied about Dad and had hired someone to make up all the evidence against him. Dad was released from prison, and Miss Boot fulfilled her promise. She told her son about Amy's grandma, who decided to put her into a clinical trial where she had a great chance of recovering fully. On the day of Amy's trial, Dad felt so sorry about Amy and her grandma that he asked the judge to be lenient. The judge sentenced Amy to a year of therapy at a mental institution. Dad was reinstated as mayor, but every day he made sure to spend more time with me and Miss P. Miss P apologized for not believing me and taking Amy's side, but I still felt guilty. Dad, if I hadn't lied so many times to you before, you would have believed me when I told you about Amy. None of this should have happened. This is all my fault.
You can't blame yourself, honey. You had no control of what Amy would do. All we can do now is pick up the pieces and try to move on with our lives.
And that's what we did.